Good afternoon, stinkers. How's it going? Happy Wednesday. Congrats on making it through halfway. Through the week, I hope it's going alright. Oh dear. One second, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna move this over here instead. There we go. Ugh, I got some incense burning. But it was like getting in front of my face because of my fan. Anyway, yeah, I hope that you guys are doing well. Happy Wednesday. Today we will be playing some soup, I think. Look, I am devastated because literally League dropped a mayhem patch, like a massive one. They changed like a fuck ton of things. It's kind of crazy there at the moment. I played a few games before stream today, after I'd done all the shit that I needed to do. It's fucking crazy. But unfortunately, I am banned from playing League of Legends and Overwatch on stream until I get my fucking backlog done, so here we are. We're probably gonna do some soup today, and later on we're probably gonna hang out with the wife. I think what I'm gonna try and have done is still be finished around usual stream time. That will inevitably cut into my time with Autumn, but I'm getting fucking like I'm already in pieces before I've even finished my usual stream time. I've been getting tired a lot easier lately. And I don't want to just be sat here fucking lobotomized, doing absolutely nothing, bringing nothing of value to your stream. I don't want to waste anyone's time, so I am probably going to try and normalize finishing around the usual stream time. I hope that that is okay. I already had a wee chat with Autumn about it, so yeah, your girl is just getting old, really. But no, we'll see. We'll probably do some balding today, maybe. I honestly can't remember where we are with that. We'll see. Let's see what we're feeling like today. I've been super productive, but it just leaves me a bit after stream. I don't know how I used to do it. I used to work part-time, uni full-time, and still have time to do fucking streaming. I was insane, and now I'm like, my body has had enough. It says, no. We're not doing that anymore. You're not as spring as you used to be. Anyway, enough fucking lamenting and yapping. I'm gonna do my halos. Oh dear, okay. Okay, so hello the congratulations on being voiced. Hello Ray, hello Jem, hello Clarinets, hello Normanton. Positive affirmation. I deserve to rest sometimes. Hello Hannah. Hello Trashcan. Hello Vec. Hello Stevie. Hello Beaker. Thank you for the like. That was fast. That was sudden. You didn't lower the music enough to warn us. No, sometimes I like to mix it up. I don't do that every time. Sometimes I change it over. The music's still blaring. Gotta keep you guys on your talons. You know? You scared me? Boo. What a week, huh? What a fucking week. You know how I said that I might in the future have to write off Mondays? This is not true for next week. It might be Tuesday I have to write off. Because the thing that I go to is on Tuesday, because apparently next Monday is a like an actual holiday for whatever reason. The reason escapes me, I can't remember why, but it is what it is. Hello Jer, hello Faint. Hello Josh Air. Who banned you? I banned myself. Hello, Winter. I don't know why you're laughing. Thank you for the 40 stream streak, Ray. Help, please. If you're old, there's no hope for me. This is why I'm asking Winter why he's laughing. You're no longer insane? What do you mean? Hello, Autumn. How you doing, beautiful? I'm pretty young. What do you mean? It doesn't matter. You're still older than me. Winter's the youngest in chat? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Guys, I decided that instead of buying pre-cut melon, I was gonna buy melon that I would cut myself, so that way I could buy more melon for the same price, technically. So, I don't even know if it's worth it. I fucking butchered the cantaloupe that I split open today. I just fucking raw dogged it. I didn't look up a video or nothing. I just fucking was like, you know what? There's probably not like a big pip. It's nothing like I would eat mango all the time if I could be arsed cutting the fucking pip out, but I just can't be dealing with that. So it's like, you know what? Melon is good. I'm fucking addicted to melon right now. I really like yellow melon, watermelon, cantaloupe. Let's give it a go. And oh my fucking god, I butchered it. I absolutely fucking butchered it. No, though, we can't be joking about being underage here. Twitch will shoot you. Hell, with a knife? What's wrong with me with a knife? I know my knife safety. Don't know my electrical safety, but I know my knife safety. Hello, Ginger. I cut those things in half and go in there with a spoon. That would be a fantastic idea. Ginger, thank you for the 40 stream streak. But what I'm trying to do at the moment, now this might sound a little silly to you guys, but it's important to me, so please don't laugh. But I've been like making like lunchbox. Like I have a 2-tier bento box that was gifted to me like fucking yonks ago, back when I was doing my teaching. And I was like, you know what? Let's use this so that I can, like, you know, make meals rather than going in and just be like, okay, we'll do this. Kind of, you know, the like romanticizing your life a little bit. Trying to do that. Try to have a little bit of normalcy in my life. You know, treat it as if like, you know, I'm taking a break and I'm going to a lunchroom and eating my fucking lunch. You know what I mean? So I'm doing that at the moment to try and have a little bit more routine. Which means that I do have to cut up the melon because it doesn't fit in there. I can't do that. I can't just bring it's not how it works. And if I start just making exceptions like that, it's all gonna fall apart, you know what I mean? So you're prepping food in advance to make you eat, then good idea. It's not necessarily food prepping. Well, it is food prepping, but it is like actual lunchbox making. Even though I don't necessarily need it because I don't go outside or have any obligations that require me going outside. So, yeah, you get what I mean. Yeah. Hello, Pancake! Bento boxes, Dad, what a weeb. Look, the bento boxes are just a lot cleaner than the lunch boxes, okay? Over in the UK, you have either like fucking kiddies lunch boxes with My Little Pony or Bluey on them, or you have fucking plain ass Tupperware boxes. I want something a little classier, and this was like years ago, as I said. It's very smart looking. Let me see if I can find a picture of it, because it was gifted to me, so... A tiffin for curry Saturday lunch? Dude... It's not gonna fit in my fridge. Oh my fucking god. Let me see. I was like trying to think of what you meant then, because tiffin over here is something a little bit different, but you mean like the lunch boxes that they use in India, right? Shinigami. The idea of having a time where you're prepping eating lunch feels like you're working. I did that when I first transitioned to work from home because I struggled a bit with eating on time. Yeah, it helps with the routine. Ah, here it is. Oh my god. It came with a knife and a fork, but I have since lost that. This is gonna be like the lowest quality fucking image you've ever seen. Whatever gives you happy, yeah. I want to romanticize my life a little bit, that's all. I don't know if that's the right term. Here we go, this is the box. Look how smart it is. I only use like 1/2 at the moment because I'm not taking anything anywhere and it fits perfectly in my fridge. But yeah, it's very smart. You'd use it. It's honestly, it's pretty easy to clean. My only problem with it is you see there's a little like brown bit between the lid and the actual box, and then the next box and the next box, like the box in the next box. That's like the little silicone lid thing that goes over it. Now it does seal airtight, kinda, but there's like a hole in both of them. One of them is like got a little plastic pole thing that you can slip through the hole, so you can take it out, basically. I'm not explaining this very well, but it doesn't pull. It's supposed to be used to pull the silicone lid off of the top, but it doesn't work. It just goes straight through the hole. So for me to get the little silicone lid off, I have to just like kind of wedge like something in between the box and the lid. But maybe I'll get something a little bit better in the future, but right now this is doing me just fine. So yeah. Mon Bento. What is this? Wait, this looks kind of... Oh no, I should be looking at these. Hello Foggy, thank you for the like. How leak-proof is it? I haven't tested how leak-proof it is. Probably not very leak-proof because of the, as I just said, the aforementioned holes at the top. This was just like an Amazon thing, so it's not like... It wasn't expensive or anything like that. It just looked, I thought it looked cool and it stored enough food in. But now I'm looking at like official like Mobentos, and now I'm like, okay, wait. I might be living life completely wrong here. What do you mean these are insulated? What? Oh, these have like plastic seals on them. That's just as you started talking about that. Oh, it's fair enough. Guys, look at this. Wait. Oh, let me open the image so I can copy. I don't want to steal your fucking picture. I just want to... Okay, you know what? I'll just have to do this.
Best purchase of my life was a soup thermos thing that plugs in and keeps the soup warm.
It plugs in? That's crazy. Hello, Drew. Thank you for the tier 1 resub. Thank you. Happy 3 months. Soup, you say? Ugh. Here, I'll show you. My only issue with this is, these ones are a lot more expensive. Might be something I can get next month, maybe, but... Look how fucking clean that is. That shows you the actual layers. You guys are gonna have to persuade me to get off of this website. You can customize your colors! Oh no. Balls. Drunk could use a few more items? Not really. I can get it next month. I've got a perfectly fine one. Free delivery from £80 is disgusting. But I can see how you can spend that much. The bottles look really clean as well. Gourde enfants. What's that mean? Hello, Longo. How's it going? The first one looks smarter. It may look smarter, but my main... it's not really an issue, but it's the silicone, as I said. I mean, I'll take a picture of it when I go to eat. Hell-colored bento box. Would you guys buy bento boxes with my face superimposed on it? Some of them are not as expensive. Why? I can get one with the Eiffel Tower on it if you want. Oh, God. You can just customize all of the colors. Oh, it's from Select Colors. That kind of sucks. Sipping tool can do that. Look, I can screenshot, no problem. But then I have to, like, fucking open... It would have just been easier if I could save the image. Your Hellbacky is here? Nice! Please treat her well. In another household again. Oh yeah! Fuck, I remember you saying that there was an issue with it. That's... Oh, wait, I remember now. Oh no, large lunchbox. Not life size? No. It's not tall enough to be life size. Guys, there's some fucking square ones. They are fucking massive. Sorry, I beg your biggest pardon. Sorry, I just saw the prices. That's crazy. Well, I hope that old couple enjoys their Hellbacky too. In case you have guests. Yeah, I'm definitely a type of person who'll have guests. Wait, so... You can get, like... Oh, wait, that's pretty cool. Oh, you can buy, like, knives and forks that stash under the lid pretty nicely. You need one lunchbox for yourself and a second smaller lunchbox for Ghost. Whenever I've been out with Ghost, Ghost won't eat while he's out. He is too stressed usually. Oh, no. Hello, Wines. How's it going? I'm gonna bookmark this. We'll come back to this later. I needed to get new earphones, so that could be a next month treat. I lost my fucking earphones. It's diabolical. Get this fucking image off my screen. What the hell? Sorry, I didn't realize it was still there. Oops. Why are we... Oh. I accidentally deleted my whole chatting screen. Thank God that I control and Z that. Holy shit. Well, whew. You know, there was one time I did that and OBS crashed, so I had to remake it again. Hello, Strix. How's it going? I'm sorry to hear about the surprises. We're chilling, we're chilling. Brock was just there. Alright.
Hi.
Hi. Hello, Brick Boy. How's it going? Okay, we're not... we're gonna just skip the app there. Crazy. Nice! I hope that work was cool. Good job on getting through it. Big party, make sure you treat yourself to something nice. Suddenly bumped the car door into my friend's car. Now he wants the entire fender replaced because of one tiny bump. I'm not gonna lie to you, right? And people can call me bitchy for this if they would like. Honestly to God, it sounds like you need a new group of friends. Because these people, to me, in my head, with my definition of friend, do not sound like friends. Let me just... Let's not, place names on people that might not want their names to be placed there, okay? Starting to question the friend group yourself? Honestly, just from the conversation we had last stream too, it just sounds pretty shit, I'm not gonna lie. Never be friends with car people? I feel like I've known my fair share of car people, and they are not like... They've never been this cunty, at least that I've seen. Dude, I wonder what happened. It sounds like everything has just kind of been flipped on its head. liable as a car guy? Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know car guys had that kind of stereotype. It's 15 years old. The cost would, yeah, no, I would just tell them to go fuck themselves. Yeah, just tell them to go fuck themselves. if you're not feeling confident enough, you can send them a clip of me saying that. I don't know if they would take me very seriously though, considering I'm an anime girl on the internet. Yeah, every hobby does have its strand of bad eggs. Every anime girl on the internet tells the truth and only the truth. I wouldn't go that far. There's quite a few anime girls I would personally not like to associate with, nor believe in utterance of whatever they say. I understand you're making a joke. I should probably just have left it at that. We shouldn't rely on you for all advice and wisdom learning. I mean, you can if you want. I'm not your dad, but I won't take any responsibility if it fucks your life up. Yeah, unreasonable is probably a nicer term than I would have used. We can go with that. They are being very unreasonable. I don't know what the fuck Autumn's talking about. She's the father of my child. Is certainly a sentence. You just paid it and moved on? Aw, man. You know, I'm not gonna question your decisions. You do whatever is comfortable for you at the time. I'm not here to make anyone feel shame for whatever reason. But I would have gone violent, so... Crazy. Damn, there's a lot of fucking people yapping about the... Like, over the past, 2 weeks... Now, I know Twitter is a cesspool. I'm very well aware that Twitter has always been a cesspool, right? But Lord have fucking mercy. People cannot be happy lately. People have to be angry about everything. Saw it with a bunch of the games that have been announced recently, especially games like God of War and all that sort of shit. But the new Overwatch hero that got released, well, not released, but showcased yesterday it's just getting so much fucking hate. Everyone has got something nasty to say. And people just are unable to feel happy about something. We must stockpile on it. I don't know. I'm so confused. I don't know what Ray's talking about either. I think VTubers just lie. Putting all my life's worth into pistachio stocks, I wish I could do that. I think she looks amazing. Her vibe is amazing. So I will TLDR. I won't get too much into a conversation about it, but for those of you that are not in the loop, there is an Overwatch hero that has just been released. I think she is supposed to be an Omnic, but she looks... Honestly, I think she looks really cool. But because she doesn't look like Zenyatta or Ramattra, everyone's up in arms and being like, how dare they make her look like that, and I think it's like, oh, this is a really boring design and shit like that, and I'm so confused. Like, I think she looks really cool. I don't know why people are just unnecessarily hating. Like, I just... Whatever. I think the biggest thing that pisses me off is the whole goon bait shit. Why are we just throwing that word around? Just because you find something attractive or someone finds something attractive, why are we calling it goon bait? Fuck off. The same thing is being said about Locke right now. Not that he's goon bait. So League of Legends is also releasing a new champion, Locke. And people are like fucking so upset because they're like, oh, he's too jokey. He looks so bland. He's like got a humor and personality. Like, oh, he's making jokes even though these monsters are like, you know, fucking eldritch beings everyone should be terrified of. I'm like, bro, what? What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Slop and bait got misappropriated? Yeah, it's just tiring. It's just fucking tiring. Dunking on people's happiness and joy is the most loserest of loser behaviors, so dumping on Blizzard is a fair game. Well, I don't know if, you know, like... I don't know, I'm just tired of it. I am just tired of it. There are quite a few designs that I would personally call boring in Overwatch, but the Xion is not one of them. I hate Locke because his kit looks extremely boring. Other people hate him because of looks and lore. We are not the same. I don't know. For me, Locke came across as just some smarmy monster hunter that is, you know, Vayne is very serious and and Locke is kind of a bit more comedic relief, which honestly I think is very appealing, you know, but can't have that. I just seen a tweet that's like, quote, retweeting some of the hate that says, have you people ever had a real problem in your life? I think that is pretty much a good way to say it. She's an Omnic with human features. I wonder if they're going to use her as a bridge between Talon and the Omnics. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I know anything about Overwatch lore, but the most interesting thing that I saw is people saying, oh, you know, obviously Omnics don't get treated very well, so maybe she's trying to make herself look more human to be respected more, or yada yada yada. But people are just too quick to jump the gun. They're like, oh my god, like, she's a robot, she has boobies, how dare she? And it's like, why is that such a big deal? I think that you making a big deal of that in itself is, you know, kind of ruining your point about who is doing the objectifying here, because you're the one highlighting it and being arsed over it, if that makes sense. His abilities are so bland and recycled from other characters. They're probably running out of ideas. I mean, he's the only champion getting released this year, so... Negative defaultism. That's a pretty good term. I like that. We should normalize that term. We should normalize that term. It's not anatomically correct. I think it's like the comparison is like because, oh, well, you know, Zenyatta doesn't have boobs. And it's like, well, okay, cool. Fuck it, give him some. But it's just, the fact that you're circling in on that is, to me, it's contradictory. No one else is talking about that, but you are. you're bringing attention to it and being like, oh, why is she gotta have this if she's just a robot? It's a stylistic choice. Like, come on. Was he at the also floats? Are we gonna complain that Zenyatta looks like a typical monk? But he's a robot, you know what I mean? I don't know. I think people are jumping the gun way too quickly. All you've seen is an animated, like, short with her in it. No one's seen, like, any, like, abilities or any extensive lore or anything like that. They've seen a short and they've called it a day and said, I'm going to hate on this because it's not what I wanted. Hello, Pinkrow. How's it going? Pussy Argonian maid. Oh my god. I don't know. How are you not bored? How are you not bored of hating? They showed off Cyclops from Marvel Rivals. I didn't want another DPS, to be fair. I do hate that. I mean, that's an entirely different point, though. So, that's completely valid if you wanted another tank or another support or something like that and you didn't want another DPS. It's all good. People complaining she has the same Arglas figure as 90% of Overwatch women or something else. They're complaining because she's supposed to be an Omnic, but she doesn't look like a typical Omnic because she has all of these human features. The one thing I will say is it's a bit weird that she has like a mouth and she has teeth and a tongue when she doesn't use her mouth to speak. But that could be a design choice. Like, at the end of the day, if it's just they put that in there with no thoughts to her lore or her background, that's fair enough. But we don't know that. Nobody knows it. It's all just baseless hate. Baseless hate and rage. Hello, Viper. How's it going? Turn Torb into a support, make me a tank. May should be a tank, personally. I don't know about Torb being a support. I'm okay, thank you for asking. Noise! Zenyatta with the boobs, they should give some to Ram too. Why the fuck not? Everyone gets boobs, I guess, if it's that big of a deal. But you guys completely understand what I mean, right? When you're focusing on something like that, you are being the one that is objectifying. No one else said anything. You're the one... I know Torb used to drop armor packs, but he doesn't do that anymore. Mizuki fans are starving. Mizuki... Honestly, I will say Cat too, because, like, okay, it's not fair. Cat got fucking 2 skins that are exclusive to buying coins, you know? You'll have some, everyone gets boobs, why the fuck not? Oi! Oi! Hello, Steven, how's it going? Boob heart. I don't know. I am like I'm just tired. Does anyone play Emre? I like Emre. But I don't play him, I just think he's cute. Once again, did you know that Emre's voice actor is the same voice actor as Hayali from the Hunt Showdown video? This Japanese ad that was going around that showed 3 skirts that were the same. What's the difference between the 3 and the fact that people trying to point out the length was a clear indication about what they were trying to say? Look, that's all I'm saying though. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying that people are very performative. And in them being performative, they're causing a lot more harm rather than what they think they're doing, which is fixing things, which they're not. Emery is well known among boy enjoyers. Never heard of Hunt Showdown. Second Genji mythic? Yeah, I don't know about that. I do wish they would stop making second fucking mythics for champions that already have them and start making mythics for champs that don't have them. You don't mind another Genji skin? It's just that it doesn't affect you really, does it? Because you're gonna have 2, but you know. Mizuki and Anran stand up because of their unique weapons. Emery, personally, I never noticed him being played until Sierra suddenly pulls out a glowing pistol. I think for me, it's if I were to make I'm not sure what you would change with Emery to give him a bit more of an identity, but I would probably, you know, have it more. His ult is the only time where he has the robot, the AI takeover, right? I think like it would have been nicer to incorporate some more of that split personality through his kit. Honestly, with the addition of the perks, you could have even potentially gotten, you know, some sort of Kane shit going on where you have to essentially pick, are you going to be more human or are you going to be more robot? Oh, Ichi, how's it going? You know what I mean? He's a dog shit with his ult. Me too. Me too. Ugh. It's so peak for an idea, yeah. Thank you. Blizzard, hire me, maybe. Actually, you know what? Don't. Just pay me. And take the idea. I'm not sure I want to be hired by you. Hello, Sag, how's it going? I'm sorry to hear it's going kind of meh. Maybe you need to put one of your cookies in the oven. Have some of those. I think what I'm trying to say is they could do a lot more with the perks than they realize. chilling, we're chilling. It's a good shout. Fuck yeah. Here's some cookies. Cookies sound good. They could do something more creative than 30% lifesteal on ult. Alright, buddy, no one cares about Genji. Just go enjoy your skin. He's just a Master Chief with Androx's ult. Yeah, you go enjoy your second mythic. Go get your wallet for Daddy Blizzard. Am I paying Blizzard for your skins technically? Oh my god. Ah, fuck. Get it from the pass? And how do you get the pass? Hello, Jerby. How's it going? Get it for free for the leftover coins from last pass. You have more restraint than me. I love cosmetics. It's such a big weakness of mine. We're chilling here, we're chilling. Hopefully get some rest. Oh, Ghost is in. Oh, no, he is. Ghost, what are you doing? God, he's such a silly cat. I love him. Baldur's Gate but violence? What do you mean Baldur's Gate but violence? Baldur's Gate has violence in it. Hate the Arrivals pass. Only gives half of what you need. You still need to spend $5 to get the next pass. Well, Overwatch doesn't either. You know what game does? Well, no, actually, technically, the pass doesn't give you... So the way that Hunt works is the pass doesn't give you enough back on its own, but the challenges do. But you have to do the challenges to complete the pass anyway, so technically, I guess it does, in a way. Unless they changed it. I'm sure someone can let me know if they did. You should play Hunt Showdown. If you want to play Hunt Showdown, no one is stopping you. Baldur's Gate of Violence is the same as Chai Tea. Warhammer, everything is out to kill you. I mean, you kill enough people in Baldur's Gate and everything becomes, you know, out to kill you. Oh, you really want to do drives? If we do drives, it can't be during stream because I'm banned from Overwatch during stream until I get my backlog done. I need my girly pop drive flare. It is a self-imposed ban. Yeah, I know. Oh, wait, you're replying to Jerby. I don't read chat. Forgive me. You should know this. Read the... No! I can't see. What's the backlog anyway? So I have to finish... we're gonna have to finish Soup. Then I have to do chapter 3 of Deltarune. And then chapter 4. Chapter 3 should be a speedrun anyway because I've played it. I just need to get the stuff on my new save. Then we need to play chapter 4 in time for chapter 5 coming out in 2 weeks. I have the Pokemon Nuzlocke that I need to finish. Now, Snowy did suggest something pretty good to help kind of entice me to finish that and maybe have someone who actually knows the game and knows what I should be doing. Maybe sat in a call kind of backseating me to kind of help push things along because it does, the exhaustion just comes from trying to fucking figure everything out. And then I have to do Enter the Dragonfly as well. Not the backseat, it's like consensual backseating. Although, there was also another idea I saw on someone else's channel where they, because you know how you can have channel point rewards, but they're not channel points, they're bits. I think they're called power-ups now. I considered making one of those for backseating, where you guys pay money and you get to say one backseat. But if you don't pay anything and you backseat, you probably just get banned, so... Basically a Pokemon coach. Best of luck with your paperwork. Heinz, thank you for the like. Yeah, it's an allowed backseat because it would be actively sat in a call with me. We can trade into the Dragonfly for some League Overwatch. Well, when I'm down to like playing the last game, I think it would be okay to have it broken up by then, but I need to make sure I get to that point first, so. I also need to figure out who I would invite to backseat me, because they need to be obviously available and know what I'm doing. You could take a few days off. I wouldn't play drives on stream, because I would say some not so nice things. If you didn't know what drives is in Overwatch, drives is a name badge flare that you get for playing competitive mode. You have to get wins in a row. It is like a system where you win, you get points, you lose some points. And there's like 5 tiers of the name, right? 5? Is it 5? Obviously you want to try and get all of them because it'll last till the next set of drives. And ranked makes me turn into a person that you guys probably don't deserve to see, so... Twitch checking, guys, you would never lie. I don't have a problem with that, with you guys backseating me during Pokemon, but, you know, you guys do like to lurk, and I don't want to interrupt that, and I don't want anyone feeling that they have to be obligated to be watching the stream at all times in case I have a question. And if there is no one available at the time to chat, when I do have the question, I'm just gonna have to go back to searching it anyway, so ideally I would get someone who is available to be kind of dedicated in a hot seat, as it were, maybe. Me, when she says mean things to me, I'm not swapping off Genji when enemy has 5 beams. See, See, the problem doesn't lie within you not swapping off of Genji when the enemy team has 5 beans. It's you not swapping off Genji when the enemy team has 5 beans, and then you spend the whole time complaining that you can't do anything, and you're very self-aware that you're unable to really do anything as Genji, but you will still play Genji. And then I'm just confused because you're not having a good time, so why are you still playing Genji? I appreciate it, Bread Boy. Thank you very much for that. We'll be hot seating the Nuzlocke. I'd love to backseat you in something other than Overwatch and Pokemon because I would be useless there. That's very sweet of you, Ray. I never do that though, do I? Yeah. Right. Of course, that was just a hypothetical situation. It's a wonder how I have friends, honestly. I'm tired from Overwatch. Are you still late on? Hi. Oh, you're so warm. Let's tuck you in. I love this cat. You have a grudge against my main in both Overwatch and League and I simply can't win? No. No, because I'm a petty bitch. But it's for 2 different reasons. I just hate all Genji players in general because they all play bad. But for Rengar, I just hate being one-shot by him. You comfy? I love you. He's so tired, he's never slept in his life. Honestly, Overwatch been low-key making me a bit salty lately anyway, because I love playing Ana, but God help me, I'm fucking dog shit on her. All I know how to play is Lifeweaver. Hello, Jeffy. How's it going? You're great. He's so sleepy and he's so warm and soft. And a training arc. Honestly, I think the biggest issue I have with Ana, outside of not being able to aim, because that's just a thing across all champions or heroes or whatever you want to call them, is positioning. Where the fuck do I stand? Hell will consistently outperform every other support in the lobby and continue to call herself dog shit? Look, Ana is just, it's a struggle point for me. I want to play Ana all of the time, but I cannot. I cannot. I can pull off a more consistent Lifeweaver though. Lifeweaver is you can do some crazy shit on that hero. Telling ya, like Overwatch will need to take my money if they do release the that skin that I want. You love playing with Ana for no particular reason, I see. The thing is I can give you all of the stims that you want with Ana, but I will not be able to heal you. There within lies the problem. There is like an Ana creator, it's like 1500 hours on Ana that pops up on my feed from time to time, and like she is fucking insane. And I wish I had a fraction of her power. But But I guess just over time you learn these things. Whenever I see people asking for advice on Overwatch, it's always, you're just gonna have to keep playing and learning. It's the way that you learn. Click heads, don't miss. It's so difficult though, especially when they're going really fast. She can't crit? You can take the thing though. There's a perk for it. Stay near cover, never go out in the open. This is almost impossible when you have Winter on Reinhardt. Thank you for the lurk, Ray. Appreciate you stopping by. Sleep well. And thank you for the self-care check. Cute thing. You're fine on Domina. Domina's a lot of fun, honestly. I do like Domina. Yeah, Domina is really fun. Maugi is fun, you just never die. That's crazy. I wonder why you never die. Wow, that's insane. Dude, whenever there's a person that knows remotely how to play Hazard, it is the worst thing ever. Hello, Angry. How's it going? Balance patch notes. Oh yeah, patch notes are probably something I'm gonna have to pay attention to. For Kiri enough. Kiri is a bit insane, isn't she? dog shit at her as well, like, but... Oh, can I help you? He's getting comfy. Hello, Strange Love. Thank you for the 20 stream streak. How's it going? It's a shame they're cutting it off, right? I never was saying, wow, this is what we wanted, and now you're doing it when you're killing the game. Fantastic. I wonder if it's like a social experiment. Your top 3 most hated heroes? Really? Kiri? The other 2 like Zarya and Mei? I fucking hate Zarya. Maybe it's just because I'm not aware. I'm too fucking piss low to understand how you're supposed to punish that hero. And Mei is just annoying. Sony might need to what? Sony don't have to do that. Please don't do that, Sony. Suzu's ability made up by Satan. Look, things have to have counterplay, okay? Suzu just counterplays a lot. What are you doing poking your head out? You're so tired. It's okay. It counterplays everything. Meanwhile, let's take a look at Sea of Thieves. What's the player count looking like for that? $7,600 players. 9K peak. Dude, Sea of Thieves is fucking dying. And I know this is just Steam only, right? Is Custom Seas out now, or...? I love my cat. He's such a cutie. Bless you. Gray, hello! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. I'm gonna send you over the raid video, so please enjoy that.
Hello raiders. If you feel this stream isn't for you, or you have to leave for other things, don't worry about it. No one's going to chase after you, or hold any grudges. But if you feel like staying, then I hope you enjoy it here.
Hello, my name's Hel. I'm a PI Crow, private investigator by day. Oh, she's dead. Paranormal investigator at night.
Hands off, Galamar.
That cat just spoke real life words to me. Pago illustrator at sunrises and sunsets. Sorry, I got something in my eye. Alright, I will never do that again. We're fucking gaming. Let's fucking go!
Eat it. Eat this one as well.
Why are you feeding them?
What the fuck is it?
No! Hello! Welcome in, raiders. Great, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a lovely time playing Our Home My Keeper. I think that is something I have heard of before. Please do feel free to let us know what you got up to. Or don't. If you want to go rest and stuff, that's completely fine as well. I understand. You just got done streaming. You might be tired. You might not want to be chatting. All good here. For anyone that is new, hello, I'm Hel. I won't yap too much about myself because the raid video is supposed to do that for me, but right now we are just chatting. We were talking about games, I suppose, in general. We're just looking at some player counts and whatnot. We were talking about some design stuff earlier. We're gonna probably soon start playing Road to Empress 2, and then we are gonna have some game time with Autumn later on. Toodle Doodles and Zilkir and Narius, thank you both so much for the follows. Welcome to the Moida. I hope you enjoy your stay. I know lots of Corvid VTubers and they're all very cute. Got to hear you added this. Yeah, this is your playlist, so of course I'm gonna add it. I think I've caught up to let me double check. Yeah, I caught up with adding everyone's playlist stuff. Yeah. Should cat beg for any amount of cheese, dairy, or carbs too? No, he doesn't care for cheese. He likes salad cream, but he can't eat salad cream because it's got vinegar in it. I'll make him sick. Hello, Goat. Where's soup? I mean, we can play soup now. You guys ready for some soup? We can do that. Soup? Okay, right. We get your fucking soup. Jesus Christ. To get to your omelet? Nah, Ghost is always really good around food. Always been really good around food. Yeah, I think you told me about that one before. Oh my god, why is it playing through my speakers? Stop. It's gonna be so loud. Please behave. There we go. Yeah, no worries, Gray. So you're feeling faint. Hopefully you can get some good rest. Thank you again for the raid. I do appreciate you trusting your community with me. It means a lot. Yellow curry? She knows what she likes. Alright, it's soup time. Oh, I could go get my lunch now. I could eat while I'm playing soup so that I don't have to BRB for too long, while setting up with Autumn. Heronix? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moida. Hope you enjoy your stay. Are you guys ready for some soup? Soup for the soup gods. Alright, 1 second. Let's see, Road to Supras. Okay. So I think we just finished off on a chapter, actually. Head to claiming the Empress's throne. Okay. Okay, we looked at all of this last time, right? Fucking Lee Tires. Away for good now.
永徽5年，李治亲谒昭陵，拜殿先帝，以圣朝礼法，河宫上下皆须随行，以示悼念之心。当时的你还不知道，你和整个王朝的命运都会在此行发生巨变。
爱呀！
去昭陵的路又陡又远，主子，你没事吧？主子带小柚子。
Oh right, I'm pregnant
还
again.
允许奴婢坐马车呢。
小柚子，这话你这一路上都说了多少遍了？
主子就是最好的主子。
徐婕妤，你没事吧？有没有受伤？外面怎么了？
禀昭仪，徐婕妤的车坏了。
婕妤，奴婢去喊人来修车。
不必了，拜谒先帝要紧，我这就去恳请陛下恩准，入圣驾随行。
Come ride with me.
敏慧，来我车上吧。
方便吗？
来吧。
多谢吴姐姐。
敏慧今日身上的香味很特别，
是皇后为敏慧调的安神香，敏慧很喜欢。姐姐，敏慧好期待姐姐的孩子出生。
Oh shit!
可以带
I'm getting +1 poison! Are you kidding
姐姐
me?
更希望这一胎是小公主还是小皇子啊？
是男是女都好。
Oh no.
侍卫，慢点走。主子，
姐姐，还有多久能到？
还要2个
Fuck's
时辰。
sake.
主子，
马车快停下！
主子别怕，奴婢这就去禀告陛下。陛下，昭仪肚子疼得厉害。
胡姐姐，
昭儿，昭儿，你怎么手都在发抖啊？传旨，全体车队就地休整。是。
陛下，昭儿已经好多了，不要因为昭儿耽误了祭祀。陛下继续前进，昭儿休整片刻，随后就到。
是，
陛下，若是为了昭仪而不能及时赶到昭陵，误了先帝的吉时，此乃礼法之大不敬，不仅朝中非议，更供天下人侧目，万万不可
So
呀！
I should have let her
可是
rode with the emperor?
妾愿意留下来照顾昭仪。去吧，祭祀重要，快去吧。
刘精锐保护昭仪。是。
This is a bad ending, right?
胡姐姐，吴姐姐，
主子，你好些了吗？
小柚子，你快去取些水来。
哦，好。
That's not good.
血！
小柚子，我快伤了，你快去找人！
快，去最近的村子，快！主子，马上就能到稳婆家了。
Well then. Hello, awesome. How's it going?
小柚子，到了，快扶吴姐姐下来。
主子，慢点，快到了，主子。
Does she know?
哎呀，怎么流了那么多血啊？快去那边屋里拿些干净布来。
小柚子，快去啊！
哦，好。
慢点。
难产了。
I don't like the way she was looking there. Did she know? I thought maybe she didn't. I thought maybe she wasn't aware, but okay. I guess we gotta tell her to fuck off.
主子，坐稳了。侍卫，慢点走。主子
What the fuck?
多久能到？
赵一问还有多久能到？
大概还要2个时辰。
主子，主子，你没事吗？停下，快停下！奴婢这就去禀告陛下。陛下，赵姨肚子疼得厉害。赵儿，赵儿，你怎么流这么多冷汗？
吴姐姐，你怎么样？
This is not the same thing. Tell her to fuck off.
全体车队就地休整。是。
陛下，昭儿已经好多了，不要因为昭儿耽误了祭祀。陛下继续前进，昭儿休整片刻，随后就到。
是陛下，若是为了昭仪而不能及时赶到昭陵，误了先帝的吉时，此乃礼法之大不敬，不仅朝中非议，更供天下人侧目，万万不可呀！
可是，
陛下，妾愿意留下来照顾昭仪。去吧，祭祀重要，快去吧。
刘精锐保护昭仪。是。
The perpetual stews are like the cursed-looking ones, where people just keep adding things every time, right?
小柚子，你快去取些水来。
哦，好。主子，血！
小柚子，我快生了，你快去找人！
快，去最近的村子，快！
Honestly, if you're safe with it and you're purposeful with it, I can't see why it would be bad.
小柚子，到了，快扶吴姐姐下来。
主子，慢点，快到了，主子。
Yeah, they're totally they're aware.
怎么流了那么多血啊？快去那边屋里拿些干净布来。
小柚子，快去啊！
哦，好。
哎，姑娘。
部长来了，部长来了，部长来了，
给我吧。哎，小柚子，妇人生产，你一个男人进来干嘛？
奴婢也不算男人啊，万一出什么事，我也要帮忙啊。
那好，你快去给吴姐姐烧些热水来。
She's so sus.
姑娘，再坚持一下啊！哎呀，不给我吧，我得赶紧接生了。胎位不正又早产啊，一不小心便母子性命难保啊！
混婆，姐姐和孩子的命就交给你了。
What is going on?
这胎位不正，又是未足月早产啊，还是凶多吉少啊！凶多吉少。
这个本婆神情蹊跷，她有问题。
姑娘，姑娘用力啊！姑娘。
Do we threaten, bribe, or lightly bribe?
姑娘用力啊
Fuck it, let's threaten.
你若是不好好给我接生，我便让陛下诛你九族。
陛下，你是皇妃。
魂魄，让他难产而死，对你来说应该
什么？这
Oh, she's fucking aware.
车送来的，一看就是宫里的贵人，老身哪儿敢呢？
他只是一个出身低位之人，我才是宫中的贵人。你放心，事成之后，我会让你全家。
Oh shit. Maybe threatening was the right way. Like.
谢过贵人。
温婆，姐姐和孩子的命就全靠你了。
I knew something sus had gone on here.
我是赵姨，临行前只有在门外，若是没有母子平安，会让你全族饥渴，去见阎王。
小人不敢，小人不敢啊！
若不能保吴姐姐平安，我定叫你不得好死。
小人不敢，小人一定给贵人好好接生。
水来了！
我来。
菩萨保佑！
Aw,
保佑！
he's such a sweetheart.
使劲，用力！使劲啊！使劲！用力！再使劲！使点劲儿啊，贵人！
Oh shit. Push! Push!
使劲啊！来，使劲啊！出来了！
主子，
See, I thought she would be none the wiser, but I guess she is fucking not like her sister at all.
赵姨诞下了一个小公主。
Not the pregnancy quick time event. Oh, what are you doing?
恭喜皇妃生了个小公主，这是天大的喜事啊！
吴姐姐，我们去给你熬点粥吧。
Had a baby before as well.
姑娘，方才的确没机会下手，而且房里那位是昭仪，老身怎么敢？
没关系，
我去盛粥啊。
废除妖妃武士，皇后庭安宁。切记，不要让老夫和你父亲、你的全族对你失望。
All right, I forgot this happened before. No.
什么声音？
Oh no, the wee kid's gonna fucking die, isn't he? No.
主子，不好了，外面有山贼！
山贼，离圣安这么近的地方，怎么会有山贼？
来了很多人，他们身上根本不是普通的山贼，这回不知能招架多久。主子，我们现在该怎么办？
We gotta take the risk. We can't hide in the wardrobe. The baby's gonna fucking cry. I already know the baby's gonna fucking cry. Don't you fucking dare! You leave him alone! Okay, let's go. Let's get the fuck out of here. Oh, for fuck's sake. Go away! You know, for having just given birth, she's pretty fucking nimble, eh? Oh, it's him. Oh, he came. Oh, what? Oh!
这儿没事，你回来了，祭祀怎么办？
刚去昭陵的路上，我心里总觉得不安。还好我回来找你了，还好，祭祀之事你放心。
我姐姐小心！
来人，快带徐婕妤治伤。
多谢陛下，我姐姐没事就好。
徐婕妤，我带你治伤吧。前院那些人全。
Okay, what happened to the old women?
山贼岂会有这样的手段？那些人分明是死士。方才小柚子打晕的这个山贼，麻烦凌校尉带回去好好审问。
记得把他藏毒的牙齿先拔了。是。
传出消息，偷袭逆贼已被擒获了一活口。
He chewed that blood packet. They got poison in their teeth apparently. You know what? Maybe he's not so bad after all.
眉眼多像你。赵儿，给他取个名字吧。
他在父皇的庇佑下绝处逢生，今后必是吉人天下。希望他以后平安顺遂，福寿康宁，便叫他安宁吧。
安宁。
安宁。
赵儿，山贼之事我会命人彻查，定会给你个交代。
Are we just gonna ignore the fact that
彻查此案，求陛下应允。
the maid got fucking sliced and diced too? Maid, not maid, that woman, that poor midwife.
陛下，徐婕妤伤口溃烂，血瘀化脓，现在一直高热不退啊。
那日多亏了他救你，我先去看看。
I mean, that's kind of fucked up. She did help us.
小柚子，你拼了命的那般护我，你没受伤吧？
哎，主子放心，小柚子我可灵活着呢，我幼时还练过呢，一点伤没受。主子没事，小柚子就没事。
还好主子母子平安。徐婕妤是长孙太尉和皇后的人，此次遇刺，定与他们脱不了干系。
她终究不是徐姐姐。
主子，我们该怎么办？
Oh, decision making time. Keep her around there, make her disappear. She's very tender. I think we have to keep her around. I feel like if we make her disappear, it's gonna get tied back to us.
主子，这是为何？
她毕竟是徐慧的妹妹，况且昭陵之事与徐敏慧之间的关系尚无实证。至少在外人眼里，她还是为了救我才受伤的，所以暂时别动她。
西西明白了，
那些死士实在无用，竟能让一个刚生产的妇人逃了去。还有那徐敏慧也是个废物。莫影，你养的人真是让本宫失望。你可知这是多大的隐患？竟被活捉！
皇后恕罪，武士原本绝无生机，可谁知陛下竟中途折返，前去保护昭仪。
We're not playing chess, we're playing a different game. I can't remember what it was called though. I know what you mean, but it's the... what the fuck was it with the... She keeps moving those pieces. Maybe someone else will know.
他们竟欲图昭儿性命，此事交予你严查，用一切手段，让那山贼尽快说真话。是。还有，命中书省草拟诏书，封昭儿为臣妃。 为四妃之上，为同父后。
Oh shit!
昭陵外的变故斗士
The black and white ones. Shogi, no, it's not Shogi is Japanese. I think they are playing like a Chinese
主子，
game.
陛下想封你为臣妃。我曾听你和陛下提起过，不喜贵淑得衔四妃封号对女子的规训。那这“臣”字有何深意啊？
浩瀚辽阔，自在无数。
哦，简直胆大包天！ 连后宫之事都要横加干涉，
你在这里候着。
一个臣妃之位， 这如何封不得？赵儿，你来了。
下去吧。
别看。
无妨。
I don't know what it's called.
一点破度，陛下与太子进封。
Shanky? Shanky? Oh yeah, it might be, but she's using like different pieces. What is this, like Chinese chess?
陛下想封赵儿为臣妃，赵儿感念在怀。只是陛下，在赵儿心中，陛下对赵儿的心。 远重于臣妃之位。
赵儿
I shall become the empress.
既然他们不让我做臣妃，那我便做皇后吧。
Become the empress. Okay. Let's get down to business to defeat the bitch.
做了昭仪还不够，如今竟想做臣妃，明日还要当皇后不成？皇后息怒。
皇后，萧淑妃求见。
让开！窃听皇后在。你来做什么？
See, listen, this wouldn't have been a problem if you hadn't just fucking meddled with her.
你们还不退下吗？
They're both gonna work against me.
是来请罪的。
You could have just moved backwards a little bit.
妾从前不懂事，仗着自己年轻貌美，又深得陛下宠爱，做了许多冒犯皇后的事。可皇后从未和妾计较。如今看来，是因为皇后也实在没有办法。
未曾想妹妹生的悦目，说话竟然如此，可见上天还真是公平。
妾如今和皇后一样，失了陛下的宠爱，何谈立足之地呀？
淑妃的位置是你的，皇后的位置是我的，她不曾占了你我二人之位。
皇后怎么还自欺欺人呢？武媚娘如今如日中天，她真的能安分守己，只要一个昭仪之位吗？若是你我再如从前那般各自为政，恐怕她武媚娘就要坐受渔翁之利了。
你说的没错。
Can we please the Empress? Can we +1 the Empress, please?
日后，你依旧是淑妃，我依旧是皇后。
能与皇后携手，妹妹求之不得呢。
禀主子，齐心姑娘传言，说前日萧淑妃拜访立正殿，恐已与皇后结盟。
萧淑妃，看来他们已然坐立不安。你随本宫去看看，那死尸审得如何了？凌霄，怎么样了？
碰到个硬骨头，不仅不肯开口，还一直试图自枪。
Hi Sparkle, how you
指
doing?
认他的主子王皇后。
是。
I don't think a single drop of that landed on him.
臭娘们儿，把老子给放了！
凌霄。
Ooh, what kind of burger?
好啊，放了你算什么难事？只可惜，皇后派来的人已经全部死绝了，唯独活了你一个。若你完好无损的回去，你觉得 他是会杀了你，还是会留着你？
I mean, that doesn't make sense. He was prepared to poison himself.
说什么呀？老子是山贼，不是什么皇后蝗虫的。
I don't think he cares about this or this. Should we go for this? Family aspect. Thank you for the lyric trash
我
can.
刚得知，你的全族人皆被你的主子
McDonald's. Oh, there's a special for the World Cup. I see. They make the burger bun into a football.
老子从小就是。
Fuck, he's no family.
怎么就这点伎俩，还想诓老子
？Shit. Actually, she's dead.
王皇后暗中派人刺杀昭仪，陛下震怒，早已废后，关入天牢。前几日，她已在牢内畏罪自尽了。你这样死扛着，又有什么意义呢？
什么皇后？后宫之人，老子不认识。
Fucking okay, fine. You've been poisoned. I feel like this should be the most unlikely option.
你已中了我的剧毒，若无解药，你活不过3日。
I don't get why we're playing with his life would make sense when he was a way to fucking poison himself anywhere.
身上有没有毒，老子能不知道？
继续打。
Oh, we were supposed to just take the L.
还撬不开他的嘴。
不能把希望都寄托在他一人身上，更不能再由着他耗下去。如今，我们该设法让皇后乱了阵脚。只要她有所行动，对我们而言
，performative poisoning, yeah.
昭仪需要我做什么？
Leak that the assassin has confessed. But she's just gonna be like, oh, there's no... The assassin being dead would be the best option for her. And she already knows that the assassin has been taken prisoner. So maybe you have to leak that it's confessed. Hello, Tammy.
按兵不动，是因为笃定此事不会开口。那便让他觉得这山贼已然认罪招供。
可此事该由谁透露给皇后更为可信？
CA Shao rumors. I think it should be rumors. It's either rumors or the sun. It wouldn't be Shao. Fuck it, we'll go for the wee child.
孩子的话，向来是最易被人相信的。
Yeah, but the thing is the wee kid gonna be like, what?
前几日寻了几只好看的风筝，想送给素洁。素洁要不要去我那儿取啊？
好耶，多谢武昭仪。
走吧。
武昭仪，素洁好久没见到你了，都去哪里玩了？
我在审问犯人。
犯人？
不过是出宫途中遇到几个扮成山贼的刺客，只要稍加审讯。 便会供出幕后主使。
刺客，刺客是什么呀？刺猬的客人吗
？Oh, never mind. Didn't work because the kid fucking had no clue. Okay, we gotta do rumors then, I suppose. Mission failed. We'll get him next time. Okay, I don't think Shao would be the proper one though, because they are like, yeah, why would I believe you or whatever.
皇后，宫中流言成灾，我们该不该？
不过是那武士撬不开死士的嘴，便想设局使诈，让我们自乱阵脚。
So it is Shao. This doesn't make any sense.
武士跳梁小丑。 怎么能瞒得过皇后的发言？
找几个乱说话的工人出来严惩，流言自然便会逐渐平息。
God damn it. Hello, Jet. How you doing? God fucking fine. We'll tell Lu Zhao.
或许可以好好利用一下皇后的新盟友萧淑妃。我与萧淑妃芥蒂颇深，该如何做，才可以让她跟我好好说说话？
I feel like we have to show hostility. I feel like kindness is like the obvious answer.
Wu 姐姐。
来了，淑妃，这是
吴姐姐，
你位列四妃，怎能跪我？快扶起来！
当年舒儿仗着陛下恩宠，在姐姐初入宫时多有折辱，这些时日闭门思过，每每想起，都悔恨难当。如今陛下欲封姐姐为宸妃，姐姐的前途不可限量。 妹妹日夜为从前做过的错事胆战心惊，夜不能寐。姐姐，你能原谅舒儿吗？
No. Are we raising her?
快起来！
I mean, like.
妹妹言重了，那些都是陈年旧事了。
吴姐姐，多谢姐姐仁慈，往后还求姐姐庇护。
快来坐。
今日妹妹和姐姐一叙，方知从前是我肤浅了，未曾想姐姐竟是这般事。
Hello, Delta. How you doing?
妹妹和吴姐姐真是相交恨晚啊！啊，这天色也不早了，妹妹就先回去了。
主子，这个萧淑妃真的会上钩吗？
你没看她脑门上写着5个字吗？
Hello, Thorgram. How's it
萧淑
going?
妃脑门上有字啊？
她的脑门上不是个人写的“我要送人头”这5个字吗？
此后，萧淑妃常常来找你，对你百般讨好，与你无话不谈。在和宫眼中，你以放下芥蒂。 与萧淑妃化敌为友，这让萧淑妃很是庆幸，深觉自己逃过一劫。
We're just girlies.
淑妃之位。
That sounds really good.
今日的桂花羹很是不错，淑妃也尝一尝。
Oh, this man,
真是好喝。
主子，主子，那人招了。
淑妃不是外人，有话直说。
是主子，那天在昭陵途中刺杀主子的人招了。
幕后之人是谁？
是皇后。
皇后竟然如此歹毒，这人简直太可恶了。
有这等事？
皇后。
Stupid bitch.
妹妹切莫自乱阵脚，此事事关重大。
We got to eat the soup and live.
真的是因为他信任你吗？还是另有图谋？
Ah, fuck, she's onto me.
来，喝杯茶吧。
皇后筹谋，妹妹佩服。
Fuck! It was too obvious. God fucking damn it. Dude, the Empress would actually be so goated in fucking Among Us, actually. I think she'd be really, really good at it.
跟了本宫这么久，怎么还是这般冒失？外人面前如此口无遮拦。
奴婢知错了。
啊，时候不早了，吴姐姐，舒儿今日还要去陪素洁玩，便先告退了。
妹妹不再多留一会儿吗？
哦，不留了。你知道的，我若是不去陪那个小太岁啊，他定是要闹的。
好好好。你怎么回事啊？
奴婢一时情急，未曾注意淑妃还在这里。主子，现在如何是好？
罢了，你只说了一句，他猜不出什么。幕后之人是谁？
Oh. What does this option do?
是皇后和萧淑妃合谋。
既然是他们，也好，如此一来，这宫中碍眼之人便一同除去了。
有这等事？
皇后，妾绝无虚言。
妹妹切莫自乱阵脚。若那武士真令人攀咬你我，如此昭然若揭的陷害，
Fuck.
只会令他作茧自。
God damn it. Okay, it's not that. My bad. Outsmarted again. Told you should be goaded at Among Us.
此事事关龙嗣，我定要让陛下废了皇后。
若皇后不保，这武媚娘在这后宫一手掌控，后果不堪设想。
鱼儿上钩，有这等事？
皇后，妾绝无虚言。
这个武媚娘竟想无中生有，陷害本宫。多谢妹妹前来告知，该如何好好对付她，本宫还需考虑一二。
那妾就先告退了。
I think they're all pretty cute. The only thing that bugs me is the circle lenses that the Shao is using, the Consort of Excellence. I think it just looks a little bit uncanny, but
被秘密关押，我们如何能得知他的所在之处啊？
母妃，那颗最亮的星星叫什么呀？
那个呀，是北斗七星拱卫的紫微星。
紫微星。 那母妃
，Holy shit, he grew up fast.
他呀，红儿猜一猜啊。
主子，主子，
姐姐，帮我照顾红儿。好，你去忙。红儿乖，姨母带你去别处看星星。
喜欣姐姐的传信。
皇后已派人四处寻找被擒山贼，更牵引线紧盯主子行踪。
果然如主子所料。
看来时机已到，走吧，给他们带带路。
That makes the most sense, right? Or am I waiting to get assassinated?
快！
昭仪，里面的山贼还在继续审问。
走吧。
皇后，属下一路跟随武昭仪，已探得那人被关之处。
那里守卫可森严。
属下觉得十分奇怪，只有2个守卫在看守。
看来此事是那武媚娘在搞鬼，停止行动。
What? The whole point was supposed to be. Is this wording like mixed up? Thank you for the lyric, Din, and thank you for the 75 stream streak. Is this wording like mixed up? Because I figured if you put more guards outside than there already were, then that would alert suspicion. I don't get it. But I guess not.
看来时机已到，走吧，给他们带带路。
I guess I misread it, misunderstood. I think all of the jewelry looks really good in this.
昭仪，里面的山贼还在继续审问。
走吧。
皇后，属下已探得那人被关押之处。
那里守卫可森严，
许多人看守，而且凌校尉也在。
凌霄，哼，他们妄图靠区区一个刺客动摇本宫。莫影，你做事从未失过手，如此紧要关头，本宫只能信任你了，却做得干净些。
是，主子放心，再过2日便是重阳节，届时陛下定会宴请群臣，守卫的力量大部分都会集中在前殿。属下在略施计谋，引开那看守之人，定可杀了那个山贼。
任凭武媚娘机关算计，没有人证，也证明不了任何事。
昭仪，皇后豢养的死士实在忠心，这几日刑罚用尽，她还是不肯招供。再等下去，皇后的人恐怕就要动手了。
要的就是他出手。
昭仪筹谋，我们接下来该怎么做？
Frame the Empress for an even greater crime?
就算皇后派人前来刺杀，不过是杀一个山贼。若他们抵死不认，那一切谋划都会落空。滔天大罪，才能打他们一个措手不及。赵儿的计划就是这样。
赵儿此计甚妙，定能引蛇出洞。
若能借此机会，让门阀贵胄们失去他们奉养的皇后，朝堂局势定会再次迎来改变。
果然，最懂我的只有你。
那陛下可愿意与赵儿携手，共下一盘更大的棋？
好。
Okay. What are we framing her for?
”穆内侍，陛下在何处？为何迟迟未至？
回皇后，奴婢也不知。
武媚娘赢。
Oh, here we go. This looks more like shogi or whatever it is.
很快便能分出胜负。
This wasn't the game I was referencing to earlier. She was using wooden, like, figures. Oh, that's go. I see.
若说错了话，定叫你死无葬身之地。小人明白，小人定会指认皇后。你们让我说什么，我就说什么。走水了，快救火！快走，快！来人呐，帮忙！走水了！
Nice fucking throw. Oh shit!
What
in the aura?
你好大的胆子，竟敢弑君！
陛下，
你想害死皇后不成？今日你欲刺杀陛下，你若自尽，你的主子便再也洗不清弑君的罪名。你可要想好。
Wait, so why is it regicide if he was a way to kill the fucking assassin?
陛下到，武昭仪到。
陛下来了。
Okay, we didn't need to hear all that. Let's lessen it on the grunting, please. Oh, I see. So we're just
今日
lying.
宴会，君臣尽欢，陛下怎么这么迟才来啊？
朕今日遇刺，故而来迟。
遇刺？
什么？竟然有人要进去？
谁这么大胆子？
有人要谋害陛下？
刺客抓到了吗？
此人的确胆大，朕也好奇，究竟是受何人指使？凌霄，带人上来。
陛下，行刺之人身份已查明，名为莫影，乃是皇后宫中内侍。
皇后就是皇后，皇后。
Ran in the direction. Well, yeah, but he didn't really. It was the, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
此事与皇后无关。即使小人擅自做。
It is popcorn doing.
陛下，此事的确与妾无关。
好一个无关的！
He's fucking checking.
是妄图弑君，如今铁证如山，岂是一句无关就能脱得了干系的？皇后，您将国法置于何处啊？
弑君，妾冤枉，弑君之言实在荒唐。
陛下，皇后怎会谋害陛下？莫不可听小人谗言呐！
昼父可知，为何莫影要前来刺杀朕？
难道是因为在陛下来之前，那屋里正关着山贼？
那山贼正是昭陵途中刺杀武昭仪之人。不知皇后为何会遣莫影去杀他？
陛下，妾实在是冤枉。妾贵为皇后，何须去谋害一个区区昭仪？
皇后恐武昭仪诞下腹中皇子，威胁自己和太子的地位，故谋害武昭仪。
这是你的无端猜测，根本没有证据。
的确，但莫影妄图弑君之事，可是证据确凿。
Oh shit！
皇后膝下已有太子，若是陛下遭遇不测，太子年幼，那这天下岂不归皇后所有？
李义府，你在说什么疯话？陛下。 妾一介女流，要这天下又有何用？陛下，皇后此言有理，难不成是有些朝臣依仗皇后，妄图谋反？
What？
陛下，此事实在骇然呐！今日皇后弑君之举。
Yeah, but at that point, why do you need to stage it? You know, why not just say?
命刑部、大理寺、御史台共查此谋逆案。 揪出所有藏在皇后身后、心怀不轨的逆臣。
臣附议，臣也想看看，究竟是哪些朝臣包藏祸心，欲借皇后之手颠覆朝纲。
皇后，你的人行刺已是板上钉钉之事，他究竟是刺杀山贼，还是刺杀朕？
两害相权取其轻，皇后的选择有且只能有一个。陛下恕罪，妾对武昭仪心存怨念，
一时鬼迷心窍，这才派遣山贼前往昭陵，想给昭仪一个小小的教训。
实在是荒唐啊！
That's fucked up.
就是因为听信了小人谗言。
教训？武昭仪险些丧命，你一句教训就能轻轻带过？传朕旨意，王室谋害妃嫔，废去皇后之位。
Oh shit. Yeah, I don't know why she didn't just remain silent and keep saying no.
皇后乃国母之尊，怎能因一时失措便轻易废去？
That single mistake nearly killed your fucking child.
岂能因皇后之尊荣而忘却律法之公正？
陛下，皇后一向柔和宽仁，温良恭谦，想来若不是被武昭仪逼至绝境，也不
That's crazy logic.
死后妃。更何况皇后有训诫妃嫔之权。 手段虽然过激了一些，但也不至于因此而废后啊！
是啊，是啊，后好死，又为真的。陛下，从古至今，无端废后定会招致百姓非议。若因此事废后，恐动摇国本。
陛下，废后之意恐太过仓促，臣在此恳陛下宽宥，莫让后宫之事影响到天下治安。
陛下。 今日之事实属武昭仪特意设下，为引皇后入局，不惜令陛下陷入险境。
昭仪若真有不轨之处，皇后理当公审公判，何须暗中行刺？还请陛下严惩不贷。
望陛下严惩不贷。
望陛下。
Oh shit! Let's go!
万万不可呀！武昭仪心思诡谲，狼子野心，图谋后位，悉心当诛啊！
中宫不可轻废，社稷为重啊！
若因小错废后，为臣者难免寒心。臣请陛下收回成命。
皇后就算有罪
Oh shit!
陛下令宗室离心呐！求陛下收回成命。
Oh, they're winning.
求陛下收回成命。求陛下收回成命。 求陛下收回成命！
皇后禁足3月，面壁思过，莫影杖毙。
也不准吗？纵使皇后之罪铁证如山，却终究只似清风绿耳，轻轻接过。 而此事已经彻底撕开了我与皇后之间的太平假象。之后，皇后背靠的势力必会不遗余力，以雷霆手段设法将我赶尽杀绝。我必须抢在他们之前，成功废后。
Oh shit. Guys, we need more power level in Rise of Kingdoms. Oh my lord. How come Attendant Mu isn't my ally? What's this all about? Holy shit. Fucking Zhao's just here for the bants. Holy fuck.
自我有时起，他便是我的天。
一会儿小心说话，别冲撞了小姐。
嗯。
小姐，这是你的舅父柳相为你安排的护卫，往后便跟在你身边，他会保护你的。
你下去吧。
是，小姐。
抬起头来。
The casting is so good, by the way.
我叫阿莫。从今往后，你待在本小姐身边，就是本小姐的影子。以后你叫莫影，记住了吗？
是，小姐。
Oh, and her name is
哪怕是
Yang.
上刀山下火海，你都要是我最听话的奴才。
是。
我本以为我这一辈子都会这样陪在小姐身边。
That book looks like it's
直到
broken.
小姐入宫，成为了皇后。没有小姐，我便如同孤魂野鬼，没有归处。
你可知入宫后的代价？即使这样，你也愿意入宫做内侍，继续保护他们？
我愿意。奴婢愿意。
不错，如你所愿。
这件事办得真不错，莫影，本宫没有看错你。可是，这宫里的一切都和本宫想的不太一样，有太多碍眼的人和事了。莫影，本宫最信任你，你会杀人吗？会吗？
只要是小姐想要杀的人，想要做的事。 奴婢会，我拼尽一切。
Mo Ying, will you buy my bath water, please?
下火海。可小姐，
莫影，杖毙。
往后的路，莫影无法再护着你
了。莫影，去。
Mo Yang, will you tier 3 sub, please? Doggy!
莫内侍，小狗不懂事，冲撞了莫内侍。 这是当年韦贵妃养的那只玉兔留下的崽，玉兔随贵妃去了后，这小东西就一直在宫里东躲西藏，孤零零的挨到现在。啊，我这就把它轰走。
I don't think he was gonna hurt the dog. I don't think he was.
原来你也挺孤单的。
皇后到。
参见皇后，参见太子殿下。
快起来吧，还受着伤呢。今日我陪钟儿去弘文馆，顺道过来看看你。
多谢皇后，多谢太子殿下。太子殿下怀中抱的可是玄丝木偶？
你认识？
敏慧儿时也喜欢木偶戏。
那我可以常来这儿玩木偶戏吗？
当然可以。
那钟儿就常来徐婕妤这里坐坐吧。
Okay, cool. Okay, what now? ，Oh shit, is that the kid singing? Oh, do you think he knows his mom's dead?
这线居然松了，徐婕妤见笑了。
无妨。太子殿下，虽然钩弋夫人的结局已经无法改变，但我们仍能替她报仇雪恨。
看来，你听懂了我的故事。
你恨皇后？
是，我是恨皇后，是皇后和武媚娘一同害死了我的母亲，他们全都该死。
我有一个法子，能让他们二人
Oh
承受
shit
无尽的痛苦。
你为什么帮我？
这深宫之中，你我皆是悬丝木偶，不如联手破局。长孙太尉需要的不过是一个听话的皇后。王室能当，我亦能当。那些操控丝线的人，都该坠下高台，匍匐在你我面前。殿下可知，武氏的姨母杨太妃最近病情加重，这不正是我们的机会吗？
Don't you fucking dare!
快些走，姨母怎么样了？
御医说今日很不好，急死人了。杨太妃怎么这么重的病，还一直瞒着主子？
那武氏如此忤逆，若不是皇嗣百日，按宫中礼法，皇后需亲往探望，本宫还不乐意踏足灵照殿。你这孩子还偏要一起来。
父皇已经很久没去过立正殿了。母后和钟儿来看望安宁妹妹，父皇若是知道，也会念念母后的好。
参见皇后。皇后，武昭仪去探望重病的杨太妃了。
那回吧。
母后，我还没见过安宁小公主呢，我想陪小妹妹玩一玩。
行吧，那不要耽搁太长时间。
母后，安宁定是看见你来才这么高兴。
真难看。
Wow！
母后，不好了，母后，父皇给我的玉佩不见了，方才出门的时候还带着的。
什么？
儿臣记得方才还有的，一定是掉在哪儿了。快去找啊！
是。
你们灵照殿的人是木头吗？去找啊！
是。
你也真是的，父皇赐给你的东西，你也不知道好好保管。
母后，儿臣知错了，玉佩掉了没多久，相信很快就可以找到。
皇后，方才徐婕妤来立正殿，请皇后评点刚寻得的苏合香。
母后，要不我们先回吧，玉佩也可能是落在立正殿了。
好了，看也看过了，我们走吧。
是。
What the fuck is going on? What's all this fuss about?
我有一个法子，能让他们二人承受无尽的痛苦。
What the fuck？
钟儿还在磨蹭什么啊？
来了，母后等等我。
主子，你终于回来了。方才皇后和太子来看小公主，刚离开。
皇后和太子，安宁还睡着吗？
是的，主子。
哦，对了，小柚子，你带他们去找最好的药材，尽快送去姨母那儿。
是，主子。
安宁，母妃回来了，还在睡啊？安宁，安宁，安宁，安宁。
Try and save her, maybe? We probably have to use the death for something, right? Okay, does she survive? No? Oh, thank God. Well, the grandest game of all in secret. 5 years passed, everything you'd waited for was in place. Oh shit. Oh, we just straight up fucking murdered them. I hope this is an AI, because this looks a little AI to me. This... Let me go check the Steam page. I don't think they said anything about using AI. Do apologize, this looks a little sus. Trying to have really bad CGI? I could believe that. Let me just double check though. Oh, there's like 2 patch notes. There's nothing... There's nothing that says, so we're just gonna we're gonna say it's bad CGI. Sorry, the movement and the walking was just very, very sus, so we'll call it bad CGI and leave it at that. So this is like a pseudo good ending, where you just kill everyone. Aw, we love a supportive Bo. He's like, yeah, sure, why not arson everyone? Alright, well, I guess we have to fucking... She's just dead. I mean, why are we leaving babies alone? We're grieving and we're depressed and we're bed rotting, but we've got our eyeliner on point at least. And the fake lashes are snatched too. Why are you not actively conducting one?
我已命令校彻查，安宁出事之前，只有皇后还有太子来过。等皇后匆匆离开，安宁就出事了，这一定跟皇后脱不了干系。
或许此事嫌疑最大的不是皇后，而是藏在她身后的丽中。她平日最上那桩。
Feeling sad, child dead, mug snatched, Hotel Trivago. Neither of them are getting away from this.
赵灵山贼一事，我知他心中有恨，可王皇后怎么能？她也是安宁的母后啊！
昭儿，我一定会给安宁一个交代，一定会。
没有人相信一个孩子会杀人。至于李忠，他要为母妃报仇，自然要让我和皇后斗得两败俱伤。 借刀杀人，他还太嫩了。他如今此举，乍看让我尝到了丧女之痛，可却将皇后置于是非之境。我不如将错就错。
Yeah, exactly. If this was if this was the late emperor, everyone would be fucking dead already.
可笑，实在是可笑。这分明就是诬陷。本宫好端端的去害一个公主做什么？ 一定是那个武士自己没有看护好自己的孩子，不要借此谋害本宫。皇后息怒。武士狼子野心，为了图谋本宫的后位，无所不用其极。不过，有舅父在，有长孙太尉在，有楚相在，武士也一定是自掘坟墓。今日朝堂，陛下会提出废后。 而此举必将彻底撕开军权与门阀相权间对抗的腥风血雨，而我正立于这风暴的中心。这一仗将决定我的命运，乃至这整个王朝的命运。
陛下，切勿被妖女所蒙蔽，做下废后之糊涂事。
武昭仪为陛下诞下一儿一女，你身为宰相，却堂而皇之称其为妖女，将圣朝尊卑礼法置于何地？
好一个尊卑礼法！ 武媚娘是先帝的才人，若真懂得尊卑礼法，便该安分地守在感业寺。如今封为昭仪，还不甘心，蛊惑陛下，要废黜有恩于他的皇后。
Are we forgetting that a fucking kid actively died here, or like what?
望尘莫及，恳请陛下废黜武昭仪，还后庭安宁。
臣复议太尉之言，请陛下废黜武昭仪，还后庭安宁。
臣复议。
臣复议。
楚相句句所言，皇后对武昭仪如何？武昭仪脾气秉性如何？却绝口不提公主之死，颠倒黑白，扭曲真相。
哼！正是因为武昭仪蛇蝎心肠，才会将公主夭折一事无端的怪罪皇后。若陛下一意孤行，恕老臣直言，万年之后，怕是后世都会将陛下与桀纣相提并论呐！
遂良，你放肆！
今日老臣忤逆陛下，其罪难赦。臣愿以一死，以求陛下不受妖女蛊惑。
主相，主相，不可呀！主相，主相！
What the fuck is he doing? What? What is going on? What is he awake to do? Kill himself?
初相，你初相，初相，不可呀！初相，初相。
何不扑杀此僚？
大胆武昭仪，朝堂之上，你一个后宫之人。
That guy was about to fucking kill himself.
你们可敢如此放肆？
He will hit his head against the pillar? Oh, right, I see. So is this like based on some sort of revolution that happened with empresses like being kind of treated with a wee bit more respect and whatnot?
都在包庇谋害圣朝血脉的凶手，甚至不惜反咬一口，将脏水 泼向一个刚刚失去孩子的母亲。安宁是我的女儿，更是圣朝的公主。楚相所为，将圣朝血脉置于何地？你口口声声称自己是贤臣，长孙太尉觉得，如今的楚相还是先帝朝时的贤臣吗？
陛下，不必听这个妖女的狡辩，这里是朝堂，是谁让你进来的？
是朕让他来的。
陛下，
Perhaps you are the one that belongs to... Is it like me or is it him? I feel like this... I'm so confused what this means. Okay, what does this mean? I want to know what this means. Is it talking about me or him?
楚相不应站在臣子之中。
Oh, okay.
而是应坐在这龙椅上才是。
你胡说些什么？
褚遂良，先帝遗命你辅佐陛下，陛下仁厚，对你处处忍让，而你却变本加厉，如今跟个泼皮一般，在这朝堂上撒泼打滚，为人臣的本分，你忘记了吗？
哼，无死战，文死谏，便是为臣的本分，轮不到一个妇人插嘴。
挟令君上，这就是你口中的臣子本分。我说错了吗？ 你以老臣之尊威逼陛下，令陛下圣威无存，朝堂形同儿戏。你若得逞，从今往后，臣子们对陛下的决定稍有不满，难道都可以靠撞柱子来裹挟圣意吗？
楚相，
Wait, was that the right answer?
我们大家都看了。
若是先帝看到楚相今日的言行，
I forgot his name, but he might be my favorite, honestly. He's just such a shit stirrer.
陛下，安宁公主之死，武昭仪诬告皇后却没有实证，如此信口雌黄，当朝撒泼，陛下万万不可听此妖女祸乱军心。朝堂是我君臣议政之场所，岂能容他人在此滋扰？ 请陛下驱赶武昭仪，以正纲纪呀！
闭嘴！这天下轮不到你做主。
Finally, a backbone. It's pretty dark, I assume. So I need to fill up my water.
出言无照，不配夫人在下，贬为潭州都督，即刻动身。来人！
陛下，陛下，陛下。
Is this no better than you fucking killing yourself?
求陛下饶恕老臣呐！陛下，陛下，陛下，陛下开恩呐！
陛下，褚遂良以死相逼，若朝臣皆效法，法何以立，国何以安？废后之事，朕意已决。若是有人要和褚遂良一起，朕便遂了他的愿。
Oh shit, she's been deposed. If he kills himself, his family won't be in trouble, but if he's taken, the king can seize his clan. Oh, I see. So being demoted is a little bit bad.
不可能！本宫是先帝亲自为陛下选定的皇后，本宫是长孙太尉拥护的皇后，本宫永远都该是圣朝最尊贵的皇后。陛下下旨，废去王皇后。在世人眼中，她是接你回宫的恩人，是温良恭俭的贤后。快回去换身衣裳吧。
皇后的大恩大德，媚娘没齿难忘。
媚娘定要好好养着。是被你陷害、身陷囹圄的可怜人，但你并不在意。圣者。
Oh, this is the game. This is what she was doing.
你距离那空置的后位已经越来越近了。
I like how you fucking made it out to be like, oh, she's like amazing, but actually she tried to kill us on several occasions.
表面是后宫之政，剑指的却是前朝。如今陛下震怒，出相被贬，朝局从此会对我们不利呀。那武昭仪气焰日盛，在朝堂上咄咄逼人，怎会是安分等闲之辈？若真让她当上了皇后，我们可就……
诸君稍安勿躁，王室虽已是一枚废棋，但这皇后之位。 还未必是那武昭仪的。
Amen. Hey, fucking man.
安宁，
陛下。
昭儿，
陛下，
Majesty's on a 3-day bender.
都怪我，是我没有保护好你们。这些日子，是我心中有愧，不敢常常去找你。
不是陛下的错。
昭儿。
陛下喝醉了，让昭儿服侍陛下就寝吧。
Are we about to have baby number 3? Happened the first one? I don't know what's going on with him. Although I don't know, is yeah, it's the wrong girl. Is the the other 2 kids actually belong to him? Yeah, oh, okay.
我知道我做了前行之路上最正确的选择，可我的安宁再也回不来了。
She did not look like that. That wasn't her. That she was literally a fucking baby.
昭儿。
No, that's her. That's not. It's not her.
陛下
It's actually Winter. No, Winter was Winter was another. Wait, who was Winter again? No, Winter. You were someone else. I can't remember the joke. Who the fuck was Winter? I can't remember. You played more roles? Oh, okay. So Winter is Anning, and who else?
门阀重臣的强烈反对，他们用尽浑身解数，从方方面面攻击你，是要永远将你隔绝。
Green robes and a hat. Winter is not the emperor.
我们该怎么做？
This is not possible. This guy fucking despises us. I don't think Winter was Mo Ying, was he? Was he the other one? Yeah, the one, yeah. Begins with the Y, I think. Fuck, what do I do? This is definitely not the answer. Which probably means actually this is the answer. There's no way. This guy fucking despises us. So, what about the generals? What do they got?
长孙太尉一党，终究只是文官。我们何不拉拢一些手握兵权的武将？如此一来，他们才能多一些顾忌，少一些猖狂。
昭仪这么一说，臣倒想到了一个人。
谁
This guy is my favorite. He's fucking
若能得
hilarious.
他支持，朝中大半武将都会倒向我。可下官听闻他一直保持中立，绝不参与皇室内部争斗。想要他站在我们这边，很难。
试试吧。
主子，大司空到了。
微臣参见武昭仪。
大司空，陛下今日密召你入宫，特吩咐我在此迎接。
如今边境安宁，并无战事，陛下突然召见，令老臣惶恐啊。
大司空戎马一生，媚娘如今倒是有一战，想让大司空出手。
一战？昭仪端坐后宫，能有什么战争？
有人的地方就会有战争。如今陛下想立我为后，长孙太尉等老臣屡屡率众阻挠，此事看似后宫之争，实乃前朝之战。放眼朝中，唯有大司空可助我一臂之力。
昭仪，臣一介武夫，如今朝堂是门阀的天下，臣不怕战场厮杀，唯恐卷入朝廷内争。
大司空不愿相助，心中顾虑的是太尉。
武昭仪，快人快语，心如明镜。臣的同袍将士李道宗、薛万彻将军背负莫须有的谋反罪名而死。
Is it so? At this point, did it not get a little suspicious that all of a sudden everyone was getting executed because of supposed rebellions? That this fucking chancellor is like, hey, you know this guy I don't like? I heard he's starting a rebellion. It's like the fucking this day equivalent of calling a woman who rejected your advances a witch so she'd get fucking burned, you know? Is that not suspicious?
长孙太尉会加以报复，请昭仪另请高明吧。
难道你不顾同袍将士的命运吗？
昭仪，这话是什么意思
I don't know, I just picked an
上朝将士戍边
option.
关，洒热血，论牺牲和忠诚，比起那些门阀士族是千百倍有余。可在长孙太尉的压制下，他们的地位却远远不及纨绔子弟的万一。媚娘当真是替那些死去的将士感到寒心呢。
门阀之患，确日益深。
+3。
长孙太尉根基深厚，难以撼动。好在其年事已高，何不待其100年之后再出其党？
Do we just fucking say your wish, or we'll go for this one first? I have a feeling it's probably not the correct one. Oh, the music.
祸于后人吗？
此话何意啊？
兵法有云：善战者，求之于事，不责于人。今世之祸，无备之责，岂可推诿后世，遗患子孙？况且，大司空不是长孙太尉一派，手中却握有重兵，如同一把不属于他的刀，日夜横放在枕边，他焉能安寝？ 长孙太尉就是猜中了你明哲保身，不愿轻易与其对抗，所以才愈发横行无状。
+5! They're just pulling these numbers out their ass. Let's hope an 8 is a pass, huh?
昭仪字字诛心，若老臣选择对抗，又能有几成胜算？
Certain victory.
10成。大司空象征着朝堂中的兵权，如今陛下和长孙太尉势力相当，若兵权和皇权紧密相连。
I can't do math. What are we at now? 15?
到时，以长孙太尉为首的文官，可还有多嘴的权力，朝局定会改变。
天下人都说武昭仪是妲己转世，妖女祸国。今日与昭仪一夜，才知道原来是天下人太过浅薄了。
陛下是贤明之君。 既无纣王，又何来被冤的妲己？
Did I win?
汉代昭妃燕，出身卑贱却立为皇后，致使宗庙倾覆。陛下必欲一皇后，扶请妙则天下令尊，何必无事？
武昭仪德才兼备，有辅政之才，可安社稷。立他为后，乃顺应天意，人心所向之举。
王者立后，必则礼教名家。 吾师经世先帝，众所共知，天下耳目，堪可比也。
昔有妲己亲因，褒姒灭周，若立武氏为后，恐海内失望，社稷求危。
整日拘泥古礼，妄图裹挟圣意，左右皇后人选，这便是你们口口声声的人臣。
I'm so overstimulated right now.
臣有一言。
大司空请奏。
陛下，臣认为，不管是立后还是废后。 都是陛下自己的家事。既然是家事，陛下自己做主便可。我们作为臣子，若是管了不该管的，便是僭越人臣本分。臣与圣朝数十万将士，唯听陛下一人号令。
Oh yeah！
陛下之令，似天欲柱，臣等。 誓死相随，臣等。
Fuck yeah, let's go.
臣等誓死相随，臣等誓死相随。
So for the next like fucking 2 weeks, is it just meetings upon meetings about make her an empress? Don't make her an empress. Oh wait, did we win?
着礼部即刻拟即日备典仪。
Wait, did we win? Oh my god, I think we won. I think we won Road to Empress.
恭喜昭仪，贺喜昭仪！陛下已命礼部草拟章程，不日便可举行册封大典。昭仪若有何吩咐，尽管提点。
劳烦木内侍了。
哪里哪里。
不好了，不好了！
何事，景皇？
回昭仪，杨太妃她快！
姨母，姨母，
昭儿。Oh, she's got the eyeliner back, the beauty mic.
都下去。
好孩子，
姨母，你会好起来的。
扶我起来。 好孩子，我要走了。姨母最放心不下的，就是你。自你入宫以来，姨母亲眼看着你生活在刀山火海之中。姨母从一个天真烂漫的小姑娘，变成了这深宫中最清醒 也最孤独的知棋之人，你为自己争得了封官，也给自己的内心披上了铠甲。可有句话，姨母一定要叮嘱你：昭儿，你不用一直那么坚强，也不用一直隐藏自己的痛苦。
姨母知道，你一路走来所受之苦。
I feel like this would be much sadder if they had featured her more in Road to Empress 2.
要走的路
But
更是艰辛坎坷。昭儿，可不可以答应姨母，从今往后，无论如何，都别做伤害自己亲人的事，好吗？
oh god. Is someone gonna betray me? Okay, we'll promise you.
好，昭儿，姨母便放心了。可惜姨母没能亲眼看着我的昭儿戴上皇后冠冕。姐姐，我来找你了。
I think your sister's in hell, bud. I think you'll be one of heaven.
永徽6年10月，杨太妃病逝于舒景殿，陛下下令厚葬于先帝昭陵。永徽6年11月初1，你的封后大典于肃仪门举行，文武百官及藩仪之长共同朝见帝后。此仪制，开封后大典未有之先河。
Oh, I'm a bad bitch.
盛况空前。
Oh, I'm such a bad bitch.
四门祝勋庸，帝华英服，王以才行。
That's gonna give you a headache, isn't it? All the fucking hair accessories and the hair on top of your head.
特贺仙祠，常德代从，扶离朝夕，宫捆之内，横自赤宫。
Hello, Art. How's it going? Thank you for the self-care check.
盛情见兮，美垂赏叹，虽以武士四镇，视同正君。
I need to fill up my water.
皇后。
Mission completed. Become the Empress. It's too hot and I will melt. Have you tried sitting in your freezer? That might help. I'm okay, thank you for asking. I just became Empress. I win.
你一步一步走上这通往后位的台阶，每一步都是由过去的自己亲手铺就。
Why am I not all the way at the top?
前朝才人
There's a drama with the owner of Little Hill's sister? Wait, why?
32岁的
You've got tea? Do you want to spill it?
这圣朝的皇后，新的华章。
You just need to wait until after my ceremony before you spill it. Don't steal my thunder. Let me be Empress first. All it cost was an Anne? Okay, let's not forget about Ruye. Or our fucking child. Anning. One of them is still alive. One of them is still alive. Xehanort would go crazy here. Is fucking diabolical. More like Devo. Yeah, after I worked my ass off and you did fucking nothing. Your path to the throne draws one step closer. What? Am I not Empress? What do you mean? Dude, my decisive and my prestige is pretty low. My prestige is low. Fucking hell. Nerf this! Alright. What's the tea art? Oh, this guy's been removed. Haha. Get fucking wrecked. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know why she's here when she's been... Why do they still have the people that... You got removed like fucking ages ago. Basically, there's a group residence where I live that me and my friends made for all the people that like want to help the cats. In that group, we normally say what cat we're aiming to take for neutering and such. Little Hell's sister is one as part of that group. Princess has been feeling... And now that she's alone there... Empress of your neighbor, you still have a way to go. Yeah, we got like a few more chapters. We can watch this in a sec. We got like fucking 11 more chapters. Oh, we got 24 eggs. Holy shit. What's this game about? Becoming an empress. It is a... Sparkle would be able to tell you much more about it more accurately. It's apparently an reenactment of something that went down in China a very long time ago. There's some embellishments, but apparently the general story and some of the figures, like the names and whatnot, are legitimate. I don't know myself. Nor have I bothered to, you know, go and do research because that would probably spoil the game. But we're learning a lot, and we just became the Empress, so that's pretty cool. His brilliant idea was to call in institutions to take all of the other cats to see if Little Hell's sister feels good again. We wanted to focus on neutering the remaining female cats because unfortunately one of them lost a kitten. She's really small and can't keep getting pregnant. He was pushing the idea of taking away all of the cats there to see if Princessa would feel good again. He said didn't really care if the cats were disrupted due to that. And I hope you all dogpiled on him and potentially killed him in Minecraft. Dude, what the fuck? What is this guy's problem? Isn't there a whole ass different route? I'm not sure, because I never actually ventured that far. But in the prologue, you can choose to do this. Like... Yeah, because head to the destiny, head to another life. We never finished it off because it was like, hang on a second, this is probably not the right way, you know? I asked him in the group if he was genuinely that stupid. He called all the shit he did, how he chipped the cat without ever thinking of taking her out of there. He wasn't happy, but people did shit on him. It was marvelous. Good, I hope he fucking feels stupid. What an ass. What a fucking ass. Alright, we've got a bonus video to watch. I'll probably maybe do 1 or 2 more chapters and then I'll take a BRB to stretch legs, fill water, pee, and then set up with Autumn.
吾女闵惠亲戚，如今王室被废，后位空悬，正是你之时机。你需尽快设法获宠，家族荣辱系于你一人，切莫任性妄为。吾望丹立赤还在太尉手中，望你做出明智之举，为父静候佳音，父徐孝德亲笔。
How would he write that all down on there? Jesus.
主子，都督对主子寄予厚望。
寄予厚望，徐家生下我，便是要我活成一具没有感情的枯骨，只为了完成父亲的大业。
主子即便不为都督着想，也该想想府中那位丹立赤。
滚出去！
是。
Scram. This is a great place to stop without any cliffhangers. No. I think we'll just keep going. we probably won't be playing it tomorrow. Tomorrow's Thursday, so Thursday is Phantomy Day. We'll probably be playing with something with Phantomy tomorrow. So, you know, I don't know if we're doing anything special on Saturday. I can't remember if I said we were. I'm not sneaking in a few games of Overwatch. Told you, I'm banned. Anyway, Rip Bozo. She inadvertently killed my fucking daughter, so...
正位中宫，你和李治加速了对朝局的洗牌。你们升任季怀忠和李义府为中书门下宰相。而后5年，你们齐心协力，大力推行科举，擢选天下英才。因此，延续了数个王朝的门阀勋贵垄断朝堂的。
Who put the bum fluff on that guy's chin? What? No! Oh no! This guy has not aged a fucking day, but all of a sudden has. Oh my fucking god. Oh. You know what? Whatever makes you happy.
成就格局被你们亲手一步步打破。但长孙太尉等顾命老臣的阴霾却并未真正淡去，他们看似收敛锋芒，实则在养精蓄锐，准备随时反扑。为了实现你们心目中的盛世天下，你们和长孙太尉即将迎来关键的一仗。
Eliminate the fucking Chancellor dickhead. Wait, did we have another baby? Oh, there is a third child! Li Jian.
你看显儿长得多像你啊
What the fuck are you talking about?
不哭不哭，乖，
显儿乖，显儿该是饿了，我先抱她回去。那边劳烦姐姐了。
父皇、母后，儿臣要去温书了。
去吧。红儿如此刻苦，日后定能振兴社稷，一国安民。
这儿倒是希望。
He's like fucking 3 years old. Calm your shit.
对了，陛下，如今朝中已是焕然一新，是时候彻底肃清长孙太尉的势力。
Why are we talking about this like so fucking boldly in front of everyone?
赵儿，你说说看。
Frame him for rebellion. Wouldn't that be fucking poetic justice?
长孙太尉位高权重，区区小罪无法撼动他。我们应该栽赃给他一个重罪。
陛下，臣要弹劾长孙太尉意图谋反。
谋反？
Oh, this is way too
长孙太尉
fast.
近日与各部重臣往来甚密，恐有动摇社稷、筹谋造反。
This was the wrong option.
请陛下下旨彻查。
若陛下当真疑心老臣，何须下旨彻查如此麻烦？还请即刻以谋反罪赐死老臣。
陛下，臣愿为长孙太尉担保，望陛下明察。
望陛下明察。
太尉，那季怀忠简直是疯了，竟敢当庭以谋逆重罪弹劾太尉。所幸太尉临危不乱，以退为进，陛下终究未能下旨彻查。倘若真让武后得逞，借此掀起大狱，不知道有多少铁证会从天而降。届时我等怕是……
武媚娘啊，武媚娘，你既已把刀架在老夫的颈上，老夫一定会把这份礼好好的还给你。
听凭太尉差遣。
经此一案，长孙太尉的残余势力抱团取暖，紧密联合，迎来了盛况空前的团结。
望陛下明察。
Oh, what the fuck? That's crazy. Why'd we not investigate that? Like, what? I thought the Emperor's supposed to be, like, on our side. He doesn't mind a little bit of lying himself. Yeah, choices do matter, usually. If you choose the wrong one, you die. Well, shit. I feel like exposing the stains in his private life will have a similar effect on trying to frame him for rebellion. How would you strip him away from power, though? Fuck knows. I want to know what the tea is, though.
当年，高阳也好，我也好，都曾被他们打着礼仪教条的大旗肆意抨击。如今，若同样的事发生在长孙太尉身上，赵儿很好奇。 他能否承受得住？
陛下，臣要弹劾长孙太尉。长孙太尉近日纳了罪臣之女为妾，更刻意隐瞒身份。
陛下，都是臣之过，老臣自请罚俸1年，以儆效尤。
Oh, he just owned up to it.
衣服也太好笑了些，这点小事对长孙太尉这样有功于社稷的3朝元老，速速将他贬算进去。别呀，若将他贬走了，谁来供我们看乐去？要我说吧，此事定是皇后圣意。喂，谁让你们妄议皇后的？竟敢公然羞辱当今皇后，是吃了雄心豹子胆吗？我看尔等都是活孽来。
I think all of you have grown wary of living is hilarious.
大殿之外，成何地说皇后？我忍不了。跟我回去。
此事之后，坊间皆传言，你身为皇后，却指使亲信爪牙窥太尉隐秘，以宵小之术弄权乱政，众人都为太尉鸣不平，更将你视作危害贤臣的妖后。你的声望骤跌，太尉声望不降反升。
What are the slappy sticks they all have? I think they're talking sticks. Honestly, I don't know at this point. Hello, Sinister. How's it going? Okay, no Golden Age again. Alright. Strip away his power, I guess. Fuck knows how we're gonna do that.
先把目光放到太尉身后，将太尉党羽所在的所有机要职位，一步步取而代之。 就如同高楼巍峨，若能釜底抽薪，便终有崩塌的那一天。
My Jenga tower, that's not how you play.
有你在，我心甚安。赵儿，你为我筹谋良多，我也想为你做点什么。我打算将你的哥哥武元庆破格升为宗正少卿，另外一个哥哥武元爽封为少府少监，让你在朝中有亲人依仗，我也会安心许多。赵儿觉得呢？
我知道，李治是为我好。
Those guys don't mean shit.
我哥哥的真实模样。
听说你居然要入宫，就你也配？就你这样的贱蹄子，入宫也只会拖累整个武家。
Oh, they showed the kick again.
今天我哥俩就让你先见识见识。
Decline.
陛下不必如此，两位哥哥不学无术，确实不堪为国效力。
好，都依你。
Okay, we need to remember that.
你放弃让自己的哥哥们位居高位的决策，令朝野上下无一不感叹你的大功。
Oh, it was the right choice.
于你而言，当今最要紧的是进一步架空太尉身后势力。
Oh fuck. Many aristocratic heirs enter office through family influence, yet countless among them are incompetent. Why not regularly test the officials of court, keeping them truly capable of sweeping out the useless? Sure, why the fuck not? My mouse is dead. Oopies. Dude, I don't get a warning. It's supposed to flash red. I think I complain about this every time. It's supposed to flash red when it's running out of battery, but it just doesn't fucking do that anymore. My keyboard does, my mouse doesn't. Honestly, I got to say though, this mouse, you guys put me on some good shit. The fucking G502. I've heard nothing from anyone but good, like, shit about it, really. No one has ever spoke badly about this mouse. Alright, approve. Those aristocratic deadweights have coasted on their family names for far too long. No, I sound like Keira Knightley. Had mine for so long, it's so good. I love my G502. Yeah, it's really good. The wireless charging mouse pad, and you never need to worry about it. Wait, if the mouse pad is wireless, then how does that keep power? Jack. Was that good? Did I sound like Keira Knightley? Your Majesty, Baronga is increasingly aggressive. The board is under threat, and it sends those aristocratic officials who sit comfortably on our generous stipends to defend the frontier. The borders would grow quieter, and so the capital. I feel like I should be approving all of these. Yeah, why the fuck not? Yeah, why not? Those pampered noble heirs have enjoyed the Empire's generosity long enough. It's time they earn their keep. I'll even have their coffee. Okay, well, Your Majesty, the Imperial examinations rely too heavily on the 4 books and 5 classics. This only favors noble families whose children spend their lives memorizing texts. While gifted talents... I'm just accepting everything. I'll just accept everything. Why the fuck not? We may as well appoint parrots to the courts. Oh, the mousepad is connected, I see. You keep yours below the Dasma, it's not too noticeable? I'll just legitimate sons others to many harbor resentment because of this. Why not assure Imperial dialects? Families regards gender, family state would weaken the clans from within and royal influence. I feel like this is one we're gonna decline. Yeah. It's not up to us. Uncovered a major salt smuggling case linked to aristocratic officials. A little interrogation should we... Sure, why not? Fucking run everything. Okay, his power is shifted. Aristocratic heirs live close to the capital and enjoy every advantage in the imperial examinations, while humble scholars must travel thousands of miles. If the court provided travel expenses, the system would become surely fairer. I feel like this is one we're supposed to decline as well. Fuck it, approve. Just approve everything. I don't get the point in this. Everything sounds good.
接下来的2年里，李治和你按计划逐步将长孙太尉党羽以各种方式调离机要。士族朝臣们只见身侧同僚一个个悄然离去，人人自危，只求自保，无心拱卫长孙太尉。
Are we winning?
陛下，早朝回来了。
赵儿，看看我给你准备了什么。
陛下，你看这则卷宗。这2年，陛下逐步将长孙太尉身边之人调离圣安。既然朝堂上已有不少职位空缺，我们自当乘胜追击，多任命忠于陛下的官员。陛下觉得如何？
很不错，那此事朕便交给上官仪去做。
Literally, I'm doing all the fucking work.
我将难以在前朝培植更多自己的人。
Li Ji is the funny guy, right?
罢了，还是听陛下的吧。臣妾认为上官仪是宰相之才，定能完成陛下所托。
Wait, what? That's not what I picked, no? Wait, what? That's not what I picked.
没用的东西，你还有脸见我？如今武士入主中宫，形势愈发变本加厉。这些日子以来，他以莫须有的罪名除掉了我们不少人呐。
Yeah, like you do.
得到陛下的喜爱，这皇后之位怎么可能轮到他呢？
敏慧未能登上皇后之位，是敏慧无能，但那武士并非不可对付。敏慧今后一定竭尽所能。
竭尽所能？我想你是余情未了，才不愿意尽心扶持陛下。
Oh, you fucked up.
你们对戴立志做了什么？你们答应过我，只要我乖乖进宫，你们就会放了他。
Waiting for the shrouded ghost.
是你害死了他，他至死都还在求老夫放你自由，实在天真。
长孙太尉，我要杀了你！放开我！放开我！放开我！放开我！你有本事，连我也杀了！
杀了你？不，别忘了你的任务，否则你父亲的命以及你全族的命都会葬送在你的手里。好好想想吧。
Wow. Awkward.
一佐我皇家兮，凝彼四方，同天地之归亮兮，其日月之辉光。
母后，这是什么意思呀？
这是夸赞盛世的海晏和亲。
主子，主子，徐婕妤来了。
He's in red
他
now.
来做什么？
徐婕妤说，她有什么重要的事想和主子说。
赵儿，我先带红儿去一边玩，去吧。
姨母，你陪我玩风车吧。
好，就听红儿的。
敏慧拜见皇后。
你今日倒是有些不同。
还记得刚入宫时，皇后说我长得像姐姐徐慧。
可惜你除了长得像她，其余一点儿也不像。
皇后说的不错，我从来都不如姐姐。姐姐是先帝的贤妃，徐家的骄傲。自小父亲便和我说，嫁给帝王，为徐家而活，才是徐家女儿的使命。
可你姐姐从未为徐家害过一个人。当年在去昭陵的路上，我便已经看出你的真面目。若你不愿意，无人能逼你双手染上鲜血。别再自欺欺人了。
我厌恶手染鲜血的自己，却又暗自安慰，活成一具红颜枯骨也罢，至少还可以保护丹立志。可惜，反而是我害了他。好想回家。好想再和他一起看一看西北的落雪。
你对这个丹立志倒是用情颇深，
可他再也回不来了。我很羡慕你，想要什么都坚定的去争取，不像我。总是畏首畏尾，优柔寡断。
今日是我叨扰了。这偌大的皇宫中，也只有皇后能听懂我的这些话了。皇后，这是我最后一次为家族做事了，我自知对不起你，欠你的。
Is she gonna try to kill me or what? Is she gonna kill herself? Oh, is she gonna frame it? Oh. Right and framed.
敏慧，去心无旁骛谋取陛下的宠爱，去争，去夺，去斗，去将吴氏拉下后位，去保全你的整个徐家。
我会用我的命去种下皇后和陛下之间的芥蒂，这条命从此还给徐家。往后我终于不用再为徐家而活了。
Taking her sweet time, eh?
皇后，
It didn't get there, unlucky. Oh. He thinks it was me.
陛下才回来的如此巧合。陛下，陛下，你相信我吗？
Oh shit. I am the Empress being schemed against. I've been schemed against my whole life, bro.
有我在。
Is she bleeding from the mouth?
什么？这个徐敏慧真是个疯子，老夫竟小瞧了他。也好，也好。陛下是什么态度啊？
陛下丝毫未曾责问皇后，这徐婕妤怕是白死了。
白死？
Get fucking lost, bitch. Ain't no thought gonna come between me and my man.
芥蒂一旦种下，只需耐心等待，便会总有生根发芽的一天。
主子，听说红儿看到徐婕妤的死，受了很大的惊吓，当天就病倒了。她没事吧？太医说红儿受惊伤气，怕是要落下病根。这幕后之人实在可恶。这幕后主使昭然若揭，若不彻底铲除，同样的事还会再次上演。长孙太尉，我和你的这局棋下了太久，该见胜负了。 太尉权柄已不复往日，但其三朝老臣的威望仍在，还需我为他亲手打造一桩罪名。像他这样的人，什么罪行才是最致命的呢？
Embezzlement or treason? I feel like treason would, right? Oh, but the option that I always think is not the option it is. Shame. Yeah, it's a bit rough, isn't it? I feel like embezzlement wouldn't be enough, and he would just be kind of like, oh, haha, I'll just take a year pay, doc, and fucking. I think it's gotta be treason, right?
当然要以桩惊天动地、配得上他毕生功业的罪名，方可将他连根拔起。当年，他以一桩谋反罪害死高阳，除尽异己，是时候以彼之道还施彼身了。只是。 长孙太尉行事向来谨慎，谋反这个帽子，恐怕很难轻易扣上。权臣谋反，必会扶持傀儡皇子。那我就从皇子中选出最合适的一人，给他戴上谋反的帽子。主子说的是谁？
Which prince would be most believable for the support? It would be Li Zong, right?
太子李忠留了他那么久，便是为了此时派上用场。
Yeah, remember he killed our fucking daughter.
原来殿下在这里，属下找了你好久。 殿下还在怀念徐婕妤。
西仙，你觉不觉得这宫中的女子像是这木偶一般？前一刻上听莺声燕语，但说没就没了。我母妃如此，徐婕妤亦是如此。到现在，我身边能说上几句真心话的人都没了。
木偶是生是死？ 全凭手握丝线之人控制，武士如此狠绝，殿下应早做打算。
本宫乃太子，是未来的天子，难道还怕他一介女流？
我计划的第一步，便是要李忠心生惶恐。我已让李义府奏请议太子，此举必然不会成功。只要让他觉得自己的东宫之位并非铁柱，他便入局了。主子，据我观察。 李忠对自己的太子之位尚存自信，想要动摇他，并非易事。届时，你便这般说。
Oh, this is what you will. Oh shit! What will you say? This?
当年陛下就听他的劝谏，立了殿下。今日陛下如何不会继续听他之言？ 废了殿下
，Bingo！
我何尝不知，那武后想夺了我的太子之位，都是武后，都是因为武后，父皇才会如此。本宫该怎么办？
武士身居后位，眼下正如日中天。殿下孤身一人，如何是他的对手？
你是说，我们需要盟友？
话虽如此，可如今放眼圣安。 已再无人有实力和胆量和武士对抗。
Chancellor Zhang Sun，
我想到了一个人。
如你所料，李忠命自己的亲信和长孙太尉多番暗中私进，图谋东山再起。
I fucking knew it。
而你正如猛兽般，静静等待着对猎物的捕杀时刻。
你们是谁？我乃东宫命官，你们奉了谁的令？东宫命官意图勾结群臣谋反。 我等奉令捉拿归案，带走。哎，放开我！我乃东宫命官。
走！
What in the fucking Higurashi is going on here?
早这样不就好了？
想必此时， 李正的心腹被抓的消息已经传到了东宫。这一局的胜算与否，就要看接下来
皇后，
我能否拿捏住他的命脉。
你们竟敢屈打成招！皇后，你滥用酷刑，残害东宫属官，你以为这样便能构陷姑吗？
构陷？西心，太子殿下投靠长孙太尉之时，可是这么说的？
回主子的话，殿下勾结长孙太尉，意图谋反，习心可为人证。
Wait, what past choice was
什么
this?
时候被他造反的？回太子殿下，习心从始至终都是皇后的人。你们
长孙太尉如今已无力回天，太子殿下又何必与他共沉沦？本宫倒是可以给你一条生路。
太子李
韦继方供出的同党名单上，可以有你，也可以没你。只要你肯在前朝上指证长孙太尉妄图勾结殿下谋反，再向陛下请辞太子之位。
She doesn't know that he killed her daughter, eh?
留你一命，又有何难？
皇后，你以为就凭这些，天下人就会相信本太子谋反？
何须天下人相信？生杀予夺，是非黑白，都在陛下手中。只要陛下信了，便是真相。
Yeah.
好，我答应你。
And I gave him 3 kids.
父皇，武后构陷儿臣与长孙太尉谋逆，逼迫儿臣攀咬
Oh, what the
忠
fuck?
良。儿臣知道自己不日也将死在武后手中，与其盟约而亡，不如今日以死明鉴。
What the fuck? I thought I made the right choice.
太子
I guess I didn't. Okay, what did I need to do to make the right choice then? Was it this?
很快，本宫便能让太子欲谋反的童谣传遍天下。
Yeah, exactly.
好，我答应你。
This kid is a little shit. Is he gonna do the same thing?
武后构陷儿臣
Fuck off!
太尉谋逆，逼迫。
太尉把持朝政多年，陛下早晚将其铲除，届时太子会是何种下场？你与他结党，看似是求得靠山，却已是误入迷途。但你毕竟是陛下长子，若此番助陛下铲除心头大患，从此立下大功，余生何忧？
Yeah, basically. Must be getting paid well to be an imperial physician.
儿臣向父皇请罪。儿臣忝居太子之位多年，然才薄志浅，鲁钝寡德。长孙太尉身居辅政之职，与儿臣交游甚繁，儿臣却未能洞察其不臣之心，以致太尉欲行不轨，竟伙同东宫属官意图谋反。儿臣虽未参与其中，却难辞其咎，请父皇允许儿臣辞去太子之位。
太子啊，空口无凭，诬陷老臣，太子这是
Oh, he's smiling.
长孙太尉说的有理，造反这般惊世骇俗之事，若真空口无凭，太子怎敢当着陛下和众臣的面说出？与他又有何异？
老夫身为三朝老臣，有何理由行此大逆？
太尉如今日薄西山，莫非是怕权势尽失才铤而走险？
Fucking clock him, bitch!
若此事为真，李中殿下
Call him on his bullshit.
便是拥立之首功啊！三朝再有这样，门生故就遍布朝野，他若真有异心，恐怕比寻常藩王作乱更要凶险10倍啊！太子向来恭顺贤德，岂会轻易诬陷他人？只怕太尉确有僭越之举，
舅父为国尽忠几十载，劳苦功高，何至于反？
陛下，太尉谋反，实乃社稷之痛也。然，太子泣血之言，岂能有假呀？
陛下，臣太子所言句句追心呐。如若陛下顾念亲族情分，因此就放纵了长孙太尉如此滔天的罪行，难以安民心呐。
当年高阳长公主谋反一案，朕痛失了多少手足宗亲。此案便是舅父一力侦办，如今舅父一反，朕的亲族个个如此，朕还有何颜面去见天下之人？
陛下保重龙体。
Your Majesty, the bum fluff on your chin is catching all of the dust
而是这乱臣贼子
and guiding it into your mouth. You should shave it.
亲自督办谋反案，哪怕是皇族宗亲，长孙太尉却也从未
No, he's getting +1.
高阳长公主，那是先帝最疼爱的女儿，却也未能幸免。陛下，长孙太尉虽身为国舅，但臣恳请陛下按谋反逆罪论处。
陛下，保重龙体，严惩反贼。
陛下，保重龙体，严惩反贼。
Oh, your ass is grass. And woo's the lawnmower, bitch?
谋逆罪当主，可毕竟长孙太尉是朕的舅父，便留喜前奏，让沿途州府派兵护送吧。
臣历尽三朝，受先帝托孤之重，今日必是无后设此诛心之举，而太子、百官、陛下皆甘为其手中刀刃。圣朝亡矣！
Cook him, book him, and cook him again. He's not really sick, he's just faking.
主子这么晚了还在等他回来，他一定会很开心的。喜心姐姐，
喜心，主子，你在李中处潜伏多年，如今一切终于尘埃落定，你终于能回到我身边了。主子，喜心等这一天，等了太久了。对了，喜心方才回宫，得知长孙太尉被贬流放，便是明日启程。
这就叫什么？该回来的人回来了，该走的人走得远远的，真是老天开眼了。
He said it, sister.
争斗多年，我倒想去送他一程。喜心，明日随我出宫。是，主子。
Oh, he's in fucking chains. Chains and rags. Shouldn't have gone too greedy, asshole. Remember, this guy got Gao Yang killed. This guy also had a part in Bianjay's killing.
黔州非比圣安，长孙太尉须得照顾好自己才是。
老夫居于相位30年，未曾想到，最后只有你前来相送。
朝局变幻，人心凉薄。我与太尉相斗多年，担心太尉路上孤寂，自然是要来相送的。
老夫为圣朝鞠躬尽瘁，问心无愧，可没有想到，最后却被你这个妖女所害。我圣朝江山 迟早会毁在你这个妖女手里
How
的。
can you say his conscience is clear?
当年高阳长公主一案，长孙太尉手上沾染多少宗亲之血，枉杀了多少无辜冤魂。如今太尉今日之报，不过是以彼之道还施彼身，问心无愧思子。长孙太尉可敢上告先帝？
也许你说的没错，
Fucking
老夫此生
wrecked.
的确算不上问心无愧。而你呢？一介女流，妄图把持朝政，左右江山。老夫且看你如何玩火自焚。
玩火自焚的从来都不是我，而是长孙太尉。黔州山高路远，长孙太尉可要珍重自身，否则，如何看我一步步扶摇直上，和陛下开创太平盛世？
Oh, there's so much I need to go, guys. Are we like... Oh, we are close to the... Okay, we'll finish watching this then.
当年高阳谋反一案，
I have to go set up with my wife.
圣安城中血流飘出，岂能料到今日，他被构陷谋反。
You could have stopped. It's like the end. I thought it was going to be the end, and then they played something else, and then they played something else, and then they played something else.
素洁，母妃好想你。主子，主子，长孙太尉被判流放黔州，长孙氏子孙皆被罢官除名，流放岭南。主子，如今宫中皇后被废。
Yeah, I know, but it was like fucking 50 minutes ago. More like half an hour, but still.
完了，全完了。史弼，你把这幅画带出宫去，流传后世，就说萧淑妃为奸人所害。主子，啊，这幅比较好看。这幅也带过去，还有这幅，一起带过去，把这些一起带过去。我的画，主子莫哭，奴婢这就捡起来。罢了。
I kind of want to keep her around. Can we keep her around?
主子，
圣令到。
Hello.
皇后想做什么
Alright. We're leaving it. We're leaving it. It lied to me. It was not almost the end. Okay, right. I'm moving to a BRB screen. I'm gonna go set up with the wife so I can play games with the wife. I guess she'll have to find out what we're gonna do to her next time, unlucky. Alright, I don't know if the clip player is working. Hopefully it is. If it's not, tough luck. I'll play some music for you. But I'm going to take a wee BRB. I'm going to stretch my legs, go piss, fill up my water, and then set up with the wife. So I might be a little bit, but I'll try and be as fast as I can. So you can shut the fuck up. Maybe get up, get yourselves a drink, and stretch your own legs, and I'll be right back, okay? Is this it? Oh no, that's... Oh. You saw nothing. You saw nothing. You saw nothing. Just gonna fucking cast spells and shit everywhere. Oh, did my ult get stopped? Stop fucking... Stop interrupting my spells! have my ult. I did, then client disconnected as I was walking into Elysium. Oh no. Wait, does it still count? Oh, I think it might still count, but I'm not sure. Where do we go? I have no idea. We're trying to get to the thick tree. No, I didn't mean to click hint! I didn't mean to click hint! I meant to click map! That's the first time I've ever used a hint in Mystery Case Files, and it was on fucking accident.
Hey, Hal.
Yeah?
You already know. You're such a good girl.
Thank you. I know I am.
Aw, yay! Good! We love self-care. Yeah, you are.
Guys, she admitted it. I'm about to make you change your mind after this playthrough, though. Where the fuck are we?
I don't know.
Oh no! No! Not the soup! No! No! Not the soup! Don't eat the soup!
放开我！放开我！这儿不听话，你们帮帮他。
God fucking...
I'm sorry.
You're fine. You're fine. You're literally... Wait, it's time to see.
There you go, gone.
Guess what I have?
They're gone.
No! Clip! Are you kidding me? And we had an O, an S, and a T. Stone. I want to guess one. Oh. Stone. Stork. My a Pokeball at you. I get to buy part of the house because the stairs are so wet. Man, I'm sorry to hear that, Beck. I hope you have a nice walk. Hope it calms you down. Well, fuck me in the ass, I guess. I won't have a grass. Whatever. Whatever. All right.
It was fun.
Well, we're very healthy for the ogre, so it's fine. Good night, CJ. Thank you for stopping by. Sleep well. We rub off on each other. We're getting progressively stupider the more you stream and the more we watch. Uh-oh.
Did he just... Oh. There ain't no way, dude.
You're still pretty rusty, huh? What is this?
Oh god, more bees.
Oh! Quick! I ran into that. Oh, he fucking just... What the fuck? He wiped his feet of me! That's oh! You have to start from the beginning! Okay, so they're both going left, so I will go right now. Actually, I lied. I will go left, because this...
Hello. Where's the... Oh. Okay, he fell. He
fucking hurt me with something. Nope. I need to, like, drink. This. Okay. Oh, I cured myself from a zombie bite. Don't let him bite you.
Well, I want to cure myself with a zombie.
Okay, well, you can go let him bite you, and I have,
Bite me! Oh, fucking crap.
Find you back in the war. Finish!
Susie? Susie, I think the car broke down. Wait, you're not in the car anymore. How did you... Oh, you're back. What's happening?
We had a gas? No,
I'm not sure.
Oh my god!
Excuse you! I saw that, young lady. Gonna get a Dubai chocolate brownie. Dubai chocolate shit is so frustratingly, like, underwhelming, honestly. If you have not tried it and you want to try it, as someone who loves pistachio and is, you know, I'm okay with chocolate, it was so... It was such a soulless bar of chocolate. Hello, clarinets. Not that feeling, but with music, it's one measure or one beat. I listen at least. Thank. Of course. This is now open. Eat it.
Raw meat. I'm not eating raw meat.
I died.
I
instantly died.
Truly, I don't know what you expected.
Well, I didn't think I was gonna die instantly. Maybe a little like a little sicky, you know, like a vommy.
You're such a good girl.
They got...
Oh god. You did really well today. This is how stressful it's just been always. It's just been like this. A weeb snowy or a weeb snow. Whichever one you want. Whichever one you want. I'm putting the firefighter hat on for now. If I get a skin that goes with it, I might put on this the mask. I like masks. Can I poop on this? Get pooped on. fuck. Hello, Wines. How's it going? Haha. Get pooped on. I'm just saying, keeping it real with you guys, I would happily sell all of you to go and watch a Ghost concert. I would sell all of you for free to go and watch a Ghost concert. Just saying. I would give you away. Just keeping it real with you. Just keeping it real with you.
Did our 40 months mean nothing?
I wouldn't say that. I'm just desperate.
One just.
I burned them.
Oh, you flipped them upside down.
Holy shit!
Yeah, it's over. GG.
Did I do the patch?
Yeah, you did
It's
it.
Oh, it's finally for my revenge. Get me out of this track, Jesus. Uh-oh. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? No, 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 no! You can't make this shit up! You can't make it up! Oh my god.
Round ones.
Oh my lord.
Um.
I'm not about that life.
Yeah. Oh, but not.
I might have missed a turn.
Did you hear the shots?
No.
You didn't hear the assault rifle shots.
Phantomy, I'm fucking deaf.
Oh, they looked rusty.
Do something.
Hello, little spider. Hello. Die. I think you'd actually be able to kill it. I didn't think you'd actually be able to kill it. He doesn't like this. Used to be an adventure like you, but then I took turning 30 to my back. This cat is calling out at least like 40% of you guys right now. I took turning 30 to my back is. I don't think it's the battery. I don't think it's the battery. Oh! Oh! Oh, we have life! Oh shit, we have life! Oh fuck, we have life! Woo! It lives! Maybe I didn't press the battery in enough. Maybe it was the battery. Detour.
Detour? Why? Those boards are not OSHA friendly.
Okay, you need to.
What's up?
Wait. Well, okay. Right. Okay.
Well, look, I thought we get clear. I do appear to be stuck, though.
Went over a pile of rocks and now are stuck.
Why does it change the fucking camera too? Out of the way! Oh, I broke my car. It changes my camera. Is there a way for me to change controls? Generation probably 4. Right. Get in the fucking ball, please. Am I catching Pokemon? No. I can't catch a single fucking Pokemon! I can't catch one! I can't! Ow.
Demolition complete. Hey, help. Catch.
Ow!
Well, uh-oh. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, this fence is too tall.
Oh, this car's a piece of shit. It's like someone hit it with a sledgehammer or something.
Oh, who could have done such a thing?
Wake up, it's time for school. It's time for school. We gotta get to school. We got school. I believe crows have begun struggling to communicate with each other. Made me think about how there were stories about noise pollution in the oceans interfering with whales. Maybe the increased use of drones or something doing the same thing. The poor crows. Just crows? Not like birds in general or anything? Does, thank God, thank God. I think we have some trainer battles. Wait, so there's no fairy. Do dragons have any weaknesses then in this game? Ice and dragon, I see. They've begun their frantic search for the cause. Someone time Beaker out for me, please. What is it?
It's the thing.
Random. Oh. Not only did you take it, but you picked me up! Nintendo Direct just ended, so there might be a few of you that are pretty excited about some things. Hi. Why am I... What the fuck? Why am I hello? What? What happened? Why am I so small? Help. That was weird. I guess now you can hear the true extent of how fucking deep my voice is. It's so very deep. Not corpse husband levels, but I don't know. I feel like at the start, when I streamed, I did what pretty much every streamer tends to do, and I definitely subconsciously pitched up my voice. I feel like I definitely sounded a lot cuter when I started streaming, and I kind of miss it, but this is much more comfortable, so this is what you guys get. Basically Batman. I see, right. I see you jumping around the barrel while you're being shot at.
No, no, I'm not.
I literally just watched you.
I am sprinting and jumping to the cave because I think there's more loot.
By the
I'm
way,
being
if
accused.
if our ship gets hit We're
Oh yeah,
so
we're done.
fucked.
We're done.
Oh, wait, the brick guy is in here. Reality Azure.
Oh, fuck.
He's talking. Happen again. In 4 spins, I need to earn. Yeah, I need a fucking full ass grand. You bastard! You bastard! No! I'm genuinely jealous. I wish it was that easy just to fall asleep, as it is for a cat who sleeps all day to fall asleep. Ah, I didn't jump! I didn't jump! I just fell! No! Where have all the good men gone, and where are all the gods? Where's the streetwise Hercules to fight the rising on? I'm absolutely going to step in one of those fuck bastard bear traps. I cannot see my hand in front of my... Ah! No, you fucking... Oh, you can disable the trap. Uh-oh. My wife! Give her back, you fucking asshole! Ah!
Oh, sweet.
Oh, there's a dog there. What the fuck? How'd you die? Ew. I saw that, young lady. What do the green ones do?
I think they're fine. They'll make you a little sporty, but I think they're chill. Did you find another one?
Yeah,
Consider my location.
The rat!
Oh, the rat!
Not the rat! No! Don't fight it! Oh my god! Well, that used up his turn.
Scooby Blue is the best. Scooby who? Oh, what's the Scooby-Doo? Coming after you. Gotta solve that mystery. Not to be actually, but Exodia decks usually win on turn 1. But I get your point. This is why Ghost didn't eat your treat. Cause you a nerd. Good, but why the fuck not? Sick. Moon jump. Flying disc. I didn't see where that was. Wait! Wait! Oh. I am so fucked. Hard Eyes, you're looking at something there, all excited. Hard Eyes, coming right up. Like this. I feel like a model. Or like the other way. Ah! No, that's so right. I am a model. Hello, Jeffy. 1 second. There's some steam in here somewhere.
can't see a goddamn thing.
What is that?
What is this thing? The fuck is it?
No!
Hello? Steve, there's an industrial.
King of Draftbeer.
Can't wait to see a crevice spawn below our feet.
Can't wait for the whole map to be gone.
Look, there's a crow.
This is biblically accurate hell. Why do I look like this?
No, this is like.
Take care, Sacambio. Thank you for stopping by. Robert! Robert, no!
Sir, there's too much damage. I'm sorry, but I'm out of commission. I have to give you the final.
God, pooping is hard.
What do we do?
I don't. We didn't.
No?
What? We do actually stream? What? We actually came to stream for you guys? What? We didn't just leave and never come back? What? Decided to do a different thing today instead of the silence.
They couldn't hear you on my end for a minute, so it was still silenced until now.
That's okay. I'm sure the point got across.
Oh my god. Anyway, hi Evershammy.
Oh, I didn't mean to
Hello,
delete the message. I
wonderful
just meant to
Moina.
unpin it. Well, it just got deleted, I guess.
Was the pin that hell is cute?
Oh, it's that soup time. We're not doing soup anymore.
Oh.
Bro, being the
I am
Empress is so
cute.
stressful. I thought that would be okay, but it's not.
See, Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, we're balding.
Is what we're playing.
Yeah. Don't worry about why I was gone for so long. We don't have to worry about any of that.
Mm-mm. Nope.
Shit.
I mean, they know that she's in possession. So that's not a secret.
I've seen everything.
Hal got spoiled. I'm really bad at keeping secrets from my friends.
I've seen all of the itty bitties.
She
No, there
has
weren't
seen
tech
all of-
problems. That wasn't a joke. I
No.
was, no, there were no tech problems.
No, the only
There was no
tech problem
stuff.
was the window was only barely big enough for the assets.
Oh, you know that cartoonish eyes dropping, mouth dropping, and the awooga noise. That was literally what happened. Like, I'm not even joking.
Awooga.
Yeah, literally.
She got to see the model.
I'm no better than a man.
I also, God, I love being bi. It's so nice. People are so pretty.
But yeah, we're balding today. We killed Cazador. Astarion is ascended.
Mm-hmm.
So he's
we
chilling.
also killed all of the people who were like, oh, Cazador stole our children. And we're like, that sucks. Your children are mush now.
Yeah, we turned them into mincemeat, so...
So welcome back. To catch everybody else up as well,
thank
Hell
you for
is
the
playing a
late
Dirge
Treshka,
run.
and,
It's her first time
sleep
playing.
well.
So no
Appreciate you stopping
spoilerinos
by.
to Hell.
No spoilers.
I myself
spoilers.
over here in this chat have played up through Raphael's quest, and I don't know how much after that I've
Oh yeah, we're
played.
going to
It's
go
been a
to
hot minute.
Raphael's house. Yeah, I forgot
We're
about
gonna
that.
fuck him up. I think we have to go up the elevator.
Yeah, probably.
Lies ready.
Also, if you don't like people being murdered in this game, then don't watch.
We try to save what children we can, and we try to save the animals, but people are
Elevator lies ready.
Listen,
there's no
I never
promises
played the
there.
D&D game, but you would never have to worry about me being the one that is unable to roleplay, because I will roleplay. And that's all this
Writing
is.
that down, writing that down.
Role-playing.
We love RP.
I wouldn't be a murder hobo in real life. That would be illegal.
And that's it.
That's the only reason why I wouldn't be. It's because it's illegal. It is illegal to kill people.
Alright, out the door.
See that, like, I put good thought into it? Oh, don't be fooled. I don't put thinking into anything. We just do, you know? I say this as a chronic overthinker. Okay, so... fuck the main quest. Where is Raphael? Oh yeah, so wait, that's Astarion's is completed now. We just gotta go find Char's parents. Shart's parents, not Char's.
And then, yeah, where's Raphael? Baldur's Gate. Oh yeah, there's the Gondians.
Is it personal quest?
Deal with the devil? Oh yeah.
No,
Talk to her if
that's... Oh, yeah. Wait, no. I've got the, wait, I have the ritual stuff that I got from the people, right? To get there. I think that's right.
Maybe? Probably. Oh yeah! Wait, where's the... Is there like a summoning circle or a ritual place?
It might be in that place where I got the stuff.
Did you ascend Astarion? We ascended him. Cazador's super dead, and Astarion is a god.
This looks like a Samantha soup. I say this, I don't know where the fuck the ritual stuff is. In my inventory. Oh, ritual pouch. Okay. I got it.
Oh, no,
okay,
so
so where did I get it from? I cannot remember where I got it from.
Not me looking up where the heck to get to Raphael's house. How to get to Raphael's house. How to get to the House of Hope. House of Hope?
Was it Devil's Fee? Was that where I got it from? Cause Hellsick, yeah, I think it's Devil's Sphere you need to go to. Cause I think she is the person that gave me... Hellsick is the person that gave me the... stuff.
Okay, then let's go over yonder and see if we can't. There's blood on that roof.
On... what roof? Wait, what?
If you come over where I am.
I think this is where we... Yeah, this is where I had to talk to the catbird thing because it was killing the pigeons.
Ah,
I had to fly up there and be like, hey,
right.
please stop killing the pigeons.
I didn't see the feathers at first. The feathers hadn't loaded in.
Yeah.
But then I got
That's
closer
okay.
and I'm like, oh, feathers. Alrighty.
Okie doke. So Astarion lost his eye. And Wait, this vigor? He just has this forever now? That's kind of crazy. Thought by until long rest it means like it will be gone at long rest, but we long rested since then. So he gets to keep his 20. That's kind of cool. Oh, I could have fucking just teleported here. Oops. Okay, so we just need to go up here. And over here. I don't know if she...
It might be in here.
I'm pretty sure this is the person I got it from, but I don't know where the...
Is there like a basement or an upstairs?
I'm going upstairs, yeah. Probably basement too.
I'm coming slowly. I'm coming slowly but surely.
Aha!
Oh, yep, that looks like a circle.
This is a summoning circle. You got your camera ready? Oh,
shut up, she
the
hates
fuck
you.
Up. I tried to kill you like 3 times.
Ooh, steal everything. Mermaid whiskey. Send to Ken.
Keep your distance, darling.
That's nothing. Wait.
Should be easy.
$24. This is so loud. There we go.
Don't touch me.
What we got in here? There's
What's
some
in
alchemy shits and a diamond.
Raffish metallic shaded outfit. No, thank you.
With pleasure.
23 gold. Thank you.
Holy shit.
I am a thief.
No time to rest.
I'm stealing from a devil. So is that bad?
Infernal marble. I will be taking that. That looks like a... It's worth nothing, but it's got like... What if I got a jar of coagulated blood? You know, why the fuck not?
Yum.
Coagulated? Ugh, texture-wise, it's gotta be revolting.
It's probably like a bloody nose, like an old bloody nose. That. No, thank you.
If you knew what that tasted like, I guess.
I do, unfortunately.
Wait, someone is dead down there. Oh yeah, there's a fucking coffin there.
Ah, fuck.
Someone said gelatinous cube. What's up? What you need unlocking? I'm sending him.
There's a gilded chest.
Astarion. Lockpick it. Hardly a chance.
Ooh, read. Excellent work, Helsik. I'm beginning to see why they call you Mammon's Picklock. E.G. from Gortash. Love, Gordy.
Intestines throb. Blood whispers.
Coin of Mammon. Mask of Soul Perception. Detect Forts. Do you want this? You get a +2 bonus to attack rolls, initiative rolls, and perception checks, and you also get the Detect Thoughts spell. It's worth 1,300 gold.
I mean, we should take it for sure, just because of the... I mean, money is money. But also...
I can give it to I think Astarion isn't really wearing anything of worthy for... Yeah, he's not even wearing a helmet, so...
there you go. For the Ascended Lad. What is this? Gold key. I got a key.
I pick it up?
Such a headache.
Oh, here, take it.
What a day.
What's up, baby girl? Oh, he looks great.
Can we dye it?
He
like dye it red maybe or something.
He looks like he's into leather and whips and chains.
Do we have any red? Do you have any red dye?
Great question. Probably.
Probably.
I have a lot of things in my inventory.
Detect thoughts
One
wouldn't work
sec.
on you. Shut your fucking mouth.
Do you want lush burgundy or do you want just straight up red?
Is burgundy like purpley red? I don't know. We could maybe do burgundy.
This.
It doesn't fit. He's
Yeah,
still
I'll put it-
ghost. Behave.
I'm putting it next to Astarian's body parts.
Perfect.
Easy to find. Classic Gortman.
Boom. Hey, there we. That looks even worse because it looks more like
yeah.
leather. It looks
Yeah.
like he's wearing a. You look fantastic, Astarion.
You know what? Good for you. I'm proud of him. He's very comfortable.
Fucking shaving
He's
him.
very
What
comfortable
the fuck is
in his
wrong
own
with
skin. Good for him. Is there any sound sweeter than the jingle jangle of coins rubbing against coins? Of course, Mammon will hardly be sated by a mere pocketful of gold. No, I'm going to have to start being smarter about
Alright,
this.
thank you very
What I
much for
need
the
is
gift.
not
It's up
just
to
revenue, but
Winter.
multiple
Thank you very
sources of
much for that. I appreciate
If
it.
nothing
Very
else,
sweet of
to
you.
be
Winter, make sure
Kurilla.
to say
Perhaps it's
thank
time
you.
to diversify the business. Not just
And
curios,
for the
but
gift, it's
information,
something
they're
goat
even
as
better
well.
access. Oh,
Thank
you're
you
a
very much,
genius,
Art, for providing blood
boy,
for the
Helsik.
leeches.
Okay, what do we do
I
for-
appreciate
what do
that.
What the summoning circle?
Leeches, make sure to say your thank you.
What do you do for this thing?
Alright, let me look at my
Did we want to combine the old Chatterinos for collab? Put the crows in the basement? Would love to. Her computer doesn't like it.
My
It gets very
CPU
mad.
is pretty fucking ass on my stream PC, so I try to make sure I don't have browsers open. Unfortunately, for the feature, you need a browser open at all times.
So could we pin the link to Hell's stream instead so people can go and see her and
How
check her out
about
and
you
love her?
pin these nuts?
In my mouth.
Okay, we
if
got a
they're yours,
skull.
please-
Oh, we got another infernal marble, a coin of mammon, a diamond, and some incense. Do I have like
They're
instructions?
direct. Yeah, there's
Opening
gotta
a hell
be-
gate. Opening
Okay,
a
there
hell
you
gate. thank God there's instructions. These
The
conveniently
game really
placed.
said, "Fucking read this."
Sniper dude, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moida. Hope you enjoy your stay. Yeah, Winter, can you pin these nuts? Thank you. All right, we need to place the skull on a. Here, I will hand this on the floor to you. You can.
Am I gonna follow directions? I'm really good at that.
Yeah, you can.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! This is my dream. I
So-
love following directions.
You want to place the skull on the star point near the altar.
Okay. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Take your time.
Okay.
You got
Huh?
this.
I do. I so got this. Guys, she believes in me. Okay, I've dropped all of the ritual items. So we need skull.
On the
Okay.
star point near the altar.
Uh-huh.
And then you want to place the coin of mammon on the next point to the right.
The coin of mammon. Hold on. I gotta move stuff away from each other a little bit. Coin of mammon to the right.
Mm-hmm. Then counting clockwise, skip a point and place the diamond on the next one.
Okay.
And then after that, you're going to place the incense on the point that follows the diamond.
Wait, counting clockwise. What was the last part of that?
Skip a point and place the diamond on the next one.
Oh, okay. I missed that part.
And
Okay.
then the incense goes on the point that follows the diamond. And then the infernal marble in the center of the star. Nice! You did it! Oh my god, you were so
I opened up
good.
the portal to hell for hell!
Yeah.
Yeah!
I think the tentacle bro was yapping at us, but I couldn't hear him. I don't know. I don't care what he says.
He doesn't like that we're
honestly
gonna go in
that
here.
portal looks really pretty. I think you did a super good job with it. So cool. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moida. I hope you enjoy your stay.
Oh my god.
All right, are we ready? Just save before we go in.
He made such a pretty portal to hell. Oh my god. Oh, the weight of my heart.
Knock knock, bitch. Not the organ. All right, loot this fucking place. What's he got? He's got
Pillar of
nothing. He's
Souls.
poor.
A faint spark of arcane chill emanates from the pillar. And you
Oh,
sense the
great.
sorrow of 1,000 damned souls trapped within. A sense of overwhelming.
I don't know shit all about Arcane. It's over.
There are souls in
I failed my check.
damned.
No, frickin' Shart did it.
Your nerves
Oh.
rattle and your skin shivers.
Hello.
She said it. She says it feels demonic and fucked up.
Curiosity killed all the cats. It won't be so kind to you.
As the woman speaks, you hear a distant rattle of chains. And
Well, I watched Arcane, but I just don't know Arcane.
Hear us. I shouldn't be talking to you. I must go. It's not kind to me.
The figure flickers and starts to dim from view, but you sense she could be convinced to return.
I want to pick this, but I also want to know a bit more information. What's hurting
The
you?
figure shimmers brightly. Your words seem to have piqued her.
What am I away to go fucking turn into mincemeat?
But it is a faint hope. Just like me. I can't leave. I could only suffer. But I'm supposed to do that in silence. Everyone here hates me for what I am. I'm the thing that kills you and the only reason you're alive. Made by a promise, undone by the truth. A handshake, a hug, the first beat of a newborn's heart.
That doesn't even rhyme.
I am hope. What little is left of her. A guttering candle in a universe of night. I'm not much of a friend to anyone anymore. But I could use a friend myself. Do you want a friend to guide you through this madhouse? I hear the jailer. It hears me. It'll call Raphael, make every question count. Make some of them count twice.
I'm here to kill Raphael.
You brilliant, beautiful maniac. I'll go down while you trim his arteries.
You brilliant, beautiful maniac.
I'm indisposed and you're in hell. Don't waste any more words.
I
We'll
love
both
her.
Be sorry. The house is home to many things. Most will kill you. One can save you. The hammer that breaks the chains. You must steal it.
Where is this fucking hammer?
The rattle of a chain and an agonizing scream in your head as hope flickers from view momentarily.
Quiet.
Hello, Miro. How's it going? Hello?
Everyone here is mad. Even you, especially me.
Why especially you? Why not especially me? You trying to steal my thunder?
I'll make you seem as ruined
Do
as
you
the rest
acknowledge
of
that
the
you're a
people
little
here.
crazy?
A simple glamour to make you a terrible wretch. Now whisper your questions, little wretch, but really quiet and very clever. Concentrate.
Hmm.
+4, +3, +1. No bonus for intelligence. I'm fucking stupid. Alright. This is absolutely the opposite of what I'm supposed to be, but it's the biggest bonus, so we're just gonna go with it. Boom. Nat 20 anyway, so who cares?
Remember,
easy clap.
Quiet as a mouse.
Where is the Orphic hammer?
Place
discovered an ancient gift, Prince, in need of a savior? The Orphic Hammer is the perfect tool for breaking all infernal chains. In the archive, down the corridor, past the debtor. Oh, the debtors. They won't like you. But I like you. I know I do. I think I do. I hope I do. I just need to ask one question, and I'll know for sure.
Answer more of my questions.
No, it's my turn. I never asked this of anybody. Nobody was capable, nobody was worthy, nobody was good enough, but you have...
Yeah, she's on the buck fizz.
Can you save me? Please, 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 please.
Hey, Hal.
Yeah?
You're such a good girl.
Thank you. Now you just help me decide. Nope.
I brought you hope. You brought despair. You will burn.
See what you've done? Do you see what you've done,
louder from unseen.
There has to be balance.
Without
There
a
has to be
scream or
balance.
sigh, hope disappears.
Bye-bye. Well, we didn't get any questions, but I got to fucking ruin someone's life. So I would call that a win. Fuck is going on here? Okay.
Oh,
this doesn't look great.
Yum.
This looks like Mystery Case Files food.
Debt of consolidation.
My character looks like the most villainous of villains. That is entirely intentional. I am the antagonist. Hello, Infernal Mason.
Sorry soul.
Sorry.
What do you seek?
Your rags are in your mouth. Need to find the archive.
I cannot help you. This is not my home. Even if I can never leave.
That's a bit useless. What ties you?
I was an architect in life. A builder of tombs and temples. But most
I wonder if his cloth was like a gag.
Reached for the
you know?
stars and
Yeah.
to dry
Because it goes... It's going in both sides, yeah.
was a monument to life and to virtue.
Maybe he just wanted to eat
A
it.
happy home.
Maybe he was hungry.
Noel,
Yeah.
thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Maida. Hope you enjoy your stay. This fucking music is banging. I like this. Kind of reminds me of the Persona Jailer music from Persona 5. Oh, I'm wrong.
Deaths in the family. Happiness rarely lasts a lifetime.
You sound so
Tragedy
familiar.
came, my master fell into darkness and despair. He marshaled
His
a
voice
great
actor? Yeah.
army to ruin the world and bring all into shadow. I could not let it happen. I sought out the devil, Raphael.
Let me look
and
it up,
signed
yeah.
an infernal pact with him. He promised to destroy my master's army, and I promised him my soul.
Infernal Mason.
The devil was true to his word.
Crispin Redman?
Fiends
I don't know the name. I usually have to look up who else they voiced.
Yeah, one second, yeah.
endured somehow and blighted the land.
He is known for Law and Order in the UK, The Whistleblowers, and Ancient Rome, The Rise and Fall of an Empire. Yeah.
Yeah, no clue. It just sounds familiar, I guess.
He's got a nice voice, yeah?
He's the architect of Moonrise Towers.
You know my work. Oh,
Yeah, we had a wee chat with Ketherick.
You also have the misfortune of knowing
Very nice chap. Yeah?
General Ketherick
Yeah.
Thorm.
Yeah, I killed him.
Then all came to pass as I had hoped. A century too late for my family and friends.
Dennis, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moida. I hope you enjoy your stay.
I thank you.
Okay, your thanks
Oh,
is not
you
enough
like
though.
that,
You got
huh?
any coin?
What became of what became of Moonrise Towers?
Oh.
Yeah, it's a cursed place.
All towers fall in the end.
Didn't make him sad like I thought it would.
Is vanquished. That was my purpose.
Okay.
Perhaps it is best that I remain here, and that the long centuries erode my memories and leave me empty. There is a certain peace in that.
That's also very somber, yeah.
Well, it was kind of useless, honestly.
Alright. A record written in Raphael's own hand detailing the adventures of various travelers in Faerun, including yours, yeah. The desperate will do anything to get out of a bind, yeah. Adding the nya is really adding to this, I feel. That mind flayer toys with its food, but it'll become hungry soon enough, and they have proven such malleable little things, yeah. The crown for the hammer, more than a reasonable trade, I should think, yeah. After all, what use is power if you don't have freedom, yeah?
I'll give it a shot.
Alright. Yeah.
Trust no one. Let's crack it open.
25. Alright, Chief. Easy. Easiest fucking
Good
lockpicking
job,
of
Mia.
Astarion's life. Hello? Oh, fucking Christ.
Time to press ahead.
You okay, dude?
They're eating me from the inside. The rats. The rats. The rats. Ugh.
Not my problem. What's in this chest?
A wine goblet? Yeah.
What is... What?
The spilt wine is laced with the perfume of an exquisite poison. An unexpected treat.
Well, this tonic?
Or is it the Brass City Scrangle? Yeah. List of essential personnel. A record of various associates of Raphael's listing their duties and their respective performance. Yeah. Carilla Hearthflame? Carilla Hearthflame. Fieldwork so far, I've barely had to singe the tips of her fingers. This one shows promise. Yeah. Archivist. Naughty boy. Supposed to be looking after the collection, but has a tendency to drift. Yeah. May have to start breaking his neck to give his spine a chance to recover. Yeah. No Baldin. Little shit to let Gortash get away, yeah. Not letting him near the prisons ever again, yeah. Chamber of Egress will do just fine until I find a replacement for him, yeah.
Hello, Eternal Rat.
I'm in two minds. The rat and the man and the rat, they gnaw at one another.
Hello, Brad.
The rats make me crazy, yeah.
Rat's mad.
Where are the rats? I have hands and legs and tail and claws, and I am the rats. I skitter now, best of the litter, and hungry, want victuals sweet with rot. Simpler life, but harder.
Okay. A rich clock. What?
The face of the clock is downcast.
Okay.
Ooh.
The Master is very indulgent of you, Carilla, but I will not let you bring disorder into the archive.
I'm not bringing anything, you little fosspot. I'm just here to watch the story unfold.
That's the hammer we need.
Well.
Yup.
Look what we have here.
Hello.
I cleanse the books. I comb each and every line for falsehoods and purge them pure.
Good. All right, good for you, bud. Let me save. Hey guys, I've come to take the hammer. Something tells me that this is not going to go well. Hi.
A guest? Are you a client of the Master
or a visitor from elsewhere in the Hells. I do not believe you were invited. One moment. I shall consult the visitor's schedule.
Kill him.
His eyes flicker back and forth as if he is reading a book. He has the schedule memorized. Or it's
It's carved into his eyelids.
Most irregular. The schedule is all but clear.
Schedule.
And yet you are here.
I've come for the hammer.
That's splendid. The Orphic hammer is one of Master Raphael's most prized possessions. You can't have it. You can't even touch it. And I would suggest you don't.
I am thinking about it right now. Alright. Boom. Give me, or I'm gonna break your fucking teeth.
I'd rather you didn't. My spine has only just healed from the last time.
Oh, I just read about that.
Well deserved, of course. I spilled a glass of Batazu blood wine on one of his favorite portraits. Perhaps you could work off some of this aggression in the boudoir. It is where Raphael conducts his most private matters of business.
Oh,
Pleasure.
the boudoir. I want to go steal
this
shit.
To gain access.
I want to go steal shit from the
Resident
boudoir.
favors their favorites. Satisfy them, and they may put in a good word on your behalf.
You done with the rat?
Hello.
Can't resist the faintest hint of a temptation, can
Oh,
you?
Corilla.
I suppose
Yeah.
that makes
It's just
two of
okay,
us.
Jack.
I'm surprised you're bold enough to show your face here. Raphael might tear it clean off your skull.
I've
He
come
can
to tear
try.
Raphael's skull clean off his face.
I hope you're ready to face a very angry
Grip his spine out like a weed.
Oh, fear Raphael.
Don't you? I thought you had half a brain. Then again,
That's your fault.
disproves any good sense you might have had. Once upon a
We don't have a plus anything on intelligence checks, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm dumb as rocks, bitch.
mad as a March hare.
She
At least
looks
we don't
like
have a
the
negative.
mother from Tangled or the witch. Yeah, she kind of does.
Mother knows best.
She really does, actually.
Listen to your mum, see?
We're all mad here. But hope in hell? Why? That's the definition of insanity.
Bro, I
Oh, you
don't
met
care.
Hope.
I don't trust her anymore than
I
just
ought
you.
to start giving you more credit. You want my advice? Enjoy whatever life remains to you. When Raphael
Is Raphael gonna be like a really hard fight?
never enjoy anything again?
If you actually want the answer, I can answer.
We're-
Otherwise,
we-
I will
we win.
assume that all
We win.
questions.
We win. What's this? I'm taking this. Wait. I can't take it.
Something over there.
Yeah, the fucking gauntlets that we need.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Yoink.
You summoned Master Raphael, and I hadn't finished dusting the artifacts yet. He will be most annoyed. This is delightful. You have what you wanted, but you cannot leave lest all hells break loose. A hopeless situation.
Well, cool. I got the gauntlets. Set the wearer's strength to 23. Anyone want that? Do you want that?
No. Who does the most bonking? I feel like you would want that because you do the most, like.
Oh, I suppose when I turn into the thing.
Yeah, because you turn into owlbear and.
Okay, I'm
beast.
putting them on. We'll do a quick save here. Although I have a feeling there's not much more that we can. We're gonna get fucking.
Well, there's an amulet of greater health over here.
The Orphic hammer.
No shit.
Gonna take this,
When
might
the
as well.
Orphic hammer strikes like thunder, even astral chains.
Oh, there's a marble plate underneath it. We could have disarmed the marble plate.
Wait. Okay. Right. Oh fuck. Okay. Right. I thought it was pointing at the fucking gauntlets. I didn't know it was.
No, there's a marble
pointing at
plate
the
underneath.
bollocks. I'll need to get a Starion on that. Hey, Ghost. You're so cute. Hello. Hello, my son.
Hello, Ghost.
Oh, you're so warm. So
I
tired,
want
too.
I want to bury my face in his belly.
I have. It's really nice.
Yeah. I would take any amount of sniffles, sneezes, and itchy, red, swollen eyes to bury my face.
Come for
in
the
his
hammer.
belly.
Yeah. I'm gonna break bits off of you. Boom.
You can't have it. You can't even touch it.
I was gonna give
And
you
I would
bardic
suggest you
inspiration
don't
again.
No, we're not failing this. I'm not losing aura. I won't do it. I'm not gonna lose aura to this guy.
Oh, man. That's fair. I hate the sharpest tooth. I was looking pretty dumb with my finger and my thumb in the shape of an L on my forehead. Well, here's that coming and then it's not coming.
Got this loading screen for being like fucking. Alright, I've come for the hammer. Okay, right.
Let
Save
me
here.
inspire you through bard.
No, I didn't mean to click that!
You can't.
I meant to click. Fuck me. I meant to click my. I meant to click my bonuses, and I clicked the fucking. I don't even think I clicked the dice. I just clicked outside.
Oh my god.
God damn it.
It's okay, we got this. If you have a problem with us save scumming, then you're not playing this game right. Number one. Number two.
Listen, I passed it the first
not
time,
sorry.
okay? I'm just being lore friendly. We're committing to the authenticity of the save scum.
We love save scumming.
I
It's
thought
the
I
best
saved
way to
after
play.
this. I guess I didn't.
Have you indeed? That's splendid.
Right.
The Orphic hammer is one of Master Raphael's most prized.
Add bonus.
You can't have it. You can't even touch it. And I would suggest you don't think about it.
I can't. It won't. I can't. Wait, inspire? I can't do it. Can I exit out of the conversation? I want to leave the conversation. I don't think I can leave the conversation to help. Fuck. Okay, that works.
I'd rather.
Alright, blah 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 blah.
Okay.
Careful, I might. Go. Be very, very quiet.
Magical ambush.
Something over there.
Yeah, we know. We know now. Oh wait, no.
Quickly, quickly, quickly. Oh, got it.
Okay.
Yoink. Boom.
Okay. But there's also a thing over here.
I need to send these to me. Hello, don't mind me.
He's sweeping really good.
That's curious.
I'm gonna talk to him.
We do not demand silence, but please keep prayers, words of encouragement, and friendly conversation to a minimum.
Okay.
Boom.
Nice.
Sorted.
Sweet. Okay.
Let me save.
Hello? Nice. What's out here? This is very polite.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Ooh, apple. Sunmelon piece. Apple. We need more of these.
What is...
Grapes. Melon. Grapes.
That's kind of huge, I'm not gonna lie. What? The upgrades from this.
Through the telescope, a sinister vista sprawls before you. Boiling rivers and sheer crags. A sight of the hells that you'll never forget.
Alright, just need to... Why is my weapons up? I don't need them out.
Dream in red.
Whatever.
Should we...
We'll see.
Shall we go find the whatever
room? The boudoir? Yeah. Bear with
and
me.
go steal
a second, if that's okay.
Of course. I will bear with you for the rest of my life. It's
Hello!
easy.
Welcome, Raiders Eclipse. Is that how your name is pronounced? Let me know if not. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. I'm just gonna quickly send you over to the raid video, so please enjoy.
Hello Raiders. If you feel this stream isn't for you, or you have to leave for other things, don't worry about it. No one's going to chase after you, or hold any grudges, but if you feel like staying, then I hope you enjoy it here.
Hello, my name's Hel. I'm a PI Crow, private investigator by day. Oh, she's dead. Paranormal investigator at night.
Hands off, Gallimar.
That cat just spoke real life words to me. Pygo illustrator at sunrises and sunsets. Sorry, I got something in my eye. Alright, I will never do that again. We're fucking gaming. Let's fucking go!
Eat it. Eat this one as well.
Why are you feeding them?
What the fuck is it?
No! Hello! Welcome, Raiders! Thank you so much for the raid again. I do really appreciate it. Eclipse, I hope you had a wonderful stream. It says you were just chatting. I don't know if you were doing anything before that or you just chat and chilled for the whole stream. Feel free to let us know what you got up to. Tell us a little bit about it. Or if you don't want to, that's completely fine as well. I completely understand. You just got done streaming. You might want to go rest. I get it. So don't worry too much about it. For anyone that is new here, hello, I'm Hel. I won't have too much about myself because the raid video does it for me, but currently I'm playing some Baldur's Gate 3 for the first time. It's my first ever playthrough with the lovely Red Autumn Owl over here. She has agreed to play this game with me. It's not her first time playing through it. She's been a little bit of a guidance to me. I do ask for no spoilers. I am playing a dirge run. It was a complete accident. I didn't intend to pick whatever it was, but we're in Act 3. I kind of understand what it means now. But in case anyone is not okay with that, or for whatever reason, that's your warning. So, yeah. That's what we're doing. Right now we are about to go and hopefully fuck up Raphael. I have embraced my dirge through and through. I love killing things. I won't sit here and yap too long about this stuff though, because I am, you know, with someone that's a bit rude of me, so I hope you don't mind that. But the Dawn and Eclipse, thank you both so much for the follows. Welcome to the Moira. I hope you enjoy your stay. How's the run going? It's going okay. Last session we killed Cazador, and Astarion is now like god vampire or something. This time I'm finally going to kill Raphael. I fucking hate Raphael, and I have been waiting for this moment since I met the fucker. Apparently this fight has been bigged up quite a lot to me. When you say that, so Autumn, that the Raphael fight, it's been bigged up quite a bit, right? People are hyped for this.
They are very hyped, yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, where I'm kind of expecting something huge. And I'm glad you like the intro. Salty Biscuits, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moira. I hope you enjoy your stay. Autumn disappeared. Oh, you played some Baldur's Gate 3 too? Oh, like you're like a... Oh, I gotta go move Autumn. Second, I need to go move Autumn. Are you like playing it your first time as well, or are you a very experienced Baldur's Gate player? I'm not a D&D player by any means, or anything like that. But I've been enjoying Baldur's Gate quite a bit. I am a druid. My partner is a bard. And I'm fucking some shit up. I'm truly embracing my dirge run, so... You died too many times, him? No, it is a hard fight, isn't it? Don't worry, I'm sure that I will also die many a time to him. You just got the game too. I hope you have a lovely time with it. It is really, really fun. I have played the Divinity games, and I enjoyed them. So, you know... Baldur's Gate 3 was a bit more difficult because there's a lot more to it, but it's still quite fun. It's like the fight. Okay, these guys are really hyping up. We gotta go fucking find this fucker. Where's the boudoir? We need to go find the boudoir. So we just stole the gauntlets and the necklace first time because we definitely noticed that there was a pressure plate there. So we need to go and find this boudoir because we just threatened this guy. And he said that we can go to the...
Sorry, did not mean to click on her.
Fucking shard jump scare.
Sorry.
Oh wait, let me talk to Corilla very quickly.
Can't resist the faintest hint of a temptation, can you?
I hope you're having fun being a dirge. Apparently dirge is like the canon. Yeah.
It's the canon storyline.
Alright, we did all
Also,
this.
if you don't see me, it's because I'm currently an owl, so I'm very small.
Yeah, don't worry, I see you. We just moved you over to this. You were actually very, very big.
Oh, okay.
But once you get moved like the once, it's not the worst. I don't care about freeing Orpheus at all. I just want to fucking kill Raphael. That's what I'm here to do. Oh, that's someone walking on the floor. Hello? Oh, shit, wait. Astarion! Astarion, wait! Shit, I forgot he's not connected to me. Have to try dirge after your first run? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, play the way you want to
wait,
first,
if I play
but...
here?
Are you gonna steal money from everyone that's already indebted?
Yep. I'm not stealing. They're giving it to me willingly if they have any.
Oh, dearie me. I don't think they have any. These guys are broke.
Maybe?
Wait.
Yeah!
Oh my god. But yeah,
Another
please,
indebted
you
to
did just get done
me.
streaming, so if you have to pop
Thank
off and do some
you.
self-care and
Thank
whatnot, don't worry
you.
about,
Thank you for the
sitting here and
money.
chatting with me. I completely understand it. And, you know, Salty, if you're wanting to avoid spoilers as well, that might be in your best interest. I'm not sure. Oh, what happened?
Sorry. I went and grabbed an apple.
Oh, how dare you. Oh, perfect. I can get my health back. Who the fuck is this?
What?
Can I just straight up fucking maul this person as an owlbear? I already know this interaction is probably gonna make me uncomfortable, isn't it? Their name is Harleep. They are in bed. Wearing that.
Little mouse.
Okay, yeah.
Is running
Alright.
through the house.
Wait.
Hello.
A thief in the night, greedy and here to take.
I've already
Why
taken,
you
bitch.
here, little thief?
I've already stolen shit.
You're looking very skippy.
No. You will have a far crueler master than Raphael soon. But what inspired you to pay him a visit?
Yeah, I want to kill you.
You will make a pretty feast.
I want his outfit.
There's not much of an outfit there, Autumn.
I know.
Alright, this isn't Raphael. He's 169 health. Okay, right. Let's examine this guy. What do we got?
You gonna have fun with Raphael? Yeah, in a way. We're gonna hack him up. So I can take his clothes.
Slashing, piercing, bludgeoning resistance, fire, lightning, cold, poison resistance. Okay, right. Fantastic. You're resistant to fucking everything. Arrow of acid. Fucking eat shit, bitch. And then he's using his react. Okay, that's the reaction thing. Sick, right? Shit, that's so cool.
I did.
Oh, no, he's back. Okay.
Right.
And what did that achieve, Harleep?
You're just gonna.
You can get quite a bit of interesting lore.
There.
Lazael's underwear? I wouldn't know. I killed Lazael.
Yeah, Lazael's unfortunately gone. Oh no.
Impies? Ew.
There's
All
a lot
right.
of little creatures.
Let's test my strength. I am fucking chonky. Hello.
Hello.
I love being an owlbear.
You're really.
Is this a fucking... What is this painting? We draw on this painting as well.
Oh, he's weak to psychic. Interesting. Nice.
Oh, I could have used like 7 of my brain worm abilities. I've been eating worms like non-stop. I'm very well aware that the worms are probably going to be horrible for me later on, but I don't care. I just
She's
eat the worms for the love of
hungry.
it. I eat them for the love of the game. I think the most use I've gotten is turning into the slasher or using a fly. Oh, you fucking told him.
I did.
Ow. Can you fucking stop? It says multiple targets, but it's just me.
I think it's because they can do multiple, but they're choosing to do one person at a time. Which, that's fine.
We have like 7 million fucking arrows of ice. Let's use that on this guy if he gets up. I did like
And he
18
can
damage.
slip.
Okay.
You gonna slip? No,
No,
I'm
you've
charmed.
been charmed. I need to kill this guy. Oh, use that for your escape. Fuck you.
Dang it.
That's okay. There you go. Dude, I'm so strong. I don't know if I want to give these gloves away. I'm not gonna lie to you.
You can keep them. You're the one person in our party who probably does the most.
The only problem is that we're for the
melee.
person that got us here, so I don't know if that's gonna have any repercussions. I'm evil. Who the fuck cares? A dark paladin? That sounds like a lot of fun. Aren't like paladins supposed to be like very the opposite of me and everything that I stand for?
Yep. Oh no.
Don't agree so quickly. I completely understand. Okay. Provokes an attack. Oh, you're kind of in my way, honey. Okay,
Yeah, sorry.
Could.
I don't have control of my body at the moment.
Where is it?
Let's go.
Okay, that works. Are you coming back? Good. Hello.
Stop doing it! Knock you prone. Yeah, you're prone. I'm so sorry, me.
Can you please? I clicked this like 6 times. Okay. Alright, all these guys are dead. Oh wait, where the fuck did you come from? Where the fuck did you come from?
No, please leave
An
me alone.
Oathbreaker
let me
route.
go.
I see. Interesting. D&D universe is so cool, but god, it's too much for my little brain.
A lot's going on.
Yeah.
Can
I
you
reckon
please
playing like a
stop?
paladin has got to be like playing on hard mode though, right? I think it's just easy if you kill everything. Hello. And boom. And boom. And another one. You're dead.
Oh, thank goodness.
What you got? Hell dust
I'm
and
free.
gloves. Oh, here you go. Send you his underwear.
Yay!
Infernal
No one
Acuity. You gain a 1 bonus to spell attack rolls and spell save. Your weapon attacks deal additional 1-6 fire damage. Your unarmed attacks deal an additional 1-6 necrotic damage and can possibly inflict bleeding. You also get +1 to strength saving throws and a raise of fire cantrip. Would you like these? I'm gonna send them to you.
Is it the backless extravaganza?
Why is Astarion fucking heavy? Why are you... I don't know, I just sent you it. Astarion, why are you encumbered?
No, that's not it. You sent it to me.
Oh no, it was if I was... oh god. I'm pretty sure I sent it to you.
Or did you say it? Did you send it to Shart?
No, I sent it to you. It's just called underwear. It's in between a bunch of,
Oh.
yeah, it's in between. Oh my god, your inventory.
I'll check it out later. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about my inventory. My inventory's fine.
Can we long rest? Oh, we can. Oh, we could just go over here, actually. Does this give me back my slot? It doesn't. It just gives you back your health. I see.
All right.
Does it get back your bonus health?
TOS
Does not.
friendly attire.
Where am I? What's going on?
Ugh, it's fine. Yeah, one right. You struggle to keep up with Critical Role. I have heard a lot of opinions about Critical Role. A lot of people say that Critical Role ruined like D&D and shit like that. Which kind of pisses me off, really.
I think it's just people having fun.
Yeah.
What's wrong with... Are people mad because they, like, change rules and stuff sometimes?
Well, I thought that's like a whole thing that you can do, and you just pop a homebrew title on it and call it a...
Ow.
Day.
Yeah.
How evil is Shart, evil is... Astarion, Dark Paladin, Evil Dirge looking a party. Everyone's gonna be so fucking evil. I'm assuming that all of the companions have like an evil route and a kind of good route.
Probably.
Okay, we went to the boudoir.
Real
There's
quick,
still
can I-
something.
Could I borrow your vampire?
Sure. What's up?
There's a safe.
Okay, I unlocked this as well.
Oh, thank you.
Potion of Angelic Slumber. Gain the benefits of a long rest.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a really good one. But you have
Holy
to be
crap.
able to stay asleep for however many turns. I think it's like 2 turns.
What am I opening?
One mooshment, my love.
No worries. 25. Good night, CJ. Sleep well. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. What's in here?
Just to give you a wee warning, my love, I am going to turn back into a witch.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting.
Thank you for the self-care check. It's fine. Usually when you turn back, you're already in that position.
Okay, that's good. For me, it moves about a little bit. So my bad.
Okay, let's see. What we got here? Cool. Let me save. We'll give this a read. The actors have finally reached Baldur's Gate, so I can commence the next stage of my play. They've learned the Astral Prism secret, but I will tell them that I have the key, the Orphic Hammer, the only thing that can break the prince's chains. The hammer will be kept safely in the archive, protected by a password. What shall it be? Perhaps give me my heart's desire. Is this like a trap? This is such a trap, isn't it?
From the archive.
Alright.
Oh.
Wonder if the
I guess it's something that will help us later.
Huh? No, we need to... When we go, we can go get the hammer now, right?
It said, yeah, it said something about a password.
I think we have the password. I think that was the password, no?
Maybe? Oops.
We'll give it a go.
How do I still owe so much? Because he gave me money for playing the freaking lute.
Hello.
There it is. The Orphic Hammer. Right.
The password is password.
It appears to be protected by an energy field of some kind. But you're not familiar with
But I have
this
the
magic.
password. It is I, Raphael. Lower your defenses.
Blinks away at your words.
I'm all for thieving, but let's not be hasty. Steal this, and the devil will notice.
Good. Well, there's no plate here?
Can't give up now.
Are we just taking it? Or is there like a grander fucking... What are you looking at?
Disheveled and with a lingering odor of blood and sweat. I hope you found the boudoir to your liking.
Do we just take it? Yoink.
Just rang Raphael's dinner bell. And you are the entire. This is delightful. You have what you want.
Yeah. I'm not sure there's a way to...
Ding, ding, ding! You just rang the dinner bell, and Raphael's coming home to feast.
Yeah.
Thanks for starters and your soul for dessert. Souls taste like honey tarts.
Oh, yum.
You planned for this. I know you did.
Hello, QX. How's it going?
It's really important that you don't panic, even when your eyes evaporate from the heat. Come to my prison, bring the hammer, break my chains, and then we exit stage any which way.
Yeah, I'm leaving without you.
Gods, no, oh, please, no, 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 no.
Aw. Did you tell her no, we're not gonna go get you?
I told her we're leaving without her.
Aw.
Oh. Hello. Oh, you guys want to fight? That's cute. Ew! What is that? Immunity to fire, necrotic, psychic, poison.
What?
It's resistant to radiant lightning and fucking literally everything else. Oh my lord. This fucking tumor.
Oh, the ball?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing about force damage though. I can't even attack it. Stein is fucking... Path is interrupted. That's okay, I'll just attack this. Right, okay, sick. Well, unfortunate. Alright.
It's a boar. It's the boar! Oh, what is the boar resistant to?
Alright.
Fucking immune to fire.
What is this on the floor? It's just fire. I'll fucking start hammering away at this.
Cold resistance.
Can you please jump? Maybe not enough movement. Fine. What about to the boar? Right, that works. Whatever. I'm okay. I hope this stuff at uni went well.
It's dead.
It is dead. We have another Depter though, and the Hell Tumor over there.
We do. Where's the other Debtor? Oh, he's up there. Alma. I cannot hit you. You're too far away. I guess it's just... Okay. Noted, 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 noted.
Okay. Wait, why was that doing necro? Oh, it just does. I see. That's fair enough.
Still breathing,
Okay.
despite everything.
Why does the tumor move? Oh, you're a little... okay. Maybe I can... Oh, wait. I see. Okay. Have to be careful standing too close. It's just a fucking massive meat shield.
The hags are hiring.
Oh my god. That's fucked up. Very rude. Ow, my body.
Lol, loser. Alright. Attack you.
Okay, what are you immune to?
And again. And again.
Fire, ice, poison.
And no. Okay.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Okay, there we go. Experimented meatball. That's one, the spicy meatball.
He's very warm.
Wonder when we're gonna see Raphael. Hello, Shadow. How's it going? What kind of food are you eating, QX?
Dang, that ball wants you bad.
I mean, that's fine. I got the health.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
We're slowly but surely. We're getting there with it. It's almost dead. I can't wait for it to fucking explode and kill everything and then turn into something else unkillable. I'm okay, thank you for asking. Glad to hear you're doing well.
You said you haven't played this game before.
What? Is that what happened?
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I don't fucking remember.
Literally
I don't
balls.
remember. I don't remember. I'm just kidding. I don't remember. I swear.
Don't even know if we're gonna be able to long rest after this now, because everywhere is fucking red.
But we can go back to the pool.
Yeah, but I won't get my. I guess I'll just have to be a owl bear, for now. I'll just be a constant owl bear. Oh no, the meatball.
He's a coming. Only 11.
Oh, come on, Astarion. There we go. Boom.
Okay, so we could do a little short rest. So we got that.
Yeah, okay.
And then, do we want to go... Well, there's more things over here. We could make our way through the whole thing and go kill everything that's in here, because all of them are enraged. Or we could try to leave.
I was just gonna go straight... I don't know what's over there on the other side. I don't want to fucking close the doors. Like, oh, there's like so many things here that is mad. Like, I don't know what's on the other side here, because we never went over here. And I don't know if we're gonna... Are we gonna be able to come back? There's another set of doors, like, over here.
Oh, true.
That we never went to. So we might have to... fight these guys. But then if we want to go heal, we're gonna have to go... and fight those other guys anyway, I guess, but...
Right. Yeah, it's up to you.
Alright.
I follow your lead. God damn. Nice.
Start off nice and strong. Hello, Christian. How's it going? 5 chicken tenders with toasted curly fries. Honestly, it sounds bomb as fuck. It sounds really beige, but it sounds bomb. Everything is just on fucking fire.
Yup. This room is on fire. Oh,
what the
okay.
fuck?
Fuck you.
Yeah, double fuck you.
Yeah. Tell him. I follow your lead. Massive explosion. Yep, that's Baldur's Gate 3 in a nutshell. Uh-huh.
What else is there? Oh, you.
Oh no, not the debtor. Oh wait, no, that's not the. I thought that was the Skelly boy, who was like, chill. Why did it? We're not done.
It was weird.
Are we leaving the boar?
It's just me. It's. What is going on?
I don't know. That was weird.
The game is
anyway.
just. The game's trolling.
That's fine.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Bye-bye. Alright, we're gonna have to go and heal, right?
Yeah. Especially you. Especially you. Are any of these? Oh. I'll take that.
Balcony.
Do any of these guys? Do the boars have anything? No. Okay. Oh. You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Can't even catch my breath.
Oh. Oh my god, you're all the way up there? What the f- I'm not even close to you.
Don't worry, I'm taking care of it.
No, like I was in the fight. You're just okay. Pop off, Queen.
Alright, I need to
You
go
don't even
heal.
need me.
Perfect.
Does that count as a long rest? Do you have like your stuff back?
No,
or
no. It's just healing.
You know what? That's okay. That's not bad.
Wait, insert infernal gem. Uh-oh.
Inert infernal gem.
Oh, fuck. It's not gonna break something, is it?
Infernal gem seething in its cage, protecting the secrets of its master.
Just fucking touch it again, fuck you.
I'll wait down here and watch.
Fuck! I was so close. Alright. Who's the Arcana person?
Probably
Char?
Shart. Yeah, +4. There we go.
Sick. What's in here? Ooh! 666 gold. Hell Dusk helmet. You can see in magical and ordinary darkness. Okay, you cannot be blinded.
That's pretty sick.
Immolating gaze. 2 to 16 damage. 2d8 fire. Sear and frighten a target with nothing but your glower. Holy shit. I mean, that's all yours if you wanna. Taking the money though.
I might give that to Shart. Hold on. Because she has a good thing too. Hold on. What does she have?
These statues are fucking sus.
Let's see.
Like,
+1
I'm not
bonus to
gonna
saving throws
fucking
against
lie.
spells. This one has a +2. Oh yeah, take this then. Take that. Oh, Shart, you look hideous. You look absolutely hideous. Don't show your helmet. Nope, nope, nope.
I'm letting a star. Everyone see Astarian's helmet.
Her helmet is a nightmare.
Alright, what's in these doors? Hello? Oh. Outer portals. Oh, is this the way out? Well,
Maybe? Ah.
you're in my way.
We can find out. Oh my god. You are a wonderful, beautiful menace to society.
Oh no! There's a ball!
Oh fuck.
Dude, you take so fucking long to kill. Go away. No one invited you.
You weren't invited to the party. Yeah!
Whoa!
Hate to see it coming. Oh, one moment. I will take my turn, and then I'm gonna have to be quiet for a minute.
No, you're okay.
Oh my god, a crit miss. Okay.
Can't slow down.
Get fucking shanked.
Never a dull moment. Have to keep going.
Hmm.
I'm a fucking idiot.
No, you're not.
The rock is not receptive to vicious mockery. Okay, never mind.
Respectfully, I literally. Okay, me and Shadowheart are the idiots here.
No,
Like
no,
tying
no.
for intelligence. Astarion is the smartest person here.
We don't talk about that.
We're so fucking doomed.
Blood comes easy these days. Think you could take me?
I'm coming for you.
Can kill the meatball. I'm not in the range, right? Oh, vulnerable to fire damage. Oh, I see. That's not good. Oh, it's gonna hit you.
Nothing will stand in my way.
I might have to stay over here so I don't risk losing my owlbear form.
That is super fair and valid. I will try to keep him. I'll try to keep this big lad occupied. That didn't work very well.
Turn my light on.
Ow. My body. Disadvantage. Go back. Much better. Tiny potion of healing.
So much for peace.
Prison hatchway. Oh. IT Dragon, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moida. Hope you
It's a
enjoy
name,
your
of course.
stay.
He's almost dead. He's close.
No choice but to keep going.
Come here, you stupid meatball.
I didn't want to hit them anyway.
You just hang out over there, baby girl. You do take good care of your little feathery self.
Spill some blood.
There we go. Okay.
Nice.
There's like one creature here we need to kill. And then we can just walk over there instead of having to.
Keep a blade close.
Okay, right, let's do that. Crit miss.
Oh my god. Shirt.
Rude.
Aha!
Double raid. Okay. Oh, okay.
You picked the wrong fight, friend.
Let's see. Do we want to go heal?
Yes, please. I need to go heal. I have no idea what's gonna be past that door. It's probably gonna be some more people we're gonna have to kill.
Probably.
So we did end up killing everyone anyway.
That's fine.
Like, if the meatball wasn't there, it would have been okay. But the meatball appeared out of fucking nowhere.
XP is XP.
So there is some out there portals. There's also a prison hatchway.
There's also an inner balcony. Oh. Security breach.
Portal to Luskan, Menzoberran, Mephistar, Baldur's Gate, Waterdeep, Neverwinter. I kind of want to go to all of these places, honestly. I might send fucking Astarion there. Astarion, go be my test subject. What happens if you go to fucking Mephistar? That sounds kind of crazy.
This portal leads directly to the
Oh,
frigid
you don't get to.
citadel of Mephistar, nestled in the Hells.
Alright, what's down here? Hope's prison. Why is Hope in prison? What's the deal with that? What's this lever do?
Wait, where are you?
Careful. The jailer will swallow you whole if you take another step.
There's a...
You won't be able to save me while you're being digested. You found my prison. My body is held in chains just beyond. The whole house is tumbling down and Raphael striding across the plains to come catch a mouse. Now swing that big, beautiful hammer, crack open my chains, and let's get out of here. It's time to fly this coop on a hope and a
You know, it probably would piss off Raphael.
Yeah, I mean...
How disappointing. I hope you managed to escape regardless. Goodbye.
Lol.
Mine's never quiet.
Oh, right here. Got it.
Yeah, okay. Bing bong.
Hello?
Hello?
Petrified debtor.
Moving ahead.
That's probably not a good idea. To... Spectator. Spectator. Vengeful imp. Where's the jailer? Okay, what if I give the hammer? Oh, fucking! I will not be able to give the hammer to Astarion. He. Do you want to free her? I don't care either way. It would piss off
Sure.
Raphael.
I want to piss off Raphael.
I'm just thinking maybe I could use Astarion to sneak.
Oh,
Because
possibly.
he has invisibility for 10 turns. But the thing is if I give him this hammer, it's gonna be too heavy. It's too fucking heavy for him. He is encumbered.
You could give Shark some stuff. I'll give it back. Just like put it towards... Ahem.
Why is, like... I just... And this to camp.
You just put it like towards the bottom if you need it.
There we go. Okay. Right.
Welcome back, Arishumi. Oops, sorry.
Shh, you're fine. Oh wait, I can cast invisibility on other people, but it's
Shoot.
like...
Yeah, we hate Raphael in this home.
Wait, I forgot to equip the hammer. I forgot to fucking equip the hammer. I forgot to equip the hammer. I forgot to equip the hammer.
Equip the hammer.
You can do it. Hello.
Smash the chains!
we do have a problem because this Tyron's probably about to get his entire asshole eaten.
Consensually? Oh, okay. Do we want to...
I can probably cast invisibility on him again. I just only had a bonus action there. As long as he survives.
Oh, fuck.
Well, these guys don't really have any resistances or anything.
That's true. Well... I am frightened. That's a bummer. Let's see.
Okay, one of the spectators is almost kind of down.
It's good.
You can send it out.
Go here.
What has petrified them, though? There's so something worse that we're gonna have to deal with. You're fucking creepy. You look like something straight out of Hey!
What, the spectator?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not very kind. Don't bite. Rude.
Wait, is jump only a bonus action?
I think so.
Bollocks. Oh, wait, I could... Oh, no, I can't. Ah, fuck it. Might as well just have this. 9 to 25. Maybe I'll crit. Fuck.
Ah, it's not bad though. Crit miss, let's go. Heck you. Ooh. We'll take some misses.
You know what? I should just turn him invisible. I'll do that in the next round. Please don't kill him. That would be very unfortunate. And I wouldn't like that. Okay?
Psychic vulnerability, you say? Interesting, interesting.
Are you gonna call them me names?
Ah, definitely.
That's unfortunate.
I would call you mean names. If I can reach.
You're a vile blister. I shall prick thee.
You are a vile blister.
Those look very blister-like, honestly.
You know, yeah.
Oh, get fucked. My turn.
God damn.
My turn, part 2. Hello. Boom. Oh,
man, I love
okay, try
watching
again.
my wife. I love watching my owlbear wife fuck up creatures. Nice job. Ow. Oh, I'm
All right.
paralyzed. That's not good.
On my way.
Hopefully Astarion can jump that.
Surely.
Oh, please don't take me out of Owlbear.
They keep missing, so that's good.
Do I have a potion of superior healing I could use? I can take these guys out, honestly. If that makes it easier.
Do you want a potion?
I'll probably help. I have one.
You now have 3.
Oh, thank you. I can't drink one right now, though. I killed 2 of them at least. I'll just stand back a bit.
Owie. No, leave me alone. I'm frozen. Ow. No, stop paralyzing me! You asshole!
No escape.
Nice.
Okay. Right now we have Hope. Everyone.
She really likes killing. Just tell me to kill.
Leave me alone.
Ow, you fucker.
Okay, I should be able to kill you.
I'm of no use to you at the moment.
Okay, you're dead.
I am no longer frozen.
Let's go.
Ha, ha, ha. Please stop. Haha! Paralyzing ray, get fucked! I got saved! Yes! Stupid.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Let's... There we go. Could I push
can only
you?
drink the potion.
Would you fall? No.
I mean, it's flying. I'm not sure.
I'm not at an angle to push it off the cliff.
Flying. Wait. I don't know.
Only 3? Whatever.
Oi! Oh, I control. Oh. Hope, I'm not gonna lie. What the fuck is this? Revoke guest status. Does Starion count as... I think he's fine right here. There we go.
Another fight. Let's go.
Okay, we should be able to finish it off here.
Oh, dang.
I never thought I would be believed I could be hoped I might be.
Ha ha ha.
But we must dress the Hollyphant in the room. You can see how you avoid looking at me. I must be so terribly mutilated after all these decades of torture. Don't hold back. Tell me how bad it is.
You look fine.
you know, she's lucky that she's talking to you and not me.
Oh my god, she is! You are beautiful, Hope. Oh, thank God. Oh. Oh. Seriously, there's nothing wrong with you physically, at least.
I hope that was a compliment.
It is.
Carve our way to the entrance
We're
hall
all a
and
little
show
bit fucked
Raphael
up
to
mentally.
That's the hopeful
Do you
version,
see
of
our
course. The
party?
likely version is that we are the messes and he is the chopper. Onwards!
Yeah!
Okay.
Murder!
Can we loot these? 258 gold?
What now?
Oh, I have the controller? Oh, great. That's gonna be good.
Do you want a paralyzing spell? Ring? Thing?
I think my rings are good.
All is ash and meat.
Oops. What do you mean fucking minus 20 attitude? What the fuck just... Okay, that was weird.
They should all be running.
I need to go heal. Heal my weary bones because I am like fucking 3 HP.
I'm coming.
Let's see.
Alright, I think it's time for us to leave. I think we have made our presence known.
I'm coming. Hold up. Wait for me. Wait for me. I'm slow. I had to go heal.
There are 3 things you need to know about Raphael. He's almost home now, closer than a kiss.
You are unable to speak.
His favorite color is blood. And he probably knows 1,000 ways to kill us.
Hello.
This is going to hurt.
Okay. Hello! I'm sure this is definitely going to... Oh.
For a moment, and the air becomes thicker. The master of the house is coming.
Good. Hello.
Oh, good.
Me.
Hello. Hi, bitch. We released your sister. Yes,
There are
we
many
perceive.
things in the world that I loathe. Litters of kittens, chattering children, the noise and the chaos of it all.
Another reason to hate
In
Raphael.
Doesn't like
He doesn't like
kittens.
kittens.
In my house, there is order and there is decorum.
And a fucking table of rotting food.
Uninvited, and you stole from me. In
Yep.
doing so, you brought the chaos of your world into mine. I will not abide it.
I need to sarcastic quip here. You need better staff. Your house in disarray.
Sister, oh sister, I've wept and I've cried, but all would be well if you were by my side.
Oh, Hope.
Oh.
You are such a piteous thing. All it takes is a crumb from the table and you forget the centuries of starvation. This
Why does he hate Hope so much?
has earned you
I wasn't paying attention.
centuries more. Carilla, tell our unwelcome guest about your role in their
Well, I guess we're gonna find out.
Oh, okay.
I permitted you the freedom to decide your own fate. You could have been smart, selfless, saved the world. Instead, you came here and risked everything.
It's the fatal flaw of mortal kind. Take away their free will and they call you a tyrant. Allow them to indulge it and they become tyrants. You would have been heroes if you'd only dealt fairly with me. Instead, you're not so different to doomed Karsus, overreaching your limits and burning your world to ash.
Wrong! 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 They will save their world and smash you to smithereens.
It's this charming naivety that makes your company such a joy to me, Hope. I'll even forgive this little rebellion once you're suitably chastised.
This isn't a rebellion. It's a revolt. I'm revolting!
Then Hope dies today.
Oh shit, Astarion still has the
You can
oh
salvage
no!
a trophy from these insects.
The Astarion still has the hammer.
Unless it's a good thing.
Beneath the Shadowlands.
Oh, it could be, but he's not
Oh
proficient
yeah!
with it.
Yo! Wait, this is the guy. This is the guy that we
That you convinced to kill himself.
Right. We could try to persuade him. Yep.
30. Bro. Nah, I'll use the inspiration. We're going to fucking. Come on.
I can't help it, won't let me.
30! Come on! Please. Nah. He's coming on our side. I don't care. We convince him to kill himself, and then he comes on our side. That's how this story goes. Trust me, it's not safe coming. It's just
This is
lore
the
accurate.
redemption.
This is lore accurate.
This is his fate.
Guys, what's the odds on us getting a 30? What was my bonus? Like something to 13? I need like at least a fucking 19 or 18 or something, and then getting the max 13.
We can get that. That's fine.
It's so over. We're not getting it.
No, it's not fine.
Insects struck me down.
These
and
insects
will make fine trophies.
Yep.
Okay,
Let
so
me help.
I literally need like a 20, which wouldn't matter at that point. I need like a 19. Come on. Please. No, I didn't mean to. Sorry. I didn't mean to click that. I meant to click the inspiration.
It's okay. It won't let me help you. I can't give you bardic inspiration or anything.
You've been nerfed.
I have been.
You've been inspiring me too much.
The feeling is very mutual, but also like, please let me play a little ditty on my lute so you can make this roll.
Hang on a second.
Play a little ditty.
A little. Stop calling me an insect. An owlbear. Oh, I was like, oh, is that a nat 20? No, I was just like, that was what we got. We're getting lower. The game knows. Come on. 6! The game hates us. The game actually You're gonna give me what I want. You're gonna give me what I want. I'm gonna cut this out of the VOD, and you guys are gonna be like, oh, you got it first try and didn't save scum.
This is the rest of the day.
Look, I deserve this. Okay? You know how many meatballs I had to kill? 2. I had to kill 2 meatballs.
2 whole balls.
I licked the fucking... What was it
Balls.
that I licked? The spider thing?
Oh yeah, you did lick the dead spider.
I deserve this. Please, I deserve this. I'm gonna lose my mind. Come on. 8!
She licked a dead spider.
Yeah, I licked a dead spider like twice. I'm pretty sure. Was it twice? Was it 3 times? I think it was. Might have been
I
twice.
think you're able to. I think you're able to lick it 3 times. You might have licked it until you couldn't lick it anymore.
I would never do such a thing, but I did.
Ah. Yum yum yum. It made you warm. I remember that bit.
Save Scummer's Gate. That's what I am right now.
Hello, yes. Our playthrough has been fun.
37. Again! Stop. Just 3 more, or give me a 20.
Please, 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 please.
It's please 28. There's not 3 more. That was 1 more. We're getting closer.
We're getting closer in the RNG.
Look, I hate Raphael. Let me have this. I've done everything to fucking piss him off. I released hope. I went out of my way, even after telling her like twice that I wasn't gonna rescue her, to rescue her.
You trolled
Life
her
does not
and
give you
pissed her
rewards
off.
just because you make questionable decisions. Actually, in the life of Baldur's Gate, that is how it works. 26.
I'm just gonna have some crackers.
22. Come on, give me that nat 20. That's 18? Wait. Fuck! How are your crackers? What are you having with your crackers? You have some cheese or something? Or just plain crackers?
They're Cheez-Its.
Oh, Cheez-Its are good. Oh, that was a
I don't think you can.
the only
hear it.
situation I didn't want a +2 there. I wanted like a +3, a +4.
These insects,
You could do that one. Let's go.
fine trophies.
We're worthy opponents.
That was not 20 then, it was not. We're getting some fucking ass rolls, and by we're, I mean I am. That's 20! Let's go! First try! Alright, save.
And against the devil in his own home. That takes courage. I'm with you.
You're here.
Tiresome. Am I to understand that you wish to die with them?
I wish to fight with them.
It's all the same in the end.
Oh, kiss my ass,
If you have any
Raphael.
last words, make it quick.
Oh, say something snarky. Say something snarky. Be a brat.
Your dad sells Avon.
I think you use a glamour on your hair so we can't say how far you are on the Norwood scale.
I've been hoping to kill you since I met you or say nothing. Oh, which would...
Tormacoy says, turn up the volume, girls. Peak OST coming. Oh, man. I know.
You know, I'm going to say nothing.
No words? No matter.
Little mouse.
Before the end.
The OST is it?
Now. Down.
I turned it up.
The claw. Where's the audio?
Expire. Souls go to their dooms in flame forevermore.
Oh.
Oh, I love organs.
Games
It's
are so
really
good.
loud though. Turn down a wee bit.
Wah, 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 wah. So there are pillars of souls.
I see those.
Glowing. They are weak to bludgeoning.
Wait.
Hell, effect in the cause, curtain falls, but hold your applause. Squirm, squirm.
Is that his voice?
What a fucking loser.
He's singing his own theme song? How lame.
I love him.
Wow, Corilla has 24 HP. That sucks for you.
Yup.
Alright, Psychic.
But what I was saying is I think the pillars can be taken down with the hammer, maybe. Because it's bludgeoning. Weakness.
Fools, how hard you have fought. Brave, but it's all been for naught. True souls that couldn't be bought.
Go, baby boy.
Detected and caught.
That's a decent damage.
Okay. Just hide behind the pillar. No one sees you there.
Nope. Not a single thing.
No more deals, it's over. The final act.
Who should I be focusing on here?
No more grace, it's over. This house of hope.
Oh, thankfully I don't have to control this guy.
Let's do... I'll get the diva.
Force
Diva.
damage too. Ugh. This is
I'm
like
gonna
a
do
good
the
time
Diva
if I
too.
wasn't a fucking owlbear because I have a bunch of force and psychic spells.
Here we go.
Thwarted
Gonna keep-
consumption.
Gonna keep this
Raphael
lad up here with you.
cannot consume a soul from this pillar because it recently took radiant damage. Oh, radiant damage as well? Okay, that's crazy.
Noted. Okay, so if I give something radiant damage then.
Do you have wait, do you have the orb?
The what?
Oh fuck, I can't
I don't have
remember
an
what
orb.
it's called. The moonbeam. Oh wait, is that radiant? It is, right? Is moonbeam radiant?
Moonbeam is radiant.
Do you have it?
I do, but I can't use it right now because I just summoned the Deva to come and help you with the pillar.
Well,
of
you could
souls.
use that on one of the pillars. It will constantly do radiant damage to it, right?
I could. You are not wrong.
Yeah, okay.
So I will do that next time, but I wanted to summon the Deva real quick. So I'll move her right here.
Oh, that's okay,
She'll
that's
do that
okay.
next turn. Boop.
Uh-oh.
Raphael was absolutely a theater demon. Yep. He's a theater kid. Haha, fuck you. Go for it, baby boy.
Oh, she's so fucking dead. Oh, he's invisible.
Is our boy OP maybe?
He could be a little bit. I mean, we didn't fight them, remember? We told him to kill himself.
True. We don't know how he is. Alright, let's see. What could I...
Hope does have some radiant stuff, if I remember. Divine Intervention. Oh wait, is she Paladin?
I don't know.
Still on my feet.
Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. you or do I want you? Muck to metal, social. Yeah, no, you can have. You can be up here. Or no, you'll be down here.
Oh, she's a cleric. Oh, I see. Because she said deity. I thought that was like a paladin thing. Punish divinity.
Oh, ow.
Oh, you're not looking
That was
so
painful.
hot. Well, you are
No.
hot, but you know what I mean? Like health-wise.
Thank you. But also, yes, I am dying. Oh, shoot.
I'm tanking. Is that Earth Elemental ours? Oh, a fucking rage would go so hard here, but it would... Alright, let's see. Channel Divinity, what is that? I should save this.
That's pretty good. Thank you.
Oh, there's a bonus action.
Come on, can't stay idle.
Okay. Oh, I can't even use Enrage. Oh, I don't have a rage charge. A Rupture would also go hard here, but... You know, right. We're the closest. Leave my wife alone. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. Gonna stay away from my wife. I'm gonna do this too. Fuck. Alright. Give this another bonk.
22 more is gone. That's good. Yeah.
I think I'll start making my way to the next pillar then. Because even if the diva doesn't get it, like, you're gonna do the radiant damage on it, right? So...
Yeah, I'll do the radiant damage on it, yeah.
A simple
And
gamer
then
sir,
I
thank you so much for the follow.
moonbeam
Welcome to the Moid. I hope you enjoy your
this
stay.
one, yeah.
Hope helped me so much in this fight. Yeah, I guess you're
You can do
rewarded.
that, yeah.
I honestly
And then I
thought
can,
the fight for Hope was gonna be a lot harder. I don't know who this jailer was,
Fucking bounce out a little bit, yeah, because I don't want it the I don't want concentration to break, yeah.
That's very fair.
Just close the doors. Just for now, yeah. Yeah, we'll just hit this, yeah. There we
Oh,
go.
it's done. Nice.
It's done, yeah. Alright, and then I'll fly him. Yeah, I'll fly home over here with you. I'm just gonna follow you, yeah.
Yeah, why the fuck not?
We get them done faster that way, I feel. Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh, she's fucking dead. And he's invisible again. That's crazy.
Hells,
I'm
okay.
Dying.
Yeah, you are just a wee bit.
A moment,
I'm not
yeah.
sure if I can keep using hope to maybe keep you alive.
No, you're good, yeah.
Welcome in, Simple. Appreciate you stopping by. You remember shit from the game? Perfect time to replay it. Have you ever had a look at the mods? There's a lot of fucking mods. I don't know if there's anything that explicitly changes a lot of gameplay features the same way it would, you know, things like Skyrim and whatnot.
Aha, you all
but
suck, yeah.
it's a pretty extensive list. Bro's got a headache. What are you doing? Oh. Ow. Okay, so... You're healed. I might... Once in their adventure? That's crazy.
What? Yeah. What's once an adventure? Yeah.
This divine intervention.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I didn't do Radiant? Why not? Oh, no, it did. It's not green. I'm silly. These healing spells are rotten. What is this, action? Alright, it's okay, Hope. You can take this. Oh, sorry, you gear.
Oh.
Your gear. My bad, Chief. That didn't actually do anything for me.
Yeah, to be fair, we didn't know where he was, yeah.
Fantastic.
I don't think he'll mind, yeah.
Attack. We're working on it.
I think I love you here.
He's kind of funny.
I think
he's
I love
alright.
you here. He's a good egg, yeah. Alright, what do I want to do, Nya? Oh, I could use you, Nya. That could be fun. Yeah. Yeah, sure, go for it. Yeah. Alright, you have fun on my behalf. Hack it, yeah. Alright, let's do...
I mean, you've got two people that you are controlling, basically, so, you know.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't control him. He does his own thing, yeah.
Oh.
Though I do have the Deva. And I do have the Earth Elemental.
Earth Elemental, yeah.
I have stuff going on at the moment, yeah.
Yeah, I've been tanking. I can still turn into a Slayer too to tank some more.
Oh, damn, he's already gone, yeah. Oh, that's a bummer, yeah. Yeah, fuck.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Please leave Astarion alone. She's gonna go for... She's gonna go for fucking... Oh. That wasn't great. Thank God we don't have to fight that, because that looks fucking annoying.
What? Your gear?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I'm
Yeah,
not a cockroach! I'm a Slayer.
She's slaying, yeah. I'm doing this, yeah. Get away from my wife! Yeah? Get away from me. Fuck. I tried. Yeah. It said 75%.
Fiendish
Yeah.
Ascension.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. That's not good. Mwah. Tanking a little bit too much.
So I guess the moonbeam doesn't do continuous damage, unfortunately, yeah.
Oh. Right,
Not what I thought, yeah.
Well...
Let's do... Right here, Anya.
Do this too. She's just gonna have to sit in the hellfire. I'm sorry, Chief.
Survival is all that matters.
Alright. You're the only one that can turn into a fucking freak, Raphael. $153 health is not too bad. Thanks for self-care check. Okay, and this guy is still...
Oh, it's so close.
It's okay.
Do you have a bonus action to hit it one more time?
No. My bonus actions is like dash and disengage and hide.
Dang. That's okay.
And jump, which I will use to get up there.
Did I miss any war crimes? No, we're killing a demon. Which I think is a positive.
He just pissed me off.
Yep.
It's not the fact that he's a demon, he just fucking pissed me off.
Here, I'm gonna go in here like just a touch. I'm gonna move this right there. And we're gonna fucking move a little bit back so we can run. Okay, yeah, you... Do I want to hit it one more time? Yeah, okay. Boop. What was that? Oh. Sorry.
Oh, the concentration broke.
Oh no!
Okay, she saved concentration. Okay. Shard, let's go.
What a queen.
Why the fuck am I over here?
Let's see.
Wait, should I be using this unshackling strike on the fucking Pillar of Souls instead of just the normal attack?
Oh. I don't know. Could try.
I'll give it a go. You're getting my goat? I don't think he's a goat. He looks more like... Kind of looks like Butcher from... I was gonna say Heroes of Stone. It's not what Butcher's from, but it's what I know him from.
Haha! He's not ascended anymore!
Unlucky Chucky.
Alright, you... freaking warp over the heck here. Can I move a little bit? No.
Save, slay.
Nice.
Alright, let's see.
Sorry, I'm a little bit in the way with my
Gang's
lads.
all here. Alright, let's see. Did this actually, like... Please don't tell me this just one-shots it. Okay, that didn't do fuck all. Thank God. Holy shit, I would have felt really stupid. Coat's actually short, don't tell anyone. Should we start that rumor?
What?
Goat is, Winter says Goat is actually short, don't tell anyone.
Winter is short?
Oh yeah, that's a given. Winter's tiny.
I believe it. I'm low-key waiting for him to just like... I'll be waiting until we're like in a call again and for him to be like, Autumn, what the fuck? Ah, shoot. Here, attack me. So my guys can attack you. Haha, you freaking dummy. Alright, and attack. Nice. Nice. I love him. I love him.
I'm so glad that we don't have to fight him. Just as a little sweet treat, you know what I mean?
So am I.
You treat yourself to a little saves coming.
There we go. You doing okay?
Yeah.
Good. Good.
And be like, you guys said this was a difficult fight, as we literally saved Scum for like 5 minutes to get the fucking big guy on our side.
Yeah, I can't believe you guys thought that this would be hard as we saved Scum. Oh, that's crazy.
Speaking of, I gotta save randomly here. Just in case I fuck up something. It's absolutely inevitable.
There we go. Yeah, whatever. Oh yeah, he still can't find him. Oof.
Oh no.
Ah, it's only got 16 HP left. We'll get it on the next one. I'm gonna go right here.
Oh my god.
You okay?
Yeah, Hope is just fucking... I didn't mean to do that. Come on, just attack. One more time.
There you go, good job. You even hit Raphael a little bit.
Hello, Rafi.
Hi, baby boy. Okay, you...
Oh, that did like 6 damage. Great.
What do you mean you missed? What do you mean you missed, you frickin' dork? Oh my god, you suck.
Raphael is just pure dying from a migraine. He's like, eh, my head. Yeah. Hello? I need an ibuprofen. We say no, we're just gonna remove your brain from your skull.
Ah, frick.
I'd crush it into smithereens.
Nice, good boy, your gear. He's such a little stinker. Oh man. La da la da do. I feel like back up. Thank you. Gonna get out of here. Ow. Bum ba dum bum 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 bum. No! Stop taking souls! La da da da. La da la da. Oh my god, thank you. You queen.
Okay.
That nearly ended me.
Oh, you're
Well,
fine,
it didn't.
baby boy.
So, yeah, literally grow up. Boom. Now Astarion can participate in the fight. It's been 40 days of 40 nights, but Astarion could finally fucking fight. Oh no, the padded sofa only has 1 HP left out of 20. The furniture is expensive. We can't do that. Actually, this is Raphael's house. We can do that.
Oh my god, he missed. Oh well.
Is he gonna turn invisible again? Oh no, he's not. He's fucking huge.
I know. I love him. I fear he may be the easiest to hear me out. Oh man. Alright, you gotta go. Really? Dang it.
You know, I'd kind of like a form like that.
Haha! Yeah, bunk him! Ow. crit me, you stinker.
She's really out of spell slots.
It's okay. We can do it.
Oh. It's okay, I was like 20%, so...
It's okay, it was worth a try. He's got no more soul pillars or whatever the heck they were. Righty, move the beam. Ah. Let's do some healing on you.
Is he like weak to psychic? What is
fucking 10? I used hold on, real quick. I used a level 5 fucking spell slot to heal you, and it did 10?
Plus
anyway.
10. Got anything spicy for psychic?
Anyway, yeah,
Let's
psychic is bad for him.
It's bad for him, which means it's good for us.
Yes, exactly. Oh my god, fucking missing, fucking whiffing.
Nothing that does. I've got like fucking 7,000 scrolls and nothing that does like psychic damage. Nothing at all. Force damage. Oh, grow up, Astarion. Look here. There, you can be a fart cloud.
Oh my god. I'm really wondering. Oh, it'd be so funny though. If I go right here, can I do it?
You know what's really funny? I had a scroll that I was looking at. I was like, what if I just use this on him as that scroll for the dancing?
Well, now you can save it because I just used a level 6 spell slot to make him dance.
He is fucking jamming.
Ah, man. Ah, yeah. Yes, he should be.
Get fucked,
My concentration
Raphael.
is fine. Let's go. Literally dancing on your graves?
Crimson
no,
Dove,
we're
thank
gonna
you so
kill
much
him.
for the follow. Welcome to the Moida. Hope you enjoy your stay.
Stop it. Freaking loser. That's 15. That's 45. Pump. Pump.
Oh, that's not... Okay, whatever. That might do.
Hmm?
We're gonna do this. Why are you still taking damage from what? You're literally a fucking...
You're in rolling hellfire at the moment.
I'm in rolling fart cloud.
Yes.
Okay, alright, it's fine. I'll just send him a healing potion. Drink up. Me hearties yo-ho. Oh, sick.
40
Oops.
versus 40. Alright. Please, I beg. Finally! You hit him. Nice, I love
Appreciate
you.
it.
Your gear, you good boy. Are you weak to something specific? You're weak to psychic.
I used all my luck points.
Mhm.
Yeah, whatever that means.
I don't know. I liked it though. Oh, you couldn't find him. That's good.
I have like no fucking spell slots, bro. Does she have anything? She has fucking nothing.
Nothing important is ever easy.
Oh wait, can I cancel the end turn? We can just go over and pick him up.
Never a dull moment.
As for me... let's see... Okay, he's stunned. Sick.
That's good.
And I'll be taking this for myself. She says, oh, there it is. Yeah, as I said, I'm really glad that the big guy is on our team, because going invisible all the time would have pissed me the fuck off. I say that, but my cape does the exact same stuff. Every time I kill someone, I go invisible. Well, actually, no, didn't I change my cape?
Can't even catch my breath.
No, I still have the same cape. Siren's not looking so good. I don't think that Hope is gonna get to him on time.
Yeah, we'll see.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
Whose fucking soul is he consuming to be like that? Why is he... Mind Sanctuary.
Okay, you are dead. Thank goodness.
Yeah,
And
you
then-
can, but I don't have any. I'll just go and pick them up, hopefully.
Time to push my luck again.
Stage fright!
Yeah.
Oh no. Poor boy.
It's just business. Just need to heal. The worm powers are so good, but I'm very well aware everything comes at a price. I'm gonna reap what I sow much later. I'm very, very on the edge of my seat anticipating.
Oh, he's going in. Okay, let's do... Let's do some daggers.
Nice.
There we go. And then...
I don't look like a well...
Whoa. He's fine. He'll be fine, probably.
That's just Hope's job, is to just keep picking him up, I guess.
Yep. She's doing a good job. He's in rolling hellfire, but he's fine. You've heard of one moonbeam. What about two moonbeams? Oh, my concentration was broken for moonbeam. Rip.
Oh, did you have
Oh, it only
Hellfire?
lasts 10 turns. That's why.
I see.
Understood. All right. Well, that's okay, because now I can have the plague.
Starion spent the entire fucking fight going around and bashing the pillars with a fucking hammer he barely knows how to wield, and now he's just dying and dying and dying and dying.
He did his job. I am almost out of spell slots. Ha ha ha! Make fun of him. Them.
Yikes. Be quiet, Astarion. Come back up. Okay, so
All right.
oh, okay, so it breaks the concentration. That's fine. Didn't really heal me for that much. By Astarion.
Come on, can't stay idle.
Okay, vicious mockery. Hey, you. Dang it. Ah, they both missed. It's okay. Did he slip? He slipped and fell! You stupid lad.
So much for peace.
Yeah, he's so silly.
Can I stop being burnt? Please and thank
Yeah, it lasts fucking forever.
Oh, let's go, shark. Good egg. Good girl.
Evil druid is low-key scary. I'm just a little guy.
How did you miss? Okay.
Plus, the displacer isn't really for druid. That's just the worms in my brain. I'm pretty sure the displacer is worms and brain monster.
We're so close.
We are so close. Oh my god. He had 6-7 health very briefly.
At least it was only briefly.
It's dead. He's fucking dead.
Preposterous that any of us are alive.
Yeah, I was just saying on the fact that Star died like 6 times.
As we die screaming.
Oh, I'm gonna pinch myself.
You are wide awake. And Raphael truly
Raphael
is
is
defeated.
fucking dead.
I was just about quite alright with the amount of fight he put up. If anything, I would have preferred less. What a wonderful...
No word on her sister that was brutally murdered at the start of the fight, by the way. Oh,
My poor sister, Kurilla.
never mind.
It is not right that she died. And that makes me want to weep an ocean.
I mean, she made her choice when she sided with Raphael.
She was an entire person before she ever made that choice.
I know.
When we were children, she always kept the last piece of pastry for me and bloodied the nose of the bullies who pulled my hair. She was my sister. But as a wise woman once said, there's no point in crying over spilt blood. We must go on. And despite all the years I've lost, I have enough love in my heart to guide you home.
For the first time since you heard her voice, hope seems calm, and the peace flows from her into you, soothing your very soul.
Friend?
And go where? I don't think I quite know how to be anywhere else, but
You can stay with the withers in the camp.
thorough cleaning. This could be a
Keep
lovely
him
little
and
hut.
his friends company.
And I can hardly leave. After all, who would ever want to think of hell without hope? I hope I'll see Corilla again one day, and that she'll say sorry, and I'll tell her she's forgiven. I hope I find all the pieces of my mind that fell out of my head over all those years, and that I'll be able to put myself back together again. I hope the echoes
Bro
of
thinks
pain
she's
will
Humpty Dumpty.
and memories of sorrow will die, and that you'll visit me here someday.
Aw.
And I hope you have a happy ending of your own.
It'll be, I'm sure, very happy.
Sick. Gloves of soul catching. Your unarmed attacks deal an additional 1 to 10 force damage. Once per turn in an unharmed hit, you regain 10 hit points. Alternatively, you may forego healing to gain advantage on attack rolls and saving throws until the end of your next turn. He's got diaries and stuff. Oh, cool.
Let me just grab some items casually.
Encumbered. That's okay. I was thinking maybe we can read those and stuff the next time,
Yeah.
if that's alright.
Yeah. Because it is getting late, and I know that you're probably very tired.
That was the easiest fight of my life.
Alright. We'll pick it back up
That was
here.
literally
We'll talk
so
to
easy.
Yerger.
Yeah, we'll
Next
talk to
time.
everyone. Yeah, we can yeah. We can sort all that out. Look at all of our new loot and whatnot when we play again next time. But we did it.
We did do it.
fucking Killed Raphael. Raphael is dead.
He is super dead. Super
Incredibly
duper dead. Heck him.
We absolutely did handle this fight pretty well. We're kind of insane, honestly.
Oh my god. We did a really good job.
And Astarion, as I said, Astarion only died like 6 times. Hope was
That's
clutch as well.
fine.
Honestly, not having Hope and then not having the big guy, I can just imagine how rotten that would be.
It would probably have sucked.
Yeah.
It probably would have sucked. So, my dear. Sorry. My dear, my love. Would you like to go together?
Of course. As without a doubt. We can
Where do you
go find
like
someone
to
to
go?
raid.
Oh
my gosh, so sorry.
I know.
Um,
I know. To everybody who's yawning because we're just spreading it. So
Yeah.
sorry. Oh,
Yeah, Winter
man.
complains at me about that all the time. Even if you say the
Why?
word yawn, he's like yawning.
Oh yeah. Yawn, 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 yawn.
Well,
Yawn.
one of the people I
Yawn.
was looking at to raid, I'll just wait.
Are they gonna BRB?
I'll just wait. I'm not torturing you. We made him. Yeah, I forgot that you did that, Autumn. You made him fucking dance.
I did.
That was pretty
Oh
cool.
man. I had to. It was the only spell slot I had that was that high of a level, I think.
Mm.
And I thought it'd be funny given that he's so
Yeah, I was thinking. I
theatrical.
was thinking like when I was looking over the scrolls that I had, I was like, well, it'd be really funny if I just made him dance. But I didn't know how it would work. I thought it was like the sleep that like or whatever. No, the laughter one where if like you hit them, they have a chance to kind of save from it every time. So it's like, oh, maybe that's not great, but turns out it did not.
It's all right.
Mm. Sorry, I'm stalling.
No, you're good. There's a really cute patoot named Hal if you want to go and say hello. She's a really cute crow VTuber.
There we go.
Private investigator by day, paranormal investigator by night, and she is the best. Oh shit. One
Yep.
sec.
I know.
Oh, you knew?
I told you there was
You
someone that was like, "Oh, we
stinker!"
could go raid this person," and then I looked
my
in the
God!
corner and I saw. Hang on a second. Never mind, we cannot because they're about to go and raid you.
Calibri! Calibri! Well, you're gonna listen to this now because you're a stinker.
That's
You're
fine.
a stinker and you
I'll be
knew.
chilling here.
She didn't tell me. She didn't tell me.
Why would I
was
tell
like,
you?
"Who should
It's
we-"
not my surprise to tell.
Well, let me go. Freaking. Hi, I'm Autumn, and this is my wonderful friend, Hal, paranormal investigator by day, paranormal investigator by night and private investigator by day. I fucked it up. I'm so sorry. I'm a mushroom witch, I think, at this point. Hi, welcome in. We're playing Baldur's Gate today. We were going to raid into you, and Hal's a stinker and didn't tell me that you were raiding into me. Gosh freaking dang it, dude. Welcome in. How is stream?
Well, I saw that Calibri was like, Calibri been streaming for like 6 hours. It's like, oh, probably gonna end soon anyway. But then I saw the raid pop up in the corner. I was like, oh, you know what? Okay, I'll make sure to wait for you so that you don't get raided into a channel where, so
It's not even there anymore.
Yeah,
That is very
yeah.
polite, though. That's very polite. It's very polite. You're still a stinker, though. I'm just gonna wait until a bunch of people come say hello. But I hope you had a good time with art today. I hope you had a good time drawing, guys. Go and check out Calibri. She's so sweet. We've raided into her quite a few times before, and there's a reason for that.
Gorgeous
She's
model
got-
as well.
Oh my god, it's so shiny and pretty and soft, and she's got really big assets and a huge heart.
And she's super humble.
The humblest. The absolute humblest. Oh my gosh, she's wonderful. All right, well, shoot. I drew yippee creatures. Oh, very nice. That's perfect. That's perfect. We love yippee.
Yippee!
Yippee! We love a good yippee. Well, leaving the bald. No more Norwood scale for me today. Let's see. Where do you want to shoot? I'm sorry that you guys are raiding into another raid, but the raid train is phenomenal. We get to go
I'm
and
sorry, I'm
spread
tired. I can't play anymore. I need to go rest.
No, it's okay. Don't apologize.
I'm
Low
getting
key, like
old.
I've been. No, shut the fuck up. As the woman who's older than you, how dare you? You have no. You are young and beautiful, and always will be, even
I
when
don't
we're
know
in our
if
80s.
there's anyone you had in mind. The kind of only person that's online for me right now is playing Silksong, so I don't know if that's where you want to go. Or, well, League of Legends, but I don't think we want to go raid LOL Tyler 1. I don't think that's a good idea. Autumn? You there?
Hello?
Hello? Sorry, I wasn't
What
able
the
to hear
fuck
you.
just happened? No, I know. I went over. It was muted.
Oh.
That was really weird. Anyway, weird. I don't freaking know. Anyway, what I did say, I don't know if you heard anything I said.
No, I didn't.
I said, oh my god. I said I don't like League, but I'll only ever play with you and people I love. Oh my god.
I'm on a
I
League
just
of
can't get
Legends
into it.
ban, so
You're
I
on a
need to
ban.
finish.
You got banned?
I need to finish my back. No, it's a self-imposed ban. I need to finish my backlog.
Okay. Okay. I was about to say, what did you do?
Ugh.
Oh my god. And then I also said there's someone I know who's playing Minecraft and someone else I know who's playing Exit 8.
Okay, I don't mind. Whatever you want.
What do you want?
I honestly don't mind. Guys, you want Minecraft or Exit 8?
Exit 8 is someone I haven't raided into before and she's really cute. She's an axolotl. Her name is Dilly Dally Do, and then Dolly is playing Minecraft.
Minecraft. Okay, well.
What are the murder saying?
They're all in bed.
Oh.
They went to bed.
I've got 2 for Minecraft and 2 for Exit 8.
Exit 8. Okay, we'll take it. We'll go with the Exit 8.
Alright. I will send you her name real quick. She's very
You guys
she's
didn't
very
have to
cute and
reply, but I
sweet.
appreciate it. Thank you.
And her model's really, really pretty. It's
Thank
very
you.
soft. Yeah. But thank you so much. I'm sorry, Jesus, Beaker, don't yell at me. Hell, Beaker.
Don't yell at my wife.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Alright, I will let you get off and do your pre-raider shenanigans.
I will let you do the same. Thank you so much for a wonderful Wednesday. I know that
Thank
you've
you
been tired
for
with the heat, but you're doing
spending
so
time
good.
with me. I had lots
Yeah,
of fun. Thank you
course.
so much.
I
wouldn't
will
have killed
spend
him
every
without
day
you.
with you. You could have done it without me. Are you kidding me? You're a gamer. You're a gamer. Yes. All right, go have a wonderful freaking day.
All right.
Because
No,
you deserve it. You're
Go
wonderful.
and get yourself some good food. Have some nice cuddles with your daughters, and
I
only your
will.
daughters.
Yep, not liable, of course. Mm-mm.
I don't even know who that is.
Nope. It's Wifey Wednesday. only my wife exists.
All right, you go take care, my dear. Thank you again.
You as well.
I love you very much. I'll see you super soon. Okay.
I will see you super duper soon. I love you. Mwah.
Okay. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Okay. Alright. Sorry, I know I said that I was probably gonna try and end closer towards my normal stream time today, but it felt a bit like it would be a bit awkward to end there, so yeah. But we are gonna go right out. If you could stick around for just a wee bit longer, I'd appreciate it. I know it is already quite late. But we're gonna go say hello to Dilly Dally, who's playing some Exit 8. I don't have a raid message. I don't really do raid messages, but if you'd like to pop a hello in the chat, ask them how their day is going. I'm sure they'd really appreciate some conversation. Regardless, please be on your best behavior. Make sure you read their rules and whatnot. Don't be a shithead, because if anyone is, I'll be there. I'll be lurking. I will be watching, so you will not be welcome back here, but no one ever is. You guys are really good eggs. I appreciate that always. I have every intention of streaming tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll probably do something with Phantomy, but if anything does change, I'll let you know ahead of time in the Discord. Well, thank you so much for coming today. I had a lot of fun doing some soup. Had a lot of fun doing some Baldur's Gate. We are making real progress in that game, and it has been a lot of fun. If you haven't already checked out Autumn, please do go check her out. As you can and have probably seen, she is a very lovely bundle of joy in my life. So make sure you go give her some of your attention. Thank you to my 8 chatters, to my lurkers, to anyone that came by in the raid today who decided to stick around and give me a chance. I really appreciate it. It means a lot to me. But for now, you guys have a lovely rest of your morning, noon, or night, wherever as you are. Take plenty good care of yourselves. Try your best as always, and I will hopefully see you tomorrow. Okay? Okay.